crap, that was a good intro. Sorry, my name is Why So Topical. I like to wax philosophical, and it was saying we're gonna do some alien isolation to start the game. Oh, you can kind of see I dyed my hair. Not really though. Oh well. Anyway, just eating right now. So, but we're going to. Oh fuck, that's what I forgot to look up. Anyway, we're going to do some alien isolation first. Then we're going to do some news. But for right now, we're just chilling. I just want to check something quickly. Oh, which one did it bring up? Oh, whoops. Properties. This one? No, that's not it. Uh-oh. Why is this one not showing up? There we go. That's the one I wanted. Yay. I knew it was going to do that. Excuse me. Okay. We're going to chill here for a short bit. Not much is new. I was on yesterday evening because I skipped Friday mornings or Friday early afternoons because I just was not able to stream. But yeah, otherwise we're chilling. Hope everybody's good. We got some interesting news coming up. Voting Rights Act is in trouble again. iDubbbz. Ethan sues iDubbbz because Ethan Klein is continuing to be a petulant child for some reason. This one is particularly interesting because it's Canadian law versus American law, so I figured that would be something to cover because it's Canadian. Because iDubbbz is Canadian, or Anissa is Canadian. I'm not sure which one of them is. I'm so sorry. I don't stalk like streamers all that much, you know. I don't know all that much about a lot of streamers, so please forgive me for not knowing which one of you is Canadian. Maybe both of them are Canadian. I just know that Canadian law is involved. But yeah. Okay. Let's see, do I have a video that I can play for you guys while I'm eating before we get into a short one? We can learn a little bit about the Voting Rights Act. Okay. There we go.
How do you ensure only U.S. citizens vote without disenfranchising voting citizens? The Save America Act does not answer the whole question, but it does attempt to tackle the first half. It's called the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, or Save America Act. It has passed the House, and it needs 60 votes still in the U.S. Senate. Right now, in Minnesota, to register to vote, you need your name, date of birth, and a driver's license number, or the last 4 digits of your social security number. That's it. And you attest, you claim that you're a citizen under penalty of perjury. The Save America bill would standardize federal election requirements for voters. So you'd have to prove your citizenship in order to register to vote. Meaning if you move, if you change your name, if you're a first-time voter, you'd have to show a birth certificate or a passport or marriage certificates to register to vote. The bill would also require government-issued ID, photo ID, to cast your actual ballot. That is nationwide.
But why? That seems a little bit expensive.
Mostly Republicans say that this would close loopholes. It would ensure that non-citizens do not vote. And it would
or people who can't afford to, people, the poorest people, can't vote because they literally can't afford voter ID.
Argue or it's a solution in search of a problem. There is not one single audit, investigation, or report that shows widespread voter fraud in
just a second. What? What's the average cost of a driver's license in the US? Between $100 and $700 fucking dollars? That's crazy. Okay, the average administration cost of a US driver's license, permit testing, and license fees range from $10 to $89. Okay, that makes sense, depending on your state. However, the total realistic out of pocket cost is typically $100 to $700+, largely depending upon whether you require a formal driving school education. To breakdown of typical costs vary widely from state to state, but the overall process generally requires the following fees. Learner's permit fee, usually $10 to $30. Knowledge, written, and skills road test often included in the permit licensing fees, though some states charge $5 to $25 per test if you need to retake them. Final license fee, typically $20 to $60. Licenses are usually valid for 4 to 8 years. Driver's education, optional for adults, mandatory for teens, between $200 to $1,000, $1,000+, depending upon whether you take a complete professional package. Factors that change the cost: state of residence. The Department of Motor Vehicles, DMV, fees vary. For example, Missouri charges around $10 for a license, whereas Washington charges roughly $89. Age requirements. Teens in almost all states are required by law to take formal driving school and behind-the-wheel instruction, which drastically increases the cost. Adults can generally bypass this requirement, paying only the basic permit testing and licensing issue fees. Free tests. Failing a driving test or written exam often results in a $10 to $25 retesting fee. Related links and tools. Okay, we don't need any of that. I just was wondering, because that's one of the pieces of ID that you need. I wonder if there are alternative pieces of photo ID, because here in Canada we have both our services card as well as our driver's license card.
Republican or Democratic control. They also fear needing these documents would disenfranchise voters. A recent University of Maryland study showed 21 million Americans, or 9% of voter-aged Americans, do not have these documents readily available.
Mm-hmm.
How do you ensure only U.S. citizens?
Yeah, it's a method of disenfranchising people, essentially.
The House has officially passed the GOP's Save America Act. The act would require government-mandated proof of citizenship, such as passports or birth certificates, to register to vote. It would also require states to remove non-citizens from existing voter rolls. Supporters of the bill say it would protect election integrity and crack down on non-citizen voting, while opponents argue the bill would make registering harder for millions of voters. So the Constitution already prohibits non-citizens from voting in federal and state elections, and state election boards say instances of non-citizen voting are rare. The bill now heads over to the Senate, where it faces a potential filibuster from the Democrats. So let's bring in ABC News legal contributor James Sample for more on this. So, James, your thoughts on this bill?
Harry, you laid it out very
well.
well.
After this video, we will play Alien Isolation.
The role of the federal government in the administration of federal elections. Even though federal elections are, by definition, for federal office, they are administered primarily at the state level, and that is a function of Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution, which the framers of the Constitution made very clear gives the states the primary responsibility for administering elections and gives the federal government only a small backup role. But this would dramatically shift that balance if it were to become law. And it would, most importantly and most immediately, pose significant barriers for individuals, many individuals who are already U.S. citizens, who've in many cases voted many times properly, because they would have to obtain not just identification, but identification that in many instances would require them to show a passport or a birth certificate establishing U.S. citizenship. Now, for many Americans, most Americans even, that is not a significant hardship, but for a significant percentage of of Americans. That would be a hardship that would prevent them from voting. Numbers are estimated around 21 million. The question becomes, is that cost, disenfranchising at least a significant fraction of 21 million Americans, worth the benefit of preventing non-citizens from voting when we know from study after study that there are only a small, and we're talking single digits per election year, number of non-citizens who actually cast a vote?
So it seems like that these are some major impacts this bill could have on voters.
Oh, there's no doubt that if this bill were to pass through the Senate, and to be clear, I think that's unlikely at the moment, but if the majority leader in the Senate, John Thune, elects to do away with the filibuster, then this bill could, that was the so-called nuclear option, then this bill would pass the Senate and it would go to the president and it would have a dramatic impact, and it would be an immediate impact in the 2026 midterms. There would be, in many instances,
lots of people would not be able to get their ID in time, which I think is also the point.
Chaos, because the transition period, we think about November as being a long way away. From the standpoint of election administration, it's effectively tomorrow. This would be an upheaval of historic proportion.
So if this bill does become law, what kind of legal challenges could we see?
You will see legal challenges from the states who will argue that this is a violation of that constitutional provision that I referenced before, Article 1, Section 4, saying that they have the primary responsibility to cover the time, place, and manner. That's the language in the Constitution. They would also argue the 10th Amendment, that this is an intrusion on federalism. And what's fascinating is that this is a bit of a juxtaposition. Normally, it is Democrats in Congress trying to pass legislation that prevents discriminatory practices, such as passing the Voting Rights Act in federal elections. This would be a significant shift. There would also be challenges from individual voters who would face the possibility of being disenfranchised.
And then Republicans are introducing another bill, the Make Elections Great Again Act. It would ban universal mail-in voting, among other restrictions. How would these proposals change federal involvement in elections?
Well, first, I think it's worth the two of us acknowledging the clever naming devices of all of these bills. I mean, Americans for Apple Pie sounds very good, but Make Elections Great Again, that act is actually more severe, more extreme than the Save America Act is, in the sense that it would mandate that states undertake monthly purges of their voter rolls. And the problem with that, it sounds innocuous on its face, but one thing that we have learned in study after study is that databases of names are rife with errors, and the matching problem, somebody uses a middle initial, somebody uses a married name, a maiden name, these things are very difficult, and it would cause chaos for sure.
James Sample, thank you.
Voting rights advocates are expressing alarm after the Republican-led House passed a bill Wednesday that could disenfranchise millions of voters.
We will save this for later. Right now, we're gonna get into alien isolation. Yeah. Hello, I'm down here now. Hi. All right, let's change our category. Alien isolation. Let's go. They're coming out with another Alien game. Thank God, a sequel to this, I think. I don't know if it's a prequel or a sequel. I'm pretty sure it's a sequel. I'm so excited to find out what happens with it. Anyway, we're going to continue our no death run. Hopefully we don't die. Not 100% hopeful that this is going to go well, but we'll do our best. Okay, press any key. Play. Alien isolation. Continue game. We're kind of stuck in a part where we keep dying, so hopefully that doesn't continue. Okay. Oh gosh. You gotta go this way. Yeah, pick up the stupid frickin'... It'd be nice not to have to do this again. We're probably gonna die like 3 more times. Go! I'm going left. I'm pressing left. What? What is the issue here? Thank you. Why does it do this every time? Drives me crazy. Alright, let's go. Pick up the stuff. It's just this. There we go. Yep. Oh, wait, what? There is something in here? No, there's not. Hey, blow up. Hi, Brando. How are you? Welcome, welcome in. Oh, you're here to get scared today? No, I'm not gonna get scared. Here, just give me a second. I'll give you a shout out. Whoopsies. How are you? My memory is so crap. You streamed today, didn't you? Yeah. I'm doing great. And aw, thanks. My pleasure. Here's hoping we don't die. We'll probably die, like, at least 3 times, you know? At least we gotta. Okay, let's go. Nothing back there. Nothing there. We use this one, and then we use this one, because we're double timing it. Pick it up. Pick it up. That's okay. It's this game made for death and terror. I know, but I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna be fine. I have faith. Okay. I have faith in my ability to survive, hopefully. It's not strong. Like, it's not a lot of faith. It's kind of just a little bit of faith, but it's there, you know. It works. Okay. I'm just trying to use all the components so that I can pick up as many components as possible. There we go. Okay. Nope, can't go that way. I remember. We have to only go that way. Thanks. I believe that eventually I'll have to be able to. There we go. Let's go! Okay. These. Battery. We're max a bonding agent. Do we have anything else that we need to make? No. Can't do anything else. Okay. Alright, let's go in here. We should be fine. Our flashlights ran out of battery. I forgot about that. Okay. Gotta watch a murder for like the 8th time.
Don't you recognize me? Listen to me. We've got to re-establish long-range communications.
You're becoming hysterical.
Get back! I'm warning you!
Tut, tut. Let's resolve this amicably.
Would you intervene? Like, would you intervene here? Would you say something? Or would you be like, no, because I'd be next? Because at any point in this situation, we could have, like, banged on the vent. We could have done anything. We have a weapon. We've got a gun. I think it's kind of strange that we just sit here and just watch somebody get murdered. And we're like, okay. Oh. All right, I guess so. I guess this is happening. Well, shit. All right, then. Revolver, okay. There we go. Okay. And then we can go here and just do this, which is just a tappy. Okay, moving on, LOL. I know, right? It's just like, okay. Ah! No! No, I did not want you finding me. Damn it. Where can I go? Not this way. Wrong way. Wrong way. Go into the vent. Go into the vent. Go hide in the vent. Hide in the vent. Get in the vent. Run. I know. Shit. They can't climb in vents, right? We should be okay. This is not where we want to be, though. Aw, damn it. You can't climb in vents, right? Okay, good. No, they can't. But they can wait outside of vents. Are they waiting outside the vent? The music is like telling me that they're waiting Oh, I didn't even have to do the thing. The camera just turned off. All right, cool. Let's go. Oh no, we're gonna get caught. We're gonna get caught. Last time we got beaten to death on the elevator. Damn it. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. Yeah, come on. Where's our revolver? We got 14 bullets. He just corporealized in the elevator with us. Despite the fact that he wasn't out here. Okay, let's see. Yep, we're safe. Okay, good. Phew. That was lucky. Okay, this part is where we usually die. Or we're coming up to it at least. It always sounds like the elevator crashes. Okay. Pick up the map. Doop. Yeah. Go up here this way. Alright, let's go. No, we want that off. Thank you. We want both of those off. Oh.
External communications disabled by order of Apollo. Facility offline. All outgoing communications halted.
That's just great.
Internal communications open on limited channels.
Gotta be someone on the station I can contact.
We don't need anything in this thing. It's just locked for no reason. Okay, we got all that. Let's see. Can we make anything else? Yes, we can make a smoke bomb. Sweet. Let's do that. Nope, that's it. Okay. Okay, back to the gun. Bang, bang. Let's go. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, we gotta hide. I don't know why we go this way when we end up on the other side anyway. But we're going this way. Bloop. Down we go. Okay, we want noisemaker. Oh, we can make another one. Sweet. Cool. Perfect. Collect the stuff. Slowly move forward, hopefully avoiding all the androids from spotting us under the floorboards. Alright, come on. Nope, not what we wanted. We want noisemaker. Hi TD, welcome, welcome in. I'm good, how are you? We're just trying to do no death runs. In isolation. Okay, there we go. Just a sec. Give me a second and I'll give you a shout out, TD. I just gotta get to a safer spot. This game is a little stressful, but it's not bad. I don't get scared. I don't usually get scared. Only sometimes. Only sometimes. Hey, Peachy! Again. Ha ha ha. I don't know why I read that. Okay. I think that there might be a guy out here. I'm not sure 100% of the way. Okay, we can't do anything around here. I think we need to get down into here for some reason. Oh, this one. Yeah, there we go. Oh shit, yep. Brando! Yeah. I want to play that paint game. I forgot. The mecha paint. It looks so much fun. Looks like so much fun. Good gracious, my English has gone to trash. TD Pagey, have you seen it before? The paint game? I thought about posting it in your subreddit, but I don't know if you'd be interested in playing. Me, you, Shatter, everybody. Okay, we're here. We need them to go. Did I miss something? Uh-oh. No, I just need him to go.
Seeks on access only.
No, how did you see me, you bitch? You're kicking me? Fuck you, asshole! Right in the gaunch. Just for that. Yeah. Now what? Oh, you're gonna kick me again? Fine, I'll shoot you again. Okay, gotta reload. Sweet. What game? Shadow was talking? No, there's this new game called Mecha Paint, I think. There, you bastard. F you for frickin' doing that to me, you jerkbag. What the hell? You're just gonna come up and kick me? Rude. Yeah, it's called Mecha Paint. I'll post it in your Discord. There we go. I'll post it in your Discord.
Samuels! You're alive! It's Rippling!
So you can see the little preview and stuff like that. It's on sale currently for like $5 Canadian.
Where are you?
So super cheap.
Transit station now. It's right by medical.
Okay. Samuels, listen to me. It's not safe here. Seegson's got this place locked tight. Their goddamn androids are killing people!
That's impossible. It's contrary to primary synthetic programming.
I've seen it, Samuels. I guess Seegson's got a different idea about synthetics. And there's something else here. A creature. It's big and it's lethal.
Ripley, slow down. A creature?
It's a life form. An unknown type. Some kind
Okay,
of
I'll check it out
organism.
later
It's
when I wake up. It's
dangerous.
6:30 a.m. here. Oh my gosh. Why are you awake so early, Dee?
How bad?
Aren't you tired?
I can't move.
Do you have to work today? No,
medical
today should be
supplies.
Sunday
We
for
need
you.
to treat and
Or is
pack.
today Monday?
Torrens?
No, today's Saturday here.
The
So
radio is broken.
should be
I
Sunday
can't
for you.
contact Verlaine. We're on our own.
Shit. Okay. I'll come to you. Keep your eyes open.
I'll send a transit.
Sunday. Yeah. Jeez. Alright, I gotta run
Unauthorized communication.
down here
Attended by a member of the
and hide. And hopefully they won't see me this time.
Shit.
I don't have very many bullets left. I just got 5. Fudge. And a noisemaker. Smoke bomb, medkit. Do we want to use the medkit? We'll wait. But we will...
We hope you're enjoying us. You will enjoy me.
Okay. Let's go. Okay, we gotta go. We gotta go up this way. Around here. Down through here. Run, run, run. Up through here. No, run, run, run. 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 Hide, hide, hide. Hide, hide, hide. Can you not hide under here? Hide under here. Thank you. Oh my goodness, that was terrifying. You're kicking me from the other side? How did you catch me from this far? Yeah, you bastard. What are you gonna do? You son of a bitch. Oh, fudge you. Fudge you for kicking me. Okay, we gotta go. We gotta get out of here. That's all I know.
This is Central Communications. Seeks an employee.
We can do this. We can make it. We've got stamina. He's in the elevator? What the hell? Okay, get in there. We're running. We're running through the vents and stuff. We're taking the long way through. How ridiculous. Okay, let's go. Okay. Is he out of the elevator? Good. Yay, we made it! We're making progress. Making bacon, ladies and gentlemen. Making bacon. We're doing it. We're doing it. Okay. This one I don't remember. Just forward. Okay, just forward. Okay, this way. I think we're safe all the way through here. No saving. No saving. Okay, here comes the hard part. Okay, I don't know. We gotta wait until he goes away or something. Go away, dude, go. Why are you just standing there? Well, this is useless. What the heck? Come on! Come on! Why are you not moving? Yes, go investigate. Go on. Go on, dummy. Yes, yes, that's right. Please don't smash it. Don't see me. Don't see me. No, don't see me. See somebody else. No. Okay, we just gotta run and get into one of the tubey things somewhere. And get out of here. Woo, no, don't hide behind something. Run, run, run. Okay. Yeah, forward. Go. What is taking you so long? Oh no. Yeah, forward still. Forward still. Elevator again. Grab the map. Grab the map. Get in the elevator. Get in the elevator. Go down the elevator. Yes, we finally did it. We finally got past this part. Ah, thank goodness. Hopefully we're going the right way. I'm assuming we are. We're getting a cutscene, so. Whew. All right. I don't know why the game is taking so long to load in. Okay. A second. Pausing for a second. I want coffee. I want to take a second to have some coffee. Okay. Whoopsies. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, let's go. Let's go! I don't know what we're supposed to do here, but I feel like we're gonna die. Oh, yep. Are you dead? No, you're gonna grab my foot. Yep. Frickin' knew it! Remember, we're not allowed to die, so... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Hopefully the guy did not hear us. Where do we need to go? This way. Okay. Are we supposed to go forward and through? Sweet. Oh my gosh, I can't believe we're making this progress. I wish we could save so badly. Okay. Yep. Okay, we're making it so far. What I want is the frickin' flamethrower. The flamethrower is like OP, no, is OP, like, good idea. Yeah, I need the flamethrower. Also, I want to blow. I want to play, Brando, I want to play that paint game, if you ever play it again. If you do community night. And I know some other people that might want to play too. Okay, where do we go? This one? The paint mecca. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no, please don't kill us! Oh my god, there are people! What the fuck? Who the hell are you? Who are you? Hello? Oh! Oh! Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I don't ever remember running into people before like that. Were you like, whoa, okay, for pulling the gun? I feel bad now. Like, sorry, I didn't realize that you were just standing there because I had the gun on you. Then I know what the heck is with this game. That's crazy. It's growing. Ghosts in the Machines. It'd be interesting to see what AI would do with a game like this, like how it would alter it, if it would alter it at all. If you just left it to play out, who would survive, how long would the aliens survive for after it massacred everybody? Because Lord knows that this is definitely a superior creature to us. You can tell we have like our flamethrowers. Okay, where do we go? Right across. That was handy. Alright, let's go. No, then, for running, because I would trust the person with the gun over trying to run into an alien. LOL. Really? Fair enough, yeah, fair enough. The odds are better. You can reason with a human being, but you can't reason with these aliens. That's fair. Alright, you just changed my vote. Yeah, LOL. Fair enough. You got my vote. You win. Alright, come on. Let's go. I like how this is how they decided to like try to hide their loading screen. Transition you into it. Alright, let's go. Remember, if we die, we have to start way, way back from where we were before, but at least we have an idea of what we need to do to get out of here, and that we can outrun the androids in that one section if we just run and run and run and run. Okay.
Ripley.
Oh my god. I was like, more people. Shit. We should have gotten the other people to come with us. Okay, no dying. Yep, no dying.
Try and rest, Taylor.
How is she?
She needs treatment. Medical's nearby, but I didn't.
Stop pushing me around.
I'll go and investigate.
Jeez, you bully.
You stay with her.
I'll try to repair the radio booster.
You're gonna try to repair the radio booster, but not her?
Hide.
Unauthorized security breach detected. All transit shut down by order of Apollo.
Oh no, we're stuck here! Okay. No saving. Let's go.
Stay with me, Taylor. Ripley's finding help.
Wow, well. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think there is any help for us out here, but we'll see what we can do. This way? Is this the way that we're supposed to go? Does not say. I'm just assuming. Yes!
I need a doctor.
Where are you talking to me from?
I can't hear you. Hang on.
Give me the booze. Hello?
I'll open the elevator for you.
Oh, thanks. Right. Let's go on another frickin' adventure.
Come on, come. There's no time to lose.
Boop, boop, boop. In here? So annoying. I gotta cut it so badly. I just don't know how short to cut it. I kind of like its length, but it's just such a pain in the ass. It constantly gets stuck behind you and then you're like pulling on it. Okay, which way do I need to go?
The marshals locked everything down. Use the vent.
Oh, great. Okay.
I'm closing the vent behind you. Just to be safe.
I'm trying not to use the flashlight battery. Because I think I only have like 2. Okay, let's go. This is a long arse vent. Okay, down. Ooh. Okay. Now we go on a scary, scary adventure with lots of alien. And then this guy locks us out because he's also a psychopath. Thank goodness. How lucky of us. Okay, collect the map.
You're not catching us at our best.
Right.
Where is he? Oh god, I wish I could save so badly. Okay, no saving.
I'm Coolman.
Ripley.
There we go.
I need to find a doctor.
Hello.
I'm a doctor.
My
We
friend
need
needs
your
help.
help.
Medical supplies.
Me too. There are no supplies on this level. But there are plenty downstairs in the hospital dispensary.
How do we get there?
We? Do I look like I'm in any fit state? I need your help and you need mine. You find the passcode for the service elevator and then I'll come down to the hospital with you, okay?
Passcode?
Yeah. I can direct you from here. Morley or
The
Lingard
chicken
would have
shit
had the
bastard.
passcode. Morley's office is your best bet.
Find Morley's office. Sweet. Okay, well, let us in then. Or is this our way in? Oh, yep. We can go without. We don't need the light. We can see enough ahead. And there's gonna be no monsters in here anyway, so. There we go. We're getting some more revolver stuff. Hopefully we get the, hopefully we get the, why was it saying behind us? Oh, that makes more sense. Okay. Is this where we need to go? No. We just went in a loop. That was ridiculous. What the hell? How do we get to places? Where do we gotta go? Let me into the spot. What is the issue? I have to press the button. Emergency release? Okay, fair enough. Okay, here we go. This is part where we will likely die. We've made so much progress.
Mutual benefit.
God damn.
Keep moving. The area you're in
Thanks,
was far
bud.
more unstable patients.
I appreciate the
Those
support.
who had trouble adapting to deep space.
Just tell me where to go.
Tragic cases. Don't worry, they're all long gone. That's right. Along that corridor.
Okay, we encounter the alien from here on out. I'm pretty sure after I do this. This one, and this one, and then this one.
You're there. That's Morley's office. The passcode should be in there somewhere.
I wonder if you can skip, like, getting the passcode. What was it? Yeah. 1702, 1702, 1702.
Physical key card too. Morley always kept it.
1702.
Find him.
Find Dr. Morley's keycard.
Warning. Medical facility quarantine breach detected.
Just
Warning.
wanna...
Medical facility quarantine breach detected.
Because I can't remember if he comes down from a vent in here or not. No, there's no vent. Okay, so grab this. Collect the revolver ammo. Sweet. Now, we gotta be careful because alien comes down soon. We gotta hide underneath this bed here. Yep. There we go. Hidey hide, hide, hide. Thank you. Okay, game on, guys. If we die, we'll restart on Monday. Okay. Okay, this way. Oh no. We're gonna I wanna save so badly. Nope, power's off. Okay. Except we can't use it. Oh, we can! 17. We're gonna die! We're gonna die! Oh no! No, 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 no! Let me go! Shit! Ah! Ah! Oh no, chat. We're gonna die. No, we're okay. Are we okay? Oh no, we're gonna die. We're gonna die. He's gonna find us. Ah! We're alive. We're somehow alive. I don't know how, but we are. Oh goodness. Okay, that's where we need to go. Okay, we're gonna do med kit quickly. Next activate.
Morley.
And then revolver. Okay, we need 2 rooms. 3 rooms. Investigate rooms by Dr. Morley. We're just gonna go because I don't remember which rooms they are, so we're just gonna go into every single room until we find what we need. Okay, let's go. No, we want this. I don't think that the gun helps us at all. We go down this way? Yes, we're supposed to go down this way, apparently. And investigate open rooms. Okay, thanks. Yay! Okay, fair enough. I hear you, you're making noise. Okay, we want to make, bombs. Yes. There we go. Is there nothing in here for us? Okay. I don't know if we should have like a bomb out or something. Okay, check the spot. And we don't need anything in this room. Oh god. Oh god. We might die. We might die here. No, we're okay? Okay, thank goodness. Oh shit. He just went in there, I'm pretty sure. Okay, there we go. Oh no, we're dead. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. No! No, we made it so far. We made it so far, chat. We made it so far. There's no way! Okay. Cool. Okay, now it's behind us. Okay. Thank you, game, for not killing us. No! Yeah, I know. We survived, though, somehow. I don't know how. We just did. I don't remember what we're supposed to look for, but we're going in here and checking in here. Oh god, we might die now, though. Okay, there's nothing. Okay, let's go. Don't die. I was trying not to. Where's this one? This one. Oh shit. No, no, no. Hide, hide! Hide, hide, hide! No, please don't come get us! Oh my goodness. He can hear this thing here. So we have to be careful when we use it. You think it's safe to go out? Come on. Scary, scary. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. Get out. Get out. I don't know. Oh my god, shut the front door. Shut the front door. Where is it? Oh my god, we're hiding. We're hiding again. We're hiding again. Hide, hide, hide. It's like right out there. Tell him to get a cookie. What? Oh yeah, I'm sorry, TD. Did I forget to give you a shout out? I did, didn't I? I'm sorry. Go follow TD. They're a wonderful streamer, although they haven't been on lately. Sorry about that. Alright. We're gonna die. Okay, let's go. Get out of the... Why does it have to be so noisy? Let's check. Let's see if we can get any cover. No problem, TD. My pleasure. I'm pretty sure I gave Blow a shout out also. Alarm system? We don't want the alarm system. Cookie sounds great? Yes. I had pizza bread the other day, so now I don't get another treat until Thursday. Because my fat ass has to lose a little weight. But that's okay. It makes the cookies taste better. Let's see, in here? No. Did we just go in a circle? Thank you for doing a shout out for Brando. Oh my god, oh my god! No, no, no! We're hiding. Thank you. My pleasure. I don't know where we're supposed to go. Okay, he's getting closer to us. My fat ass just ate some pizza. I'm jealous. I want pizza. Okay, where is it going? Where is it going? And probably we'll grab cookies later. Okay, well don't brag. That's not fair. Also, you don't appear to be overweight, sir. So, you know, just to let you know. From what I've seen. You have space. Why? Why did we use that? Why were we grabbing attention? 45? Okay. I cooked a roast pork last night for dinner. Nice. I'm jealous. I'm a vegetarian, so I don't get to do that no more, but it sounds delicious. I want to have one of my favorites, which was like bacon with onion and cabbage. Very Ukrainian. Okay, we gotta collect each and every room. Okay. Air purification alarm system, we don't want that on either. Or do we want that on? Yes, make noise. Okay, grab some stuff, grab some stuff. Cool. Oh god. I hear it, I hear it. We're hiding. We can't hide in here? Oh no. Where is it? The pig eats vegetables. It is a vegetarian, so I guess I ate a vegetarian. You did, TD. You did. What the heck? That's kind of rude. Don't eat me. I would not taste good. I'm not fit. Okay, let's go this way. Yeah, I would not taste good. I would like to live, please. Please do not murder me. I do not have any desire to go out through murder. I don't know anybody who does. Okay. No angels of death are needed, thank you. Okay, I'm getting impatient. Oh gosh. Okay. We've been in that one. We've been through there already. We still don't have everything that we need though, so we're gonna go through the back way all the way to the end on this side. Ugh. Because it wants to make you have to go around in a crappy circle rather than a comfortable circle, I guess. Okay, is there anything in here? Nothing. We're looking outside. Can we see anything? No. Okay. Oh no, no, no! Oh no! Oh no, it didn't see us! It didn't see us! God damn it! No! Fuck! Oh no. We're so far back! We're so far back! We're like an hour back at least. Crap. Shit. Okay, one more try and then we'll invest in we'll get into the news. If we make it that far to the next save in that section, then we'll save in that section and go.
Station serving the San Cristobal Medical Facility and Seegson Synthetics.
Okay, we can't build anything else.
Ripley.
Oh, it saved for us! Oh no, that's not good. Can we load a previous game? Load game? Load previous save. Load previous save? Yes? Let's see what this does. This might bring us back to where we need to be. If not, we'll just play from where we are. It's alright. Yep, okay, perfect. Yep, this is where we want to be. I mean, not really, but like, yeah. Okay, I'm holding both. Let's go. Oops. Alright, let's go. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, guys. Okay, there's that one. There's this one. Collecty. Collecty. Alright. Can't go that way. Gotta go this way. Oh, shit. There we go. Alright, let's go. Onward and upward, chat. Onward and upward. We go forward. We can do this. We can do this.
Let me pass. It's me, Hughes. Don't you recognize me? Listen to me.
I'm surprised. So far, we're only gonna have died like 2 times.
You're becoming hysterical.
Get back! I'm warning you.
Tut, tut. Let's resolve this amicably.
You have a gun. Why'd you stop shooting? Did you get disoriented, bro? Keep shooting. Keep shooting. Go.
Good day.
Uh-oh. Alright, let's go. Okay, we don't need anything over there. We just need stuff over here. Okay. Now we can go. We can run. Get out of here. Which way do we need to go? Where do we go? This way? Yes, we wait for the elevator. We hope that he doesn't come and follow. Shit! Oh no, we're gonna die. We're gonna die, chat. We're gonna die. Get away! Ugh. Yes, get away. No, we're out of bullets! Fuck! Ah! No, screw you for hitting me while I was running away. That's unfair. No! Ah, get off me! Woo! There you go. Eat dust. No, not another one! No, I don't want to have to waste my bullets on you. Die! Why are you not dying? No! Oh no. Yes, hit him. Hit him. That's right. Get him. 2 in a row. Ha! Take that. Dang. Wasted all of our bullets. Oh well, at least we get to explore around now, I guess. Kind of, for stuff. Is there anything around? There we go. Oh, whoopsies. There we go. Okay, do we have any other components we can... Yeah. Okay. We're good? We're good. Let's grab... We have 2 revolver gunshot thingies left. Which is not much at all, but it's better than nothing. Maybe we'll get lucky here. No, flashlight battery. Okay, that's okay. We can still do this. We got this. There we go. Anything up here? Nothing up here? No rewards for having killed those 2 guys except for what we could mug from them? Well, that's lame. I think it glitches out and we don't need to do that anymore. Alright, well bye guys. Could have saved me some bullets by just cooperating and not seeing me, but whatever. Only so much I can do. Whoopsies. Sorry guys, just a second. Alright, let's go. Oops, come on, let's go. Okay.
Central Communications Hub.
Here we go, round 2.
Only.
Air purification out. Okay, hopefully we can make it a little bit further. I suppose I should actually pay attention to the rooms that we need to go to, or the stuff that we're, like, supposed to collect or something. We gotta get a key card, I'm pretty sure. That's our main objective. Survive this area and get a key card. All we gotta do is throw some shit.
I can contact.
Okay, noisemaker. We can make another one. Oops. No, 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 let me in, let me in, let me in. Let me in, let me in. Hopefully that works. I don't know, maybe they're following me now. Uh-oh. I don't see any following me. Okay. Here we go. Woo. We're making it, chat. We're making it. We can skip going down here and through there because it just brings us into here. Okay, down we go, but there might be a guy. I can't see. Alright. Yeah, and the guy is usually, yeah, walking through there.
Hello? Is anyone there? If anyone can hear this, we need help. Repeat, we need help urgently.
Okay. Oh my god. Bastard! Oh, goodbye, goodbye. Yes, goodbye. Oh shit. Please don't have alerted the other guy. Okay, I lied. Apparently, I do get scared. Alright, mother fudger. Mother trucker. I can't swear. It's not good. No! No, no, don't see me, don't see me. There's like 4 of them. No! I knew it. I knew that was gonna happen. Oh shit, we're out of bullets. All we got is melee. All we got is melee. We got is melee. Okay, let me hit you. Let me hit you. There we go. Yep. Okay, no, we're dead. We're dead. No, let me hit you. Let me hit you. Let me hit you. Let me keep hitting you. Let me keep hitting you. That's not fair. Let me keep hitting you. Oh no, we're dead. GG chat. GG. Shoot. No. Oh gosh, dang it. He snapped our neck. I can't believe he snapped our neck. Oh. Load current save. All right. Well, we tried. We tried to make progress. I should have saved in that other section and quit while we were ahead, but oh well. Okay. We're gonna go into news. Back into news stuff. We'll talk about news stuff again.
Just viewing
Holy
it
dogs.
in bad
Hello.
faith and making that assumption.
How's it going?
And it's incorrect. Because the truth is, and this shouldn't come as a shock to anyone, after learning more about those other lawsuits that Ethan is engaged in, like the fair use lawsuits and such, guess what? I don't agree with those either. Now, obviously, I don't know all the nitty-gritty around every single lawsuit.
I'm gonna continue playing this Voter Rights Act video.
Everything I've seen.
Oops, in just a second.
That he has
We might play some. We might do a news sandwich where we watch a bit of the news and then we'll watch that later. We'll watch that later. Oh wait, I guess we'll watch now because this is about that. Oopsies. This one. So, voter ID law. What is the Save America Act? Because I am not 100% versed on it, but I figure we should educate ourselves. Whoops. Should change my category. Sorry about that. Done? Yes, good. Good. I hope that worked. Just a sec. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Jesus, that's a terrible amount of people that can't vote. Over half the US population if you don't have a passport. Which is funny because Donald Trump himself used mail-in ballot for voting purposes. So it's just like, you know, more rules for me, but not for thee. Another reason why like they're against mail-in ballots is because Democrats, like statistically speaking, are more likely to vote via mail-in ballot than they are to stand at the polls. Because why not do mail-in ballot? It's so much more convenient than having to stand at the polls, right? Like, but some people really enjoy the actual process of voting, or maybe I don't know why they would not do mail-in ballots, but like mail-in ballots are, especially when more and more voter like places, the places where you actually go to vote, are constantly being closed, making it harder and harder for you to have the opportunity to vote, not just because you have to wake up early to line up to give yourself a reasonable chance of hours spent in line so that you can cast your vote, but also so that even if you do start in the early morning of the lineup, you know, by the time it comes close, you actually have your opportunity to vote. Like, there's actually enough time in the day for you to vote. You are able to take time off work. You can afford to take time off work to vote, because like going to get your, like, this is why the voter ID laws are such a bad idea. It's because not only would you likely have to take time off of work to go and get your ID, thus adding to the expense of lost income earned. That's a form of financial loss, especially for poor people. Like they can't afford to take off work. They're literally working to survive day by day most times, because they're on the constant verge of homelessness because finances just didn't turn out the way that they needed to survive capitalism. And there are so few like safety nets, and that aren't like, you know, frowned upon by like society at large. Like it's not easy being a homeless person. It's not easy being in shelters, especially. Shelters are not the greatest of places, unfortunately, because we haven't, as society, for some reason, accepted that no matter what we do, unless we behave like grotesque Nazis who like get rid of disabled people, and like what, classify homeless people as disabled or something, or because you've been on drugs now you've been disabled, and so like therefore we just get rid of them, when really what we should be doing is opening up more treatment centers and investing more in treatment centers and taxing the rich so that we can afford to do this type of stuff, because that's the only effective method to actually deal with this stuff. There's always going to be addicts, unfortunately. There's always going to be homeless people or people who fall out of capitalism. Unfortunately, it's just like statistically going to happen, but that doesn't mean that we can't reduce the number or change what the definition of homelessness looks like, so that homelessness isn't like homeless, it's just out of a job, right? Which would be a much better thing to be able to call people, is just out of a job rather than homeless. I would rather like my tax dollars go towards publicly funded housing for people, because like I don't give a shit if you are disabled and you can't work. You should be able to afford, like, have housing and enjoy life. Like, I don't want you living a shitty fucking life because we pay you the bare minimum to barely survive. And even then, you likely have to go back to work and suffer while you are working, because we refuse to deal with these concepts and ideas that people are so hard up that they can't afford voter ID that would qualify them to be able to even vote, thus like essentially making poverty. Not only do you fall out of capitalism, but you fall out of even the privilege and capability of voting within your own best interest. You no longer have that privilege because you don't have a home, thus you can't have a driver's license, and so, you know, because you can't exactly register as to the streets when you're getting your driver's license. You got to make sure that you never fall out of capitalism, because it removes like essentially all of your dignity as well. It's not just that you're homeless, it's you are an undignified person according to the law and requirements to be able to get an ID, right? You have to be able to be at least basically successful in capitalism in order to be able to vote, which is a crazy thought process, isn't it? Isn't that wild? You literally have to be successful in capitalism in order to be able to vote. Success in capitalism, like, what on earth does that even mean? I guess it's being able to pay and afford your bills, but it sucks to do on a month-to-month basis. It creates, like, this stress pattern that you can't really escape from, because you don't know how long it's going to last for. Month to month is an awful way to exist on this planet, I promise you. Especially if you live in a place with acclimate weather, regardless of whether it is sunshine or like frigid winters. Yeah, I don't know. People are sometimes lucky with where they're born, and some people aren't, which is weird. Like, it just, I don't know. The world could be such a different place. Do we really need a fucking trillionaire? Why? What do we need a trillionaire for? He's not even going to give the money that he's earned to any of his children. Like, he could literally give each one of them $1 billion and still give the rest of it away. And what the hell is even the point of having that wealth if you're not going to give it to your kids? He's such a selfish guy. He's such a piece of shit. Holy fuck. Elon Musk is the worst. Like, Elon Musk is the worst, I swear. Oh god, that guy drives me crazy. But yeah, like, it's crazy how much capitalism affects your ability to just, like, interact with society. You know, I don't know. Yeah, but you have to take, like, time off of work for 2 days, essentially, to vote and invest financially on top of it. And if you're going month to month and day by day, that just seems like a frivolous cost for like, compared to what you're risking, which is your survival. Like, are you gonna invest like $10 into some random ID that lets you vote when it could mean like the difference between having housing or food for like 2 days out of the month? Like, no, like, you're gonna pick the food over the voting. Unfortunately, you don't really have a choice. It gives you 2 more days of survival, essentially, which is really fucked up. Like, nobody should be in that position, but because of like people like Donald Trump, that's now the position that they're trying to put people in. They're trying to put people in a position where they have to choose between food and voting, which is weird. Like, why would you want to put people in that position where they have to choose between food and voting? That's not really a good look, Republicans, because that's what this is doing. It is literally putting people in a position where they have to choose between food and voting. And I don't really think that is that great of a look. Like, why would you want to do that? That kind of makes you an awful person. Or choose between voting and their medication, maybe, because maybe they feel like they can survive without their medication, even though their health may start ailing, but they can't survive as long if they don't get food. But sometimes that's not even the case. Sometimes people literally have to choose their medication over their food, because without their medication, they would die faster than they would starving to death, essentially. Which so many more people now are going to do if there is, like, not an end and secession to the Iran war. It's so weird how everything's so connected. But to the Iran war, that like, the food prices skyrocket because of the lack of consistent flow of oil, because we're so dependent on oil. That it is allowed, it's essentially pigeonholed us into this one form of effective commerce, essentially, which is oil rules all. Oil is the king, like the king of the world, essentially. Oil is more powerful than money, right? Because oil is the one product that you need to make so many other products. So yeah, and like fertilizer and so many other things that affect your food that you don't even realize all the way down the line. It's not just the increased living cost for the farmers that they have to account for when repricing your food and selling it to grocery stores. It's also like the increased cost of product and feed for the animals, and not just feed for the animals, but fertilizer for the crops because that's effective too. And like it's getting the food to the animals and then getting the animals to you, and all that increase of gas adds up everywhere, right? And so, you know, when prices are increasing, you have so many more on that trepidatious you know, like pinnacle point of like between homelessness and housing on a constant basis. I'm not going to blame anybody for like being disenfranchised intentionally by this law. Essentially, that it's what it's trying to do. It is intentionally trying to disenfranchise people legally from being able to vote because they have to choose between, you know, paying $10 to $89 out of pocket for a piece of plastic that doesn't serve them in any other purpose other than being able to vote. And things would not move fast enough. So, like, you know, that's a pretty shitty place to be, especially in America, which is so weird because you guys are like one of the richest countries on the planet, aren't you? Like, aren't you guys one of the richest people on the planet? You have the most amount of rich people or some shit. But no, it's so, like, voter fraud is so prevalent apparently in your guys' election because you guys, like, it's got to be projection, right? Like, it's just projection, right? Like the gerrymandering and then the SAVE Act and like more efforts of like reducing the number of people that can vote. They're starting to denaturalize people now. Sure, you're like, oh, it was only 17 people, but that number can go up real high, real fast, especially with the Donald Trump constantly trying to get access to voter rolls so that he can understand and see who voted for who, which is kind of scary because you could just like create a docket of everybody who voted Democrat, right? And be like, all of you people are like denaturalized or something. Is that possible? Can Donald Trump do that? I hate speaking that into existence, but it is possible, I guess. Hopefully not. I don't know. I need a lawyer to answer my question here. Is that something that Donald Trump can do? Can Donald Trump just denaturalize a whole bunch of citizens? Like, what would happen if that were the case? Like, then he could just pass certain laws real quick, sign some executive orders because executive orders are being treated like laws until they get challenged in court or something like that, from my understanding. Has any executive law, executive law, look at me, oh, Jesus Christ, Freudian slip there. Has any executive order been challenged in court? Like, I know that the tariffs were, but, like, is anything else? Like, or anybody tried anything? Like, I feel like there's so much news happening and I just am not cluing into it at all. Anyways, enough rambling. Let's get back to it. Like, why do you guys have there would be something so ultimately corrupt. It just does not make sense. It is literally prejudicial, I'm not sure, whichever one is correct. Anyway, it's like hateful towards at least 50% of the US population, right? Just under 50% of the US population. Or maybe it's less than that because, like, how many people voted? How many people voted compared to the US population? Why so few of you? Jesus, come on. The Democrats, like, you guys are fucking lazy. I swear to God. Democrats, like, you're lazy. Like, I know we get thrown a lot, an insane amount all the time. Constantly something, constantly always worry. And then the fake invented, like, fabricated, fear that people have against people because it's just coming from a place of prejudice and, like, they don't actually know the individual or whatever, and they just decide to be prejudicial towards them based on things that they have, like, you know, no idea about them, kind of a thing. But, like, what the hell? I don't know, man. Life is crazy. Okay, let's keep going. I don't know. I think that this is something that Graham Flatner would side with the Republicans on. That's like, I don't think that Graham Flatner would side with the Democrats on this if he were in a position of power to vote on this. Ugh. Anyway, House passes worst ever suppression bill ever in latest push to help Trump take over elections. This is by Democracy Now! Democracy Now! Amy Goodman? Or maybe there's a different post. Here, just a second, let me share this video. Go check out Democracy Now! They are wonderful. They're a great source of news, always. They have very legitimate reporting. Yeah. If you're black, unfortunately, you're more likely to be in poverty. All of that is changing a little bit. Ultimately, it really shouldn't matter. Like, even if you're white and you're in poverty, you're still impoverished, you're still disadvantaged. We should have a new category of poverty. Like, poor people should be considered a minority because of their lack of power in the voting system, if they're even able to participate in the voting system, right? Like, if you're so disenfranchised, so like unable to afford living under capitalism that you're not even able to afford participating in one of the most important aspects of capitalism, voting, then maybe we should have a new category of minority members. Just something to think about. Anyways. Because, like, if you're like, well, you know, minorities are just, like, born, that's not true, because you can become disabled. Like, throughout life, anything can happen, and next thing you know, you can become disabled. Like, you could end up paraplegic later today and have, like, no idea that it was coming, right? And then, boom, you're disabled for the rest of your life. Or you could be temporarily disabled because you develop PTSD, which is something that you can heal from sometimes. Or who knows what, but, like, you know, so you could be like, you could become poor, obviously, right? Anybody arguably could become poor, except for Elon Musk. I don't think that it would be possible for him to, unless one day he just decides to transfer literally all of his assets and all of his wealth to one singular other person, or like 5 other people, or however much time it would take him before he passed away. And then he became poor. But I doubt that that'll ever happen. I don't think that he's a sharing kind of person. He seems like a very selfish and self-involved kind of person. God, he's so repugnant. What a gross human being. Anyways, I don't know why this keeps on circling back to Elon Musk. I just really don't like that guy. He just gives me the creeps for some reason. I don't know. I don't know if I'd be able to have a conversation with him. I feel like he would be just so disconnected from like general humanity that it would literally be like talking to an alien or something, trying to communicate with somebody that hasn't seen society in so long that they've lost the ability to speak like a human being, essentially. That's what I imagine talking to Elon Musk would be like. Anyway, let's keep going. Interesting. Joy. Yay. This is exactly what your country needs. I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh. It's just your country just gets more and more fascist every day. Like, aren't you guys concerned? Like, aren't you worried about like I'm watching from the outside in, and it's so apparent to me, but that maybe that's because I pay attention to the news so freaking much. Like I pay attention to the news almost every day. I need to take a break sometimes. Like I'll just like chill and watch like silly streams, but I do try to pay attention to what's going on in the world because it is important. But like, don't you guys worry about like what is going on in like America? Like, don't you guys understand what is happening in your own country? Or are you guys just kind of like blissfully unaware because so few people pay attention to the news compared to how many people should be paying attention to the news? Like, I know that paying attention to the news is also an extreme luxury, and it's a luxury that I have. Like, I work a job that allows me to listen through headphones while I work. So like that's what gets me the ability to listen to the news, and then I report on the news, which also gets me further educated on what's going on. And I try to like, if it's something that I had to look up recently, I figured I would share the details with you of what is going on, so at least you can have like some information about what exactly it is we're talking about, so you're not just like listening to random shit that doesn't make any sense to you or have any real relevancy or importance to your life. So I'll always try to take at least some level of educational aspect to trying to present the news to you. For example, explaining what the SAVE Act was before we got into what's happening with it and why it's important that we pay attention to it. And I'll try to put it in that kind of an order: what this thing is, why it's important we pay attention to it, and what is happening with it now, and why is it relevant to your life. Why should you pay attention to this? Because it's good not to be surprised, because if this does pass, then you don't have ID. This might be your opportunity to try and go and get it now. Even if you don't have ID yet, like it still might be a good idea to put in the application now, because chances of getting it in time for the elections will dwindle faster than you realize, especially when there is going to likely end up being a backlog in a lot of places. If enough people are made aware of this, that they have to get ID in order to vote, enough people are able to afford to be able to go and get, ID to vote. So the sooner you're aware of this stuff, the sooner you can take care of what you need to ensure that you are doing your best to protect your rights and the rights of other people. The SAVE Act is a terrible freaking idea. I think that, it's basically just a disenfranchisement, bill that is meant to legally disqualify so many eligible voters from being able to vote. And like the attack on mail-in voting, it's all just an attack. Your elections are under attack, and it feels like very, very few people are giving a shit or paying attention to it. And it's just kind of like, okay, well, at what point do you think that it is important to pay attention to these things? Just when they land on your door finally, and somebody is finally knocking on your door and you never expected it to happen to you? Like, what is going on here? Why are so few people paying attention to what's going on in the news? Not meant to like shame you or anything. It's just like so few people like seem to pay attention to what's actually going on with like what's happening in the world. It's very disappointing because like honestly, especially in leftist circles, you guys just kind of like check out. You'll like paint your nails rainbow like every June or whatever, and like be happy with your efforts and be like, okay, that's good enough. And it's just like, all right, I guess if that's the extent of it, but hopefully you guys develop a little bit more and pay more attention to news. I'm not just talking about paying attention to what I have to say, but paying attention to what like a lot of people are having to say, because there's so much going on. It's impossible to know absolutely everything, so I try to pick out what I think are the most important stories because they are the most impactful things on people's lives. Because the minute that you are excluded from voting, regardless of how ridiculous the United States' voting system is and how elections work in the United States, I do think that your election process is a little bit silly. Ranked choice voting should be everywhere. I think it's a few places here in Canada, but it should be everywhere here too. And then from there, like, you need to reform your systems because they're a little bit like wacky. Like, you know, I understand the arguments for and against getting rid of the filibuster. I'm not sure where I stand on that one. I think that, you know, it's difficult either way. It's difficult either way. But that being said, this is a terrible, terrible Voting Rights Act thing, and I haven't seen any of the big guns covering it, so I figured I would cover it. I guess Democracy Now! Covered it. Let's see, how many did we give them an update? Well, make sure that if you watch their video, give them an update. That's not bad. One of the big guns is covering it, because now we get to cover it. Oops, sorry guys. Yeah, you might have like crushing student loan debt that prevents you from investing in you know, driver's license and stuff like that. You might be stuck to transit, right? Look at these long ass lines, especially in the heat. My goodness. Why couldn't you guys have had your elections in like the fall when it's nice and breezy You can wear a sweater, have your pumpkin spice latte or whatever. L decision. There, United States, L decision. Yay! At least we got that.
fact that
You guys
married
haven't been able to
women
hear
could be
this the whole time.
disenfranchised
So
who
sorry,
have
guys.
taken their partner's name. Republican women are more likely to take their partner's name than Democratic women. Their bill also requires you
I
to
think I
show
dropped it in the
citizenship
chat.
documentation
Yeah, there you go.
in person at an elections office. That would effectively end online registration, mail registration, voter registration drives, and it would force people in rural areas to drive very long distances to be able to register to vote in person at an elections office. Rural areas tend to lead more red than blue. And so, in a lot of ways, this bill would disenfranchise Republican constituencies more than Democratic constituencies. And I think that is also giving some members of the Republican Senate pause.
Can you talk about the difference between requiring ID and requiring immigration status information?
There's a big difference. And that's a really good point, Amy, because this is being sold as a voter ID bill. And of course, every state requires some sort of proof of identity to register to vote. But the most common way that people would show their identity is a driver's license. Well, the requirement to show your papers is much broader than that because it requires a passport or a birth certificate to be able to register to vote. Most people do not carry a passport or birth certificate around with them, like a driver's license. So that means that a lot more people could be affected. These documents are expensive. A passport can cost $100 or more. It takes a long time to get. Not everyone knows what their birth certificate is. Not everyone has access to their birth certificate. So the talking points we hear is you need an ID.
Disenfranchises potentially very old people who might have lost their birth certificate over time, or orphans who never received their birth certificate, or people who went into the adoption system and never had their birth certificate go with them. Lots of people could be screwed out of this.
To buy liquor, you need an ID to get on a plane, et cetera, et cetera. First off, those are not constitutionally protected rights, but we're not talking about needing an ID for those things. We're talking about needing citizenship papers, which you've never needed in any previous election to be able to register to vote. And it's all predicated on the lie that non-citizens are voting in US elections. There's absolutely no evidence that non-citizens are voting in US elections. We've had study after study after study that have shown this. Most recently, there was an audit by Utah of its voter rolls. They looked at the 2.1 million people on their voter rolls. They didn't find a single non-citizen who cast a ballot. So it's definitely a solution in search of a problem.
And Ari, I wanted to ask you about this situation in Fulton County, Georgia, that we mentioned earlier in the program, this FBI raid. There was a criminal referral from Kurt Olson, who's a temporary White House employee with the title of Director of Election Security and Integrity. Can you tell us a little bit more about Olson?
Yeah, Kurt Olson is not a household name, but he was a leader of the Stop the Steal movement in 2020. He became active in Trump's orbit. He tried to persuade the Justice Department to file a lawsuit before the Supreme Court overturning the election. Texas eventually filed that. That was unsuccessful. He talked to Trump numerous times on January 6th during the insurrection. He then became part of Kari Lake, Republican gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake's campaign in 2022 in Arizona. He was sanctioned by a federal court for making false claims about the election. He has been traveling around the country making false claims about the election with the likes of Mike Flynn, Mike Lindell, Steve Bannon. So he is part of a whole crew of election deniers that have made false claims about the election, but have now been promoted to key roles in the White House. And that what was so shocking about the Fulton County affidavit was it recycled so many lies about the 2020 election that have been thoroughly debunked in court in Georgia by investigators all across the country. And the fact that this stuff is still being used 5 years later by people at the White House to persuade the FBI and a state judge to take 700 boxes of ballots is really astonishing. I mean, we are seeing lies pushed by election deniers and the Trump administration weaponized by law enforcement in the most harmful of ways. And I believe it's all being used as a predicate to try to interfere in the midterm election.
And what is the latest on what we understand why Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, was there perhaps overseeing this operation? At least what we know is she provided the cell phone for the FBI agents who went in and took the 700 boxes to speak directly with the President of the United States.
Well, that was another really big question after reading the affidavit was why was Tulsi Gabbard there? Because the director of national intelligence is prohibited by law from participating in domestic law enforcement operations. Her only portfolio with regard.
What? Is voting compulsory in Canada? It's compulsory here in Australia. I got fined for not voting once. It was $20. Really? No, it's not compulsory here. I don't know how I feel about that law. Because what if you don't have access to get to the voting place? What are you supposed to do then? Do you guys have mail-in voting there?
To elections would be stopping foreign interference in the elections. And the affidavit didn't make any allegations of foreign interference in the 2020 election in Fulton County, let alone provide evidence of that. So the affidavit, even the quote unquote evidence that was provided, completely refuted the idea that Tulsi Gabbard should have been there. So the fact that she was there, the fact that she put President Trump on the phone with FBI agents, it just raises huge red flags about
mail-in and early voting
operation.
If going away.
And
that's cool.
The affidavit provided many more questions than answers about how this reached
you have to have ID
of a criminal inquiry and why the administration wants this information and what they're planning to do with these 700 boxes of ballots and voting records that they've now seized.
It's a fascinating article in The Atlantic recently headlined, MAGA thinks Maduro will prove Trump won in 2020. The article quotes MyPillow founder Mike Lindell saying, quote, I'm hoping now that Maduro will actually come clean and tell us everything about the machines and how they steal the elections, unquote. Some have speculated Trump could pardon Maduro in exchange for him stating Venezuela interfered in the 2020 election, even though no evidence of that exists. Your final comments, Ari.
That's really a chilling possibility because we already know that Tulsi Gabbard and her team were in Puerto Rico looking for Venezuelan evidence of interference in that election. They didn't find any evidence of Venezuelan interference, but it wouldn't be shocking.
Not really. We just say our full name and address for them to cross off at the polling booth. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's like, I mean, I guess you can make up a name and address, but like, I'm pretty sure they'll check it for the records. Like, you're going to be on a list. They'll have to find you to make sure that you're on the list. And if you're not on the list, you don't get to vote. Pretty simple.
For the Trump administration to lean on Maduro and say, come clean, admit that you interfered in the 2020 election, and I'll give you a pardon. Now, that would be a total...
Like, I guess the only way you could possibly commit fraud is to go as somebody else, like, that you live with or something, or somebody that you know where they live, and pretend to be them and pretend to vote for them if there's no ID. But, like, even then, like, how many people are gonna fucking do that? Like, probably nobody. They also send a card with our details and a barcode to scan now as well. Yeah, they're talking about doing that in the US elections, which, like, I don't have a problem with, like, barcodes and shit like that. Like, fine, whatever. But you have to give each place enough time to actually be able to implement that. Like, and that's the problem, is that they're trying to, like, have certain votes canceled. Hi, Kairos. Welcome and welcome in. How are you? Let me give you a shout out. Welcome in. We're talking about the SAVE Act and why it is bad, even though it is unlikely to hopefully pass. Thank you, TD. You were a little bit faster than me. Thank you. Everybody go give Kairos a follow. They're a political and commentator chatter. They are very interesting and entertaining. They have great choice of music also. So go give them a follow, because they also talk about the news and important stuff. But let's get back to it.
Fabrication, but we've seen how the president in so many different ways has weaponized law enforcement to meet his own political ends. And the fact is, they have concocted so many elaborate schemes about how the election was rigged, and their latest scheme seems to center around Venezuela, and they now have a lot of leverage with Venezuela because they're essentially running...
Oh, I see. I gotta look up what SAVE Act means again. I forgot. Thanks for the shouty. My pleasure. Yeah. SAVE Act is the Voter ID Act law, essentially, where you have to have some form of ID in order to be able to register to vote and then actually vote. And I think it has to be your driver's license, your passport, or your birth certificate. I'm not sure if you need like one or two pieces of ID. Probably two pieces, which is what it is here in Canada to get your driver's license. And a lot of people are disenfranchised through voter ID laws because they can't afford to even get ID, essentially cutting them out of an essential part of their own, humanity, which is being able to vote and being able to rule in some fashion as much as you can over those who rule over you, and to have some level of control over your aspect of your life that can impact you so greatly. Like the result of what we're seeing with Donald Trump attacking Iran and how it's affecting the world economy and food prices that are expected to skyrocket soon, kind of a thing. So the SAVE Act is not good, but that's a brief rundown about what it is. We went over it earlier in the stream about what it is. Also, there's a couple of videos going around.
And the former leader of Venezuela is within their custody. And so
if you scroll up in chat, I linked this video. Actually, why don't I just pin it? I linked this video. How do I pin this? Pin? There we go. What do you mean? Yep, that's fine. There we go. Okay. Hide for yourself. Yes. Thank you. Oh yeah, that's what it means. Trump's Trojan horse of fascism. Yeah, it's basically just to cut out a whole bunch of people from having the capability of voting. And yeah, because lots of people don't have access to their original ID or birth certificate or whatever. Or they've changed their name and then they can't get, their ID doesn't match their original birth certificate and all this other stuff. Or their gender doesn't match their original birth certificate. And, that's another reason why to disqualify people. It's just fascism.
So this would be
United States is falling into fascism. Are you if you're comfortable sharing this, are you from the US, Kairos?
total
I hope I'm
fabrication.
saying
It
your
would be a
name right.
complete
If I'm
lie,
not, please
but it would just be
phonetically
another
spell it out
chilling
for me.
signal about how far the administration intends to go, not just to relitigate their own lies about the 2020 election, but to have a pretext to try to interfere in the next election as well.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter.
Okay, sorry about that. It's in the pinned video. The next victim of the Supreme Court's voting rights decision will be workers. So the Trump administration wants to extend Justice Sam Alito's approach to race to everything. Oh God, oh no. President Donald Trump's Department of Justice released an opinion on Tuesday that in the likely event it is embraced by a Republican-controlled federal judiciary, would make it significantly harder for plaintiffs who face employment discrimination to prevail in court. Delightful. TD Pagey says, only people that kiss my butt are able to vote when I run for election? You're going to run for election and make people kiss your butt? Uh-oh. Just a second. You got clapped by Automod. Just a second. Oh no, that sucks. I don't know why it held that. That's totally fine. LOL. Yeah. Cairo says, I'm Brazilian and don't live in the US. I intentionally mispronounced my name, my own username, LOL. The right way to say it reminds me of a scumbag Brazilian public figure. Oh no, that sucks. Oh shit. Can't have a Brazilian on Brazilian violence? No, that's not good. Is that what the person did? Were they violent with somebody else? Boo earns. Boo earns. There was somebody that was denied getting into Canada for the World Cup because he had 7 counts of rape accusations against him, as well as an additional one for being violent. Automod did that. Yeah, that's true. What the hell, Automod? It stopped me from doing it. Yeah, what the heck, Automod? How rude. Don't do that. We like people chatting in here. And those stories are good. Scumbag is not I'm not being attacked here. Automod needs to get a little bit better. Okay. Where were we? To prevail in court. The opinion was released by the Office of Legal Counsel, an institution that interprets federal law and the Constitution for the executive branch officials, and is signed by T. Elliott Geiser, the head of the office. Geiser is a former law clerk to the Justice Samuel Alito, author of the Supreme Court's recent decision in Louisiana v. Calais, which repealed a 1982 amendment to the Federal Voting Rights Act that greenlit a new round of gerrymandering by white Southern Republican lawmakers. Delightful. Geiser's opinion argued that Alito's attack on the Voting Rights Act in Calais applied with equal force to anti-discrimination laws in employment. And if you accept Alito's opinion in Calais as legitimate, then Geiser's approach to employment discrimination is hardly a stretch. Indeed, it is the next logical move in the Republican Party's broader campaign to weaken civil rights protections for racial minorities. Yeah. I don't think that it's just to weaken civil rights for racial minorities. I think it's to weaken civil rights for anybody who is below the poverty line, right? Anybody who can't afford to lose work, right? And even if you can, it still could hurt you anyway, because it could hurt your level of wages when you get discriminated against at work, and it prevents you from being able to go into work if it gets bad enough, right? If you're harassed badly enough and you can't go into work, you shouldn't have to tolerate it at all, but Notably, one day after Geiser released his opinion, Trump's Department of Transportation announced that it was applying Calais to its regulations. So it appears that the administration wants to implement Alito's views through the next executive branch. The 1982 law that Alito targeted in Calais provided that voting rights plaintiffs who challenged a state election law did not need to prove that the state lawmakers acted with racist intent in order to prevail. Under that law, which was repealed by Calais, a state law that results in voters having their right to vote diminished due to their race may also be challenged. For 40 years, the Supreme Court interpreted this results test to sometimes require states to draw a minimum number of legislative districts where Black or Latino voters can elect their candidates of choice. Just a second. Cairo says, yep, it's not even meant to stop people from changing America through their vote, but rather to stop them from creating election states that hint at troubling political trends they'd rather not have to explain away. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. It's clearly they're trying to avoid negative outcomes as much as possible. And, suppressing votes is the best way to do that, especially for out-of-person votes like mail-in ballots and things like that. For 40 years, the Supreme Court interpreted these results as Black Latinos' choice. After Calais, white lawmakers are now free to draw maps that will only elect white Republicans, so long as they claim that the purpose of those maps is to lock Democrats out of power and not to target voters of color. Geiser's opinions, meanwhile, concern a 1991 federal law that sometimes permit an employment discrimination plaintiff to prevail if they can show that an employer engages in a practice that causes a disparate impact on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. Cairo says the 2024 elections were already quite inconvenient for the Dems to explain away, with Palestine weighing on the ballots more than they expected. I mean, all they had to do was listen to the left. They just had to listen to the left, that most people on the issue of Palestine are left in nature. Even if they are liberal, they are left in that regard. And it was more of an issue than they wanted to admit to. I think that they knew it, but they were gambling more with they wanted the Jewish vote more than they wanted the Palestinian vote. And it's just okay, well, you decided to try to woo people who are pro-Jewish or pro-Israel, rather, not pro-Jewish, excuse me, but pro-Israel over people who are pro-Palestine, essentially. They tried to woo people who are pro-Israel and pro-genocide over they did people who are pro-Palestine. And it's just kind of I can understand why so many people were turned off to Kamala Harris because of that. For me, I knew the minute she would lose was when she went on stage about being, we're going to have the biggest army at the DNC speech. I was like, that's it. That's the moment that she lost right there, hands down. So that'll wreck him on the ballots. Also, Trump can't redeem himself from the Iran shit show at a fuck factory. Well, hopefully he doesn't actually get to be on the ballots anymore, but I wouldn't be surprised if he just orders as the president or signs an executive order that his name should be on a 4/10 on any ballot that is up for election, so long as the United States is having elections. That his name henceforth will be on the ballots and that will be signed into law or some bullshit, and therefore, for as long as he lives, his name will be on the ballot, and people can vote for him. please don't let that happen. Sometimes I speak things into the universe and I'm like, please don't ever let that become a thing. Like, please don't ever let that become a thing. I think that it's very far-fetched that that's what he does, but the most lethal army, yeah, like that was the moment I was just like, yeah, that's the moment that Kamala Harris lost. She lost. Like, she just lost right there because she said that garbage. And then when dealing with like protesters who would go to her rally and try to get her to talk about Palestine, she handled that very, very poorly. Like, why are Democrats so allergic from just saying, yeah, we're anti-Israel, we're anti-genocide, we see what's happening. At this point, it is blatantly ignorant to not just say that now. Like, they've been called out, they've been made aware. So at this point, they're basically saying, unless they finally come out, each and every one of them, that they are pro-genocide if they are pro-Israel, rather than being pro-Palestine, rather than like voting against sending like aid to Israel, unless they pledge that they're going to do those kinds of things, unless they, openly state that they're pro-Palestine, then they're pro-genocide in my books. And I think that it's fair to campaign against them, to try to get them challenged as much as possible, get them out of their seats, get them out of like the positions of power they have in terms of like any voting. And it doesn't matter what level they're at. They could be at your local level, get them out, because it all plays a role and goes up the line. And the more people that we have that are pro-Palestine rather than pro-Israel, the better, essentially, right? We need that. We need the numbers up. And I think that finally, it's like time that we don't let people tiptoe around it anymore. There should be a call to like, get people out there saying, yeah, like, this is my requirement. You need to say this. Get people to ask people directly. It should be a major issue, made a major issue, because it is a major issue that shouldn't be ignored just because we're, up and at it again. And except it's not Kamala Harris's time, it's somebody else. We should never let them forget like Palestine until it's resolved in the most peaceful way possible and as quickly as possible, right? Like, constantly. We should be constantly reminding them. Anyway, Geisler's opinion, meanwhile, concerns a 1991 federal law that sometimes permits an employment discrimination plaintiff to prevail if they can show that an employer engaged in a practice that causes a disparate impact on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. This framework, which is known as disparate impact, is similar to the one laid out in the pre-Callous Voting Rights Act because it sometimes permits a civil rights plaintiff to prevail without proving that the employer acted with race or otherwise impermissible intent. What? Civil rights plaintiffs from I think because it would be reasonable to consider, but there might be some doubt, and it's a different like courts compared to like sending somebody to jail, which has different weights attached to it in terms of like evidence required. I think in this case it's because if there is a reasonable belief that racist discriminate, like a reasonable person would believe, yeah, like there's a reasonable plausibility that race could be involved to the point where it tips it over beyond 50%, that's the percentage of chance that that's what occurred. That might be why they're able to give the win. Given these similarities, Geisler's core argument that Calais framework also applies. Don't like quote that. That's just me guessing. So anyways, hopefully a lawyer sometime at some point reads this and we can go back over it and they discuss it or something, and then we can go back over it and learn and stuff. Anyway, framework also applies to disparate impact suits. It is likely to prevail before the Republican Supreme Court. Quoting from Calais, Geisler argues that federal employment discrimination laws impose liability only when the circumstances give rise to a strong inference that intentional discrimination occurred. There are two upshots to this conclusion. One is that it should be significantly harder for many employment discrimination plaintiffs to prevail. The other, which is potentially even more significant, is that elected officials should lose much of their power to remedy discrimination at all kinds. And the scope of civil rights laws should be determined primarily by the Supreme Court. That's not good. Both the Voting Rights Act results test and employment discrimination's disparate impact test. After all, were enacted into law by Congress. But the Republican Party's consistent position on civil rights laws is that democratically enacted civil rights laws must bow to the whims of Republican justices. Yeah, which is what's happening a lot lately. We're losing quite a bit of rights here, so pay attention. Desperate impact explained. In fairness, desperate impact lawsuits predate Congress's decision to endorse them in 1991. The Supreme Court first embraced the idea that employment practices that have disproportionate impact on racial minorities may be illegal in its unanimous decision in Griggs v. Duke Power 1971. Griggs involved an employer who had historically employed both Black and white workers who did not have high school diplomas, but it restricted all Black workers to the lowest paying jobs. What the fuck? Shortly after Congress banned employment discrimination in 1964, which is not that long ago, the employer instituted a new policy preventing people without a high school diploma from transferring out of the lowest paying jobs, but it grandfathered in white employees with high school education who are already in higher paying roles. So instead of making it so that what a ridiculous fucking ruling. Instead of making it so that Black people could advance, instead of taking that as an L as a white supremacist, they're like, no, we'd rather hurt white people and not let them be able to, like, advance either. Crazy sauce. Okay, anyways. So dumb. The court ruled against the employer while the justices acknowledged that there are often valid reasons for an employer to require its employees to have certain levels of education. The fact that white workers without a high school diploma had historically performed well in some of this particular employer's higher paying roles suggested that Black workers without high school education would also perform well in those roles. Griggs established that when an education requirement or similar barrier has a disproportionate negative impact on workers of a particular race, the requirement must actually be a reasonable measure of job performance. Congress later codified this rule in the 1991 law, which forbids employment practices that have desperate impact on certain groups of workers, unless the employer can show that the challenged practice is job related for the position in question and consistent with business necessity. Republican judges, however, have long been skeptical of these desperate impact suits. The Ricci versus DeStefano in 2009, for example, 5 of the court's Republicans rejected a lawsuit challenging an exam that the city of New Haven, Connecticut, used to screen firefighters seeking a promotion, even though nearly all of the applicants who passed the test were white. In a separate concurring opinion, Justice Antonio Scalia suggested that the 1991 law endorsing these suits may be unconstitutional, but that law and the similar law that permits desperate impact suits in housing discrimination cases are still technically good law today. During the Obama administration, the DOJ used disparate impact lawsuits against lenders accused of widespread housing discrimination. The mortgage lender, countrywide, for example, agreed to pay $335 million to settle a claim that it charged higher fees and rates to more than 200,000 minority borrowers across the country than to white borrowers who posed the same credit risk. Yeah, that's reasonable. That's definitely discriminatory. Holy crap. Disparate impact suits may also have be key to preventing employers from using biased algorithms in hiring. Suppose, for example, that an employer uses artificial intelligence to screen job applicants. The AI has a hidden bias that disproportionately screens out Black candidates, but the employer itself has no discriminatory intent. Can the employer be sued under a disparate impact theory? The California federal court is currently wrestling with this issue in a case called Mobley versus Workday. Notably, the judge hearing the Mobley case rejected the plaintiff's claim that employers who use this AI engaged in intentional discrimination, but allowed the case to move forward in a disparate impact theory. The Republican Party's approach to civil rights law is fundamentally anti-democratic. The question of what protections racial minorities should enjoy in housing, employment, election law, and elsewhere is fraught with the United States is a much less racist place than it was in 1971 when Griggs was decided, and the American South was still clawing its way out of Jim Crow, but the nation is far from a bastion of racial equality. Yeah, that's for sure. In 2024, according to the U.S. Census data, the median white household earned $88,000. Like, that's it. $88,010 in annual income, while the median Black household earned just $56,000 at $20. Ordinarily, when the United States faces difficult policy questions, a question like, what, if anything, should be done to close racial gaps, it leaves that question to elected officials. Congress decided that when it enacted the 1982 amendment to the Voting Rights Act to prevent many states from locking Black and Latino voters out of power in Congress. And it decided when it enacted the 1991 law codifying disparate impact lawsuits to permit those lawsuits to move forward. The fundamental premise of both the Calais decision and the Geiser Office of Legal Counsel's opinion, however, is that these difficult policy questions should be removed from the democratic process and given to a Republican judiciary. And the Republican judiciaries believe that the American has largely solved its racism problem. No, I don't think so. And so laws like the Voting Rights Act or the ones enabling disparate impact suits are no longer necessary. Setting aside whether that is the correct position, it is far from clear why 6 Republican lawyers in black robes have more insight into U.S. civil rights policies than the people American voters elected to make these decisions. That was a long-ass article. Okay, so that was it. Trump calls on Republicans to pass third reconciliation bill that includes the SAVE Act. So Trump is trying to sneak this in. President Trump on Wednesday endorsed Trump is trying to sneak in the SAVE Act, which is the Voter Rights Bill Act. President Trump on Wednesday endorsed a $350 billion reconciliation bill, urging Congress to immediately pass it with the SAVE Act included. I am hereby calling on Republicans in Congress to immediately advance and pass the forthcoming $350 billion reconciliation bill, Recon 3.0, which at the request of our great Department of War will include the Save America Act as well, Trump wrote on a post of Truth Social. No games, no delays, no weak compromises. Do this ASAP, he added. His comments come a day after Senate Appropriations Committee Chair Susan Collins, our Maine, and Senate Appropriations Defense Subcommittee Chair Mitch McConnell, RKY, cast doubts on the third reconciliation package. Collins said a third bill was a terrible risk and is likely to create funding instability for defense efforts. Still, Trump said the measure was critical and suggested that it was the only path to fulfill $1.5 trillion military budget our warriors need in order to build the arsenal of freedom. My fucking God, Jesus Christ, he's such a joke. Okay. Trump said funds would go towards developing the Golden Dome manufacturing F-47s and B-21s to supercharge our ammunition stockpiles. His message comes after a recent analysis found it would take years to replenish advanced weapons used by the U.S. during the Iran war. The president also urged lawmakers to include the controversial SAVE Act, which has struggled to pass the Senate. Some lawmakers have raised concerns about the legislation that requires proof of citizenship to vote, requires a photo ID, and largely bans mail-in ballots except for cases of illness, disability, military service, or travel. The SAVE Act didn't even get 50 votes last week on the floor of the Senate. Senate Majority Leader John Thune, RSD, said, even if you confine it to just the two issues of photo ID to vote and documented proof of citizenship in order to register to vote, on those two issues, it takes 60 votes in the Senate. And the only way to get there is to undo or get rid of the legislative filibuster. And there aren't even close to the votes here in the United States Senate to achieve that, he added. So at least that's good news. I didn't know that the SAVE Act also banned essentially mail-in voting too. That's essential to know. Jesus Christ, that's terrifying. So Donald Trump really wants to push that through. I want to read this story quickly. Just give me a second. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I just wanted to go over that because I thought that it was important to discuss, what's going on with the voters' rights and stuff like that. Okay. Man pleads guilty to a top Minnesota Democrat, to killing a top Minnesota Democrat and her husband while posing as an officer. Minneapolis, a Minnesota man who pleaded guilty Thursday to killing a top Democratic lawmaker and her husband admitted he spent months identifying elected officials to target and stalk them before driving to their homes in the middle of the night dressed as a police officer with the intention of killing them. Minneapolis area attacks last summer by Vance Boltier, 58, sparked the largest police search in state history and reverberated across the country, with elected officials fearing that escalating threats and polarization could lead to more violence. Boltier pleaded guilty so that federal prosecutors would not seek the death penalty. Instead, he agreed to serve 2 consecutive life sentences plus 40 years. I mean, I guess when you, I don't get it. Boltier, disguised in a tactical uniform and realistic mask, parked his police-style SUV with emergency flashing lights in the driveway of House Speaker Melissa Hortman's home at around 3:30 a.m. on June 14, 2025, just 1 day shy of a year now today. He rang the doorbell shouting, "Police, welfare check," according to a plea agreement made public Thursday. Hortman, her husband, answered the door. Mark Hortman told Bolter that his wife was also in the home, and Bolter said he'd need to see her before he could leave, according to the plea agreement. When Mark Hortman asked Bolter gave him a fake name and badge number. When the Hortman followed up for his jurisdiction, Bolter hesitated before naming a different Minneapolis suburb. The agreement stated. Bolter then immediately took out his gun to shoot Hortman multiple times according to the agreement. What a piece of shit. Holy crow. Bolter then rushed forward through the front door into the home and shot Melissa Hortman repeatedly as she attempted to flee upstairs, according to the plea agreement. Both Melissa and Mark Hortman were killed. Bolter had already been on the home to the home of State Sen John Hoffman that night, shooting and critically injuring him and his wife, Yvette, while their daughter was nearby. There were brief sobs from the courtroom gallery Thursday, where family members of the Hortman sat alongside John and Yvette Hoffman as the attacks were described in detail. Again and again, Bolter simply said yes, as his attorney questioned him about his actions, including whether he pressed a pistol to Melissa Hortman's head and fired. Jesus Christ, that's brutal. U.S. Attorney Daniel N. Rosen told reporters that the death penalty was taken off the table after Bolter agreed to the longest possible prison sentence for the 6 federal charges. Political violence is a scourge plaguing America, Rosen said. Those that would commit political violence at any level should take heed. The Justice Department will seek and obtain the longest prison terms available for your crimes. The statement posted on John Hoffman's Facebook page said there is no justice for the Hortmans, and there is not justice when our family and our state will never truly heal. While the legal process may provide accountability, true healing requires something more from all of us. The statement called on Minnesota and Americans to treat people with respect, to stop dehumanizing each other, and to stop dividing our country with hate and rhetoric. Bolter also faces state charges, including 2 counts of murder and 4 counts of attempted murder, as well as charges for impersonating a police officer and animal cruelty. The Hortman family's golden retriever was gravely injured in the shooting and had to be euthanized. The Hennepin County Attorney offices said Thursday that the federal plea agreement does not affect the state's case, which had been on hold pending the resolution of the federal case. Bolter also stopped outside the home of 2 other lawmakers in Minneapolis suburbs that night. At one, he knocked, but no one answered. At the other, he was apparently frightened away when a police officer, believing he was a fellow officer, approached him as he sat in his vehicle. Bolter, wearing his orange jail sweatshirt and sweatpants, as he sat in the courtroom between 2 of his attorneys, listened closely as U.S. District Judge Jonathan Tenheim talked through each of the 6 charges and their maximum sentence. Tenheim accepted the guilty plea and said he would set a date soon for sentencing. Bolter was captured near his home in rural Green Isle, about an hour's drive from Minneapolis, the day after the shooting, which prosecutors have said were politically motivated but which remain always unexplained. Dad went to war last night, Bolter messaged his family that morning. Words are not going to explain how sorry I am. Dude, you were not sorry. You went from house to house. That is crazy. What are you talking about? Sorry. You're not sorry. You don't care about these people that you literally decided to kill. Like, you went from door to door in order to be able to kill these people, and you want to tell me that you're sorry? I'm sorry. I just don't buy it for some reason. You killed 2 people and ultimately killed a dog too, congratulations, and tried to kill 4 other people. Bolter, an evangelical Christian with politically conservative views who had traveled to Congo as a preacher and missionary, spent much of his life in the food service industry. He had been struggling to earn a living before the shooting, after the failure of a security company he'd founded. I mean, that's not these people's problem. They didn't do anything for you. Are you kidding me? What the hell? John Hoffman said in a lawsuit filed against Bolter in April that his left arm and hand likely would never fully recover, and that he also had permanent injuries to his digestive and urinary system. Yvette Hoffman was left with permanent physical weakness, the lawsuit said, while their adult daughter, Hope Hoffman, who was there and called 911 but was not shot, suffered severe psychological trauma. Yeah, no kidding. I wouldn't doubt if like all of them don't have freaking PTSD. Holy crow, that is crazy sauce. Okay, so do we want to do... We'll do Diddy faces sexual assault claims by former child actor at Hollywood event. I don't know if we want to cover that one. That one's kind of freaking sad as shit. I've been avoiding that one for a while because it's just so awful. This one is also awful. This one is at least a little bit good. It's kind of in line with like Chud the Builder, if you know who Chud the Builder is, kind of a thing. Pardon Jan 6 rioter Jake Lang, arrested on Dallas County, accused of terroristic threats. Lang has been arrested this month in Fresco, a year after he published a video of himself breaking into David Candle Stadium. Sorry, I don't know what that stadium is, but anyway. Whoopsies. There we go. So this is Lang. He is an idiot and white supremacist. He is a loser. Kairos is here. Yep, Kairos is here. Welcome in, True Seal. Here, let me give you a shout out quickly. Welcome in. How are you? I saw you were streaming recently. I was like just lurking in your stream. Here we go. There you go. Yeah, Kairos is here. All right, let's keep. This is loser Jake Lang. He's a white supremacist. He's a dork. Thank you, TD. Thank you for doing the shout out. I beat you to it. Jake Lang is removed by police for violating decorum rules while speaking in opposition to the proposed constitution of a mosque and 2 temples during a city council meeting in Fresco on Tuesday, May 19th, 2026. I'm just a chatter lurker here. Yes, thank you for being here. Beats me that time. I did, TD. I was a little bit faster. Thank you for hanging out, guys. I appreciate it. Okay. A far-right influencer who's repeatedly tried to inflame racial tensions around Carmelo Anthony case was arrested Tuesday and accused of making terroristic threats. We covered the Carmelo Anthony case, and if you're unaware or unfamiliar with what is happening in the Carmelo Anthony case, a brief summarization of what the Carmelo Anthony case was essentially there was this boy, they were both boys at the time, they were both 17, I believe. There was this boy named Carmelo Anthony, and he was a black boy, and he was at a track meet with another boy named, frickin' Christ, what's the name? Not Tate. I can't remember, but there was another boy who was white who Carmelo Anthony ended up in a fight with, and Carmelo Anthony pulled out a knife and stabbed the victim. I was getting I was getting out of bed and getting dressed. That's why I was a little slow. It's okay, TD. Don't worry about it. But Carmelo Anthony stabbed this other boy in the chest, and he died, unfortunately, of his injuries. From all the testimony and everything that I've heard of the case, it sounds reasonably like the right conviction was made. However, people have been trying to stoke the fire of racist calls that racism is an issue in this case, because it involved a brown man, a brown boy, and a white boy that were fighting. People claim, Carmelo's defense was that he was being ganged up on by him and the victim's twin brother, which is not true based upon so many witness statements, including some of the people that were on the defense for Carmelo Anthony. So that is the Carmelo Anthony case. Carmelo Anthony was ruled guilty of murder. The Carmelo Anthony's defense was it was self-defense because the victim had shoved like shoved Carmelo Anthony, but for me that is not enough. It's being compared to Chud the Builder. If you're unfamiliar with who Chud the Builder is, Chud the Builder is a great case example. Chud the Builder is also, in my opinion, guilty because he tried to shoot a black man. He tried to shoot a black man for touching him. What is this, Kairos? Thank you for saying stoke the fire instead of flame the flames. Like Stephen half aborted Miller. What the hell? Who the hell? I have never heard flame the flames before. That's ridiculous. It is definitely stoke the fire. Yeah, he like tries to stoke racial tension, essentially. But yeah, like, and Jake Lang is very much like Chud the Builder. They're both trying to get like famous off of like being racially charged streamers who do racist things all the time. He said that after the killing of Alex Peretti. Oh, what a loser. God, Stephen Miller is like almost like a little gelatinous, like clear gelatin, you know, but it's like human skin, kind of. He makes me think of like what a robot would look like if it aged and like got old and stuff like that. Like just a little dry but also wet at the same, like kind of moist at the same time, just but also a little transparent, kind of like creepy looking guy. Anyways, that's the Carmelo Anthony case. Carmelo Anthony case was arrested on Tuesday and accused of making terroristic threats. Jake Lang was booked into the Dallas County Jail and faces charges of terroristic threats to place the public in fear and serious bodily injury, interrupting public services, or influencing a government, according to jail records. Just a second, let me fix this for you. Okay. Chud the Builder spits out the N-word like it's a kink. Yeah, he likes verbally deep-throating the word by saying it over and over again. Yeah, I think that he likes just being abusive to people, essentially. Like, he just likes being abusive to people. That's pretty much it. That's his thing. He just likes being abusive to people, and he picked, like, people that he knows are in a vulnerable position within society, and that it is easy to remind them of this vulnerability and to harm them with this vulnerability at his own will. And he has the freedom to do that because his free speech is protected. But he knows at the same time that he's intentionally stoking fires, which is his goal, and aggravating people unnecessarily, like to the point where he's trying to draw violence. He's definitely a very violent person. Like, there are things that he said is pretty horrible. Same with Jake Lang. Jake Lang is also a piece of shit. He was arrested by Texas Department and Public Safety officers, and bail is set at $1 million. $1 million. Chud the Builders was set at $1.5 million. And Jake Lang's is set at $1 million. That is chef kiss, great news. Unfortunately, we couldn't arrest them before this. They are obviously going to escalate. They're trying to increase their fear, but I think that it's important to talk about them anyway. Lang received a pardon last year for his role in the January 6th Capitol attacks. On X, a representative for Lang said the influencer was removed from an airplane and handcuffed. Then the Post said Lang was arrested for saying that if the jury did not find Anthony guilty, he would take care of it himself. Jurors found Anthony, 19, guilty of murder Tuesday and sentenced him to 35 years. Oh, thank you. I'm too slow. Let's see. Thank you for the follow, Quantum. Welcome in. How are you? Quantum Traveler. I love that name. That is a great name. Thank you so much for the follow. 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a Frisco track meet. The case drew national attention and dignified a firestorm of racist and diverse rhetoric. Anthony is black and Metcalf was white. There you go. Austin Metcalf was the victim. This is Lang's second arrest this month in connection with the activity around the Anthony case. And Lang, who lives in Florida, was arrested on June 2nd and charged with criminal trespass outside Frisco City Hall during a rally against rednecks. What the okay, that's a little racist. That arrest stems from an incident last April when Lang hosted a sparsely attended Protect White Americans rally outside the stadium where Anthony stabbed Metcalf. Lang later posted a video on X saying he broke into the stadium. Lang pointed to a dark streak on the ground near the bleachers and alleged it was the blood of Metcalf. What a ghoul. I think this guy, like, I don't believe that this guy actually believes this shit. Like, I think that he's racist as all hell, and it doesn't matter either way. Even if he's grifting, he's willing to use racist tools in order to grift. But what a ghoul. School district officials said that at the time, the video was filmed on the opposite side of the stadium from where Metcalf was stabbed. The district said at the time it was pursuing charges in the case. In the previous case, Lang was released from Collin County Jail on June 3rd on a $7,500 bond. Dollar bond. As a condition of his release, Lang was prohibited from going within 200 feet of the Collins County Courthouse for 30 days, court documents show. During the trial, Lang still made appearances near the courthouse, holding a sign that read, "White Lives Matter," with a photo of Metcalf on it. While that's definitely not meant to stoke racial tension here, Lang was in jail awaiting trial on several charges related to the U.S. Capitol attack, including assaulting a law enforcement officer when he and nearly 1,600 others received pardons last year from President Donald Trump. Lang, who posted photos and videos of himself at the Capitol, could be seen in other posts swinging a baseball bat at officers, according to the court documents. The Florida activists returned to a Fresco City Council meeting last month to fight plans for a new mosque, Hindu temple, and Jain temple. Wearing an army green vest and Confederate flag patch, he told city council members that Muslims and Hindus were teaming up to take over Texas. I really don't believe that's true. I'm pretty sure that they just want to live their lives and pray to God. Police escorted Lang out as he suggested burning down mosques. Delightful guy. This is a developing story and will be updated. So this is again Lang, probably at his protests, my guess. Pardon Capitol rioter Jake Lang is confronted by a supporter of Carmelo Anthony left outside of the Collins County Courthouse as Austin Anthony's murder trial is underway in McKinney, Texas, Thursday, June. Okay. Do we want to do Mike from PA or iDubbbz? They might be related. We're gonna skip the Diddy for now. We'll do this one. Just give me a second, guys. Oh, I didn't even know that you guys couldn't see the article. I'm so sorry. I forgot to switch back to politics. You're just looking at my face, me reading stuff. I'm so sorry. How embarrassing. Why didn't anybody tell me? I could have had a video up and everything, and I didn't know because I can't see my stream at the same time as like, oh my God, that's so embarrassing. Okay, fix this. How freaking embarrassing is that? Okay, it's all right. All right. All right, just a second. All right, just a sec. Sorry about that, guys. I wish I'd known. I was just like talking to you, looking off into like the distance. God, that must have looked stupid. I'm like trying to read the screen, and all this is that. God damn it. Okay, whatever. We're doing this now. I'm so sorry. Embarrassing. Okay. Let me just explain the facts. This is probably about the Denham's Ethan lawsuit a little bit. So let's see what this is going on about.
Mike, you're in the new Moist video because I posted on Twitter. I thought he didn't use Twitter.
Stream chat, putting things on my radar, and naturally, what people are probably going to be sending are the popular things, because that's what they've seen. So that's usually what I get sent.
So he got sent a 1,000 like tweet of a 1,000 follower account. That made it to him, but not that Ethan Klein lost his lawsuit against Denims. Been going on for over a year. It has been a major topic of conversation of everybody. You just proved my point that you're on Twitter. I didn't care. If you take 5 days to talk about Denim's lawsuit, that's fine. But you jumped on Kaya Gate. You jumped on Kaya Gate right away. Are you trying to say that's not an online story for only always online nerds?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that I haven't seen like neither the other Philip DeFranco. I'm always gonna call him that, the other Philip DeFranco, like hasn't covered it. Neither has Moist. I don't think that Ludwig has covered it, but he's probably trying to stay out of it because he's probably like does not want any heat or whatever. But I think that it's important because it affects him too, because he does React content as well. And so like that would affect him also. Like he doesn't often do React content, but he still does. And so you would literally have to have original content basically all of the time, or do some like crazy gymnastics in order to make your work transformative. Like you could never have any host any live streams that, you know, have a saved copy or anything like that. Or maybe you can't even host a live stream at all because people are still going to be able to view the live stream kind of thing. But yeah, so it's good that Denims won this, and I am cheering Denims on like crazy. Go Denims. Yes, thank goodness. I think it was the right call. She proved her point like very, very well. I just wish that the other people who were being sued by him had the opportunity to pursue it as well as they could have. But like everybody's limited to their own financial means and own emotional, mental needs, and I don't hold anything against them. Like Ethan, no matter how many lawsuits Ethan wins or files or whatever, in my opinion, Ethan will always come out the loser in regards to, you know, how he looks as a person. Ethan just comes off, in my opinion, as somebody who is just kind of miserable. Like just a miserable person who is like so lazy that he's disinterested in finding happiness. Like I can't imagine Ethan Klein is genuinely a happy person. I think that Ethan Klein is just a miserable, miserable person who is bitter and sad because his old friend group rejected him because he was, you know, allegedly pro-genocide. And I think that based upon his behavior, more and more evidence is pointing to that being true. So I don't know. Like you could be doing so many other things, like doing fundraisers. You could be like hosting pro-Palestinian, like legitimately pro-Palestinian content creators. You could be doing anything, and instead you're suing pro-Palestinian content creators. And you're suing like specific pro-Palestinian content creators. Just a little weird. Just a little weird, Ethan. Just a little weird, dude.
Lawsuit. And she won. You never covered it for a year. Mike, you're in the new Moist video because I posted on Twitter. I thought he didn't use Twitter. Career is front running whatever's going viral, is saying that he doesn't know what's going on the internet. All right. I mean, obviously, we've got to take his word for it, right? Let's see what videos he's been making. Lego. Watch Mojo got even more pathetic. Degenerate cringe. Lego vigilantes. Lego scandal keeps getting messy. Response to the Lego scandal. Lego scandal is getting extremely dangerous and scary. Cringe officer embarrasses himself. Lego scandal keeps getting crazier.
The gist of it is, when I was talking about the defamation lawsuit, I also mentioned that Ethan has other active lawsuits against other creators, and I called him the Nintendo of YouTubers because he's become extremely litigious. But I didn't dive into those other lawsuits because...
Don't worry, guys. We're only 3 reacts deep, so this is still permissible. Okay? We only got 3 reacts deep. This is still permissible reacts. It's only when it gets to 5 reacts deep that we can't watch anymore.
There's going to be someone out there who hate what it is or what you're doing or not doing. He proved
so ridiculous.
Right. He literally proved me completely right. Instantaneously proven right.
Extremely hard to believe because everyone...
Mike was my random clip account with 1,000 followers. Incredible. Wasn't even my post.
Thinks and assumes that I am terminally online like I used
Sorry,
to be.
guys. I'm
2 or
just
3
trying to
years
pin
ago.
this for
But
right
instead,
now.
that's not the case.
Weenie.
There are quite a few people that
20
just
minutes.
don't believe me. Unfathomable moment, so it
Perfect.
must be a lie.
No,
so
that's
here's
what I want.
a streamer
Awesome.
debunking by going through my channel and noticing I've posted a lot of videos on Lego, for example, because of the big Lego scandal, which I think is a very interesting example to use off the point he's making about me front-running every viral story. Because with the Reckless Bin versus Bricks and Minifigs Lego scandal, I actually was getting called out for avoiding that and ignoring it because I was late to covering it. Reckless Bin dropped part 1 on May 21st. And I heard about it from Stream.
Bro, it's June 12th. This isn't ancient history, man. This is front-running the most viral story, and you've got more views. Jules, link me your tweet. Voice critical ignoring Denim's TV victory on fair use is even more egregious because he makes so much money off of literally reacting to videos. He's literally gotten more views than Reckless Ben from the Lego scandal, and Reckless Ben is the literal creator of the series. Reckless Ben got 26.4 million views, and
Okay.
Voice critical has got 30 million views.
I'm sold. It's good that Moist is getting crawled out of this, because I commented, I was just like, hey, what do you think about like reacting to this case law? Kind of essentially important to your job, like kind of like important to your job, maybe react to it. Obviously, I'm just one comment, but like still.
Reacting to the story that he does. Now, I'm not saying don't react. But what I am saying is don't pretend like you're offline and you don't care about these issues as a way to cover the fact that you're pro-Destiny, pro-Ethan Klein. And there's no way to talk about that story.
I don't think that Moist Critical is pro-Destiny and pro-Ethan Klein. I don't believe that personally.
Small creators. So the only way you can have a position on this is to be anti-Destiny, anti-Ethan, or else you're a sellout and you're protecting your friends. That's the point. It's not about me.
I don't know. Like, Mike isn't providing any evidence as to why he thinks that like they're pro Ethan Klein, pro Destiny. Hello, brother. I'm on Drive on Discord. Add me now so I don't miss next stream. LOL. Username is Big Vic. I don't have what? I'm not gonna message you every time. No. So many people are going to add you now. You're not even a follower, I'm pretty sure. Give me a follow. And stop advertising your Discord in my channel. Thank you, TD. What a weird way to, like, cold call. Why would I do that? Just follow, douchebag. I don't mind people telling me that they're streamers and stuff like that, so I can give them shout outs. But doing it in a sneaky, creepy kind of way like that, I don't like that. That's not cool. That's not chill. Thank you, TD. I appreciate the modding. Okay, let's get back to this. I feel like I'm covering Mike's face, and it's kind of driving me nuts a little bit. I'm going to go up here. You're just going to... There we go. That's better. Okay.
It's not about Denims. It's about the issues of she's being sued, and it's putting a kibosh on React streamers, because especially like me, I'm big enough. Sue me. I have multiple legal insurance plans, insurance coverages. I have my own money. I could drop that money on a lawsuit. I went to law school. I could be.
Oh no! Now Ethan is gonna sue him. What are you doing, Mike from PA? What are you doing? So crazy man.
An incredibly helpful client by preparing legal work for my lawyers. I could do research for them. So if you want to sue me, it's going to cost you more money than it's going to cost me. Okay? Period. So that's why they don't sue us. That's why they're not suing Hassan. He's got so much money, he can fight him bar for bar. He's going after smaller creators, but that creates a...
Plus, he might not have a case directly against Hassan, right? I don't know. It could be Ethan's like evil, like maniacal plan where he goes after all of Hassan's friends and make being around Hassan and interacting with Hassan toxic. When really it's just like, you're the toxic one. People will put up with like your shit to hang out with somebody that they like, because the joy that they get from spending time with the person that they like will always outweigh how shitty a person that you decide to be. I guarantee you. There's a reason why. Yeah, he's in love with Hassan. He is in love with Hassan. I think to some extent he's like he can't handle the breakup. He just can't handle the breakup. And it's absolutely ridiculous because it puts us, it's like he can't handle the breakup so badly that he wanted to ruin his own career by rewriting like copyright laws and making it impossible for people to be able to react to content without being like risking every single time that they do being sued. Because the stakes that Denim put up in regards to her lawsuit was so much so, like she altered the video so much that she invested so much time into reacting to it that she not only doubled the video time, she added a little bit extra. And it's just like, dude, like move on with your life. It is just pathetic at this point. Like it's just pathetic. I'm pretty sure all the rest of these people would love to never have to talk about Ethan Klein again, right? I'm sure that they would love to never have to interact with Ethan Klein. They would never have to answer to any of his stuff. And he is just so psycho, like obsessed with these people that now he's jeopardizing literally the entire React community's capability of reacting to people's stuff. That's how selfish and obsessed and like mentally deranged, like I feel Ethan Klein is. Like, this is what the opinion that I have garnered from the way that Ethan Klein has behaved. Like, it's just his behavior that is tainting people's, like, reaction to him. It kind of reminds me of, like, Patagonia versus Patagonia kind of a thing. And, like, you know, the public opinion is not siding with Ethan because they can see that he's just being a dick and a bully, it feels like, right? Like, the vast majority of people are like, yeah, this isn't the way to be. You're literally rich. You're rich. You're married. You have kids. You live in like one of the most popular cities in the world. And you're telling me that the only thing that you can find to do with your time is this childish bullshit. Like, that's it. That makes you kind of a pathetic person, in my opinion. Like, that makes you kind of a loser, in like my opinion. I don't know about anybody else, but I personally think that he's like kind of just a loser now. Like, he was cool at one point, but he flushed that down the toilet. Anyway, yeah,
for smaller
ridiculous
to react. The big multimillionaires like yourself, Charlie, you probably would be able to survive under that precedent because you have enough money to fight off.
But like, probably also doesn't want to have to deal with it at all. He probably has other legal shit that he has to deal with.
Off lawsuits. You might even be able to pay people outright as settlements of $50,000, $100,000 because you make so much money from reacting to other people's.
I just find it fascinating how, if I cover something quickly or extensively, like in the case of the Lego scandal.
Again, I didn't care. If you take 5 days to talk about Denham's lawsuit, that's fine. But you jumped on Kayagate. You jumped on Kayagate right away. Are you trying to say that's not an online story for only always online nerds? And it's been over a year for the Ethan Klein lawsuit. And she won. You never covered it for a year.
That's a problem. I'm just front running to capitalize off the virality of it. But if I am late to covering something, well, that means that I was avoiding it and I must have known about it the whole time and had ulterior motives to avoid the topic out of cowardice.
Bro, you didn't know about Destiny and Ethan Klein's lawsuits. You have like multiple cell phones of Ethan Klein's inner circle. You didn't know about those lawsuits?
If
maybe people okay
something or too interested in something, so I make a
in light defense of Moist Critical, maybe people are just so sick of hearing about Ethan Klein and his fucking lawsuits that his inner circle has decided to go mum about talking about it because they're just so fucking sick and tired of his bullshit that they're like, yeah, we're just gonna pretend when we don't have to interact with him talking about it that this shit is not happening because we're just so fucking sick and tired of dealing with it, and that Moist Critical never heard about it because why would Moist Critical ask about what Ethan Klein's most recent lawsuits are? So I'll give Moist Critical the benefit of the doubt that maybe he didn't know.
A lot of content on it, then
But like, you're being called out now by a bigger creator. I'm sure like it is now officially crossed your path. You could have made a video about like the lawsuit, and you can still make one. Like, you can still make one. I don't think that this is going to go away all that easily, unfortunately. Not to like bully you into it, but like it would be good to cover based upon the merits of the lawsuit itself and like what it meant if Denims had not won, because it would have affected him too. Like, it would affect Moist Critical as well.
Just there to front run it and capitalize off it being popular. But if I'm too
Okay,
slow
I gotta
to
pee
it,
so bad.
that
I'll be
means I
right
was
back,
actually
guys.
avoiding it the whole time.
By
And
the
when I
way,
do
if you're slow to it and then you speak out and then it's good react, I will give you credit, right? You could also fire off a tweet too. Like, you don't have to make a produced video. You could just say, hey, that Ethan Klein lawsuit is fucked up, tweet. And then everybody understands what side you're on. You don't have to always have like these deep and depth videos. You could just communicate like, hey, I think this is kind of screwed up, tweet, and then everybody be like, okay, well, at least Charlie's on the side of fair use. Like, this is crazy. I even gave him credit when he called out ICE.
I can't be too quick to something or too interested in it, because that's frowned upon. But I also can't be too slow to it or not cover it at all, because then that must mean that I knew about it the whole time. I'm damn near omniscient, I guess. I see everything, and thus...
You're omniscient for the Destiny, Ethan Klein, Hassan drama. You literally made a video on Kaya, and then you speculated that he shocked his dog. And then you went after the people that doubted it because there was no evidence. Crazy day on Twitch. He's got the Kaya gate! He's got the Kaya gate! And by the way, you could have a million opinions about what this is, but like, he could have called Hassan and be like, do you have a shock collar? Tell me the truth. He didn't even bother to do that. He had to rush for his greasy post on Kayagate. By the way, very important story. Everybody in America's on the edge of their seats over whether Hassan Piker's dog has a vibration collar or a shock collar. A product you could buy in every single PetSmart coast to coast, right? Like, we're gonna pretend like this is some sort of social media firestorm, like evil act of violence.
And the way I find out about a lot of the things I cover is through, like I said, friends sending it to me, or when I do stream, which isn't daily. I'm a semi-retired streamer, but when I do stream chat, putting things on my radar. And naturally, what people are probably going to be sending are the popular things, because that's what they've seen. So that's usually what I get sent. But is that all the time?
Okay, so he got sent a 1,000 like tweet of a 1,000 follower account. That made it to him. But not that Ethan Klein lost his lawsuit against Denims. That's that's what that's been going on for over a year. It has been a major topic of conversation of everybody.
Either. Like, on his stream, as he was scrolling around talking about how it's only like, you know, the big popular stuff, he passed multiple things that weren't. Like that video about not enough people think about this. That's about sand. It's literally just about sand and sand-related crimes like the Sand Mafia. And he also even called out
There's a Sand Mafia?
ranking every item
What
on
the-
Panda Express's menu.
What are they
Used
talking
that to,
about?
like, belittle
Sand
me about, like,
Mafia.
how good is the thing he was insinuating there. But it's not like a viral story. It's not like Panda Express is a huge topic. You gotta strike while the iron's hot.
Bro, I'm making fun of your output. I'm saying that the topics you cover aren't exactly world-shatteringly important. I think you can take some time off of rating fast food and casual dining restaurants' food on a ranking tier set to maybe
There's a
cover
Sand
the most
Mafia
important fair use
in
story
India?
and lawsuit going on in the country.
Sand Mafia. Okay. And a baby formula mafia? What? Okay. We're looking these up on YouTube. Sand Mafia. The massive heist you've never heard of, Sand Mafia. Okay, we might watch that in a little bit. And then, what was it? I learned about the Sand Mafia in an episode of Elementary. Like the TV show?
Which involves a lot of people in your friend circle. You're very happy to talk about Kaya Gate, but you're helping bury a story.
That's cool.
Fair use.
Was very online all the time.
We'll
like,
look into it either today
I don't know, like, how else to prove it to you. I mean, I guess
Monday.
you can look at my Twitter page and see that I have 2 tweets in like the last 2 years, or on Instagram I make like a post every month and a half, and a lot of them are just me hanging out with my farm animals. Like, you can
That's
check
cool.
my streaming history and see that I'm not an active streamer. Like, I'm an active streamer, but I'm not streaming with the same frequency I used to, and I'm not putting in really long hours aside from when I did Destiny 2 Salvation's Edge Blind recently, which was fucking exciting, but I don't really...
Yes, retire. Freaking enjoy your life. Come back later. I'm sure you'd still have an audience. People would turn up and like check in and see what you're up to and shit too. Which is crazy, because like, enjoy your youth. Enjoy.
Know how else to say it. I just don't see everything that happens online, and I can't believe that's something that's...
Okay, again... I never said that he saw everything online. I made fun of the
What's up,
idea
Black?
that you're
Hi,
not
Flip
online
Styly.
where
How are
you
you?
clearly
Welcome,
are.
welcome
And
in.
two, that
Just going over some slop news. Moist Critical and Mike from PA are fighting for some reason. I'm trying to figure out why. I thought it was relevant to like a Denham's case. Here we go. S-O-at Flip Styly. Oops, shit. How was your stream? I was lurking in there earlier. Did you have a good time? All right. Let's get back to Mike from PA. We might speed this up a little bit.
you didn't have anything to say about Ethan Klein losing a fair use lawsuit. Did he cover Denham's talking about this? She's the one who called
Seem was good. No PBS, but a couple of close calls. That's cool.
Denham's is the one who directly called him out.
Do you think you'll be able to get it next time?
Apparently he hasn't seen the Denham's clip. Denham's video called out Moist, got 10 times as many views as your clip, and he ignored it. Yeah, exactly. Where this got 4K? What happened?
Disappointed with Philly D and Charlie. Anyone else? And they'd be all over this.
Yeah.
I want to say something really quickly. First of all, if Ethan was getting sued again, they would have covered it and glazed the shit out of him. Second, cowardly. Oh my God. I don't know if you're just being a little pussy or you got some crazy skeletons in your closet, but dude, cringe. I will accept an apology, man. I will accept an apology. Let the official rulings come out. If it goes to...
Yeah, they don't seem to cover like positive news when it comes to female streamers. At least I haven't seen any positive news when it comes to female streamers. Obviously not from fucking Asmongold. It's Asmongold, right? Like, I wouldn't expect much of anything from Asmongold. But from like Moist Critical and like the other Philip DeFranco, yeah, I would expect something. Do you have work soon, Flipstyle, if you're still here? What's going on with you?
Like,
you having a weekend off?
Get harassed. Let me get one of those and then all shall be forgiven. I'm mostly joking. But I can't believe so much of the cowardice online. I am so disappointed by all of the cowardice on the internet. You people would literally, all of you slob tubers would be harmed by a fair use ruling against you. Asmongold does not react to content. Most of the time he just plays and goes, yeah, based. He would be hurt by precedent that said that
yeah, I have to work. Ugh. Just getting ready for bed.
2-hour edition wasn't good.
Time is it for
all
you?
Of these people who their content is React content. Their content is taking other people's content and
it's a little late for you.
Would be hurt by a ruling that said no React
content.
Other lawsuits here because that was a big point that people
almost
were very upset
8.
with.
Okay, that's a little early.
Extensively cover those as well.
Fair enough, though. You have to be at like
you're
3.
Protecting your friend, and you are not showing principle, and that's the problem. The problem is that you and I.
What phase is it of the chicks? Do you still have them for a little while?
I do commentary mostly on shit that matters. You do commentary on dumb shit that doesn't matter. That's my personal opinion. Okay, that's my personal opinion. You do commentary on dumbass shit. I try to talk about stories that are a little bit more important for the world. Okay, that's my subjective opinion. You could disagree. You could say it's more important to talk about your favorite goof juice release flavor or whatever and get that bag. I'm comfortable.
Nope, selling soon. 6 weeks and 10 weeks.
I want to make the world a better place.
Bye, birdies.
I care about political impact. I care about
at least you get fresh new ones. At least you get fresh new ones that you get to play with. I guess you don't actually get to play with. You get just like monitor them. Teach them how to fly. Do you get to teach them how to fly?
For humanity as a whole in the future. You don't.
New recruits. Yeah. New bitches.
And make the most
new chicks. Excuse me.
We have a difference of opinion.
This is not a puppy mill. This is just a birdie mill.
Difference of opinion. I accept that that's the way you're going to live your life. But if you're going to make bullshit drama videos about Kaya Gate and 8 videos...
I do play with them though. And I sit and chill. Aww. Do you get to like listen to headphones and just lay back and all the like the birdies, or is it like bird poop all over the floor? And that would just be a disgusting idea.
about the Lego scandal, but you're not going to talk about the largest fair use lawsuit that has happened in our industry for 10 years since what? Ethan Klein 10 years ago won his fair use lawsuit. Did you talk about that? Did Charlie talk about that? Copyright claim, YouTuber sued by Bungie. It seems like you understand that these things are bad. No YouTuber should ever do this. What's that?
On YouTube, there's an unwritten rule that when violated, it ruins your image forever. It causes irreparable damage to your reputation, and there's really not much you can ever do to get back in the good graces of the platform. That is abusing the copyright takedown system. It's
Wait a minute! I thought it was supposed to ruin your reputation for all time to abuse the copyright system, and yet you don't make a video about Ethan Klein. It's almost as if you're lying. Again, Ethan Klein, one of the biggest YouTubers, abusing copyright. He's actually doing something that's even worse. The copyright system on YouTube.
We have a radio that plays music. Oh, and yeah, but not that at first. After a few weeks, it's the shavings become manure though. Interesting. Do you guys like collect it for like farms and stuff like that? I wonder if chicken poop would be good for like manure and stuff like that. They crap a lot. Surprising for such small birds, huh? It's very good that they crap a lot. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, why not? Why not make use of it? Reduce, reuse, recycle, all that stuff for growing stuff. Interesting. I had no idea. I guess because they get fed good food, because you want as many of them to live as possible, or at least reasonably good food. Lots of nutrients and stuff, I suppose.
Who gives a shit? You get a video taken down. You don't get ad revenue. Boo who? You can counterclaim. But suing
makes an excellent fertilizer. Interesting. I had no idea. I wasn't sure. I know that dog poo and human poo is not like good for fertilizer because there's like enzymes and stuff in the poo that makes it bad for food consumption and stuff like that. Which, who the fuck studied that? And how did they study it? Ugh.
someone in federal court, that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. And Ethan Klein is doing something way worse than the DMCA. I thought it was supposed to ruin your reputation. What happened, Charlie?
Basically a 10 commandment that when broken is a cardinal sin that banishes you straight to the shadow realm in the eyes of everyone who uses YouTube. And unfortunately...
College students? Probably. Ugh. I would not want to test that out and find out that you get sick from eating food that was manufactured using human poop. Pass on that one.
A massive YouTuber today took a bite out of that forbidden fruit. His name is Brent Rivera. I actually recently talked about this goofball only 9 days ago. He was recently involved in some YouTube beef where he and another YouTuber named Tyler Oliveira were staying at the same haunted hotel that they were milking the tits out of for content. These two YouTubers stayed at the hotel. Tyler Oliveira started trolling Brent a little bit. He was clearly instigating, so he'd go up and like say, hey, do you fake your pranks? Nothing like super mean or aggressive or anything, just like, hey, you fake your pranks, don't you? And Brent
I want to also point out that Tyler Oliveira, the guy that he's bringing up, is a fascist. And he actually started the Springfield pet eating hoax during the 2024 presidential campaign about how Haitians were eating pets.
I know this guy.
He is basically...
I'm not familiar with the other guy, though.
Excuse me. Centered on accusations of welfare abuse, demographic invasion, and cultural incompatibility. So this is the guy that he was defending for being DMCA'd. Tyler Oliveira. Like, if you guys want to have, like, a delusion that this guy's not neo-Nazi sympathetic or far-right sympathetic, I don't know what to say. Notice that he can suddenly find out when a YouTuber is DMCAing someone and make a video right away. Oh, my God, he figured it out. But now, when Ethan Klein abuses copyright and then loses, that's the other part. He lost. No video from Moist Critical. So odd.
About the defamation lawsuit. And since I didn't do so...
And we still don't have a video from Moist Critical, just to be clear. Like, we still don't have a video from Moist Critical. I can understand if he's maybe a little bit burnt out or something and needs time or whatever. Maybe he just doesn't want to. Maybe he'll answer, like, in this video. We'll watch it later, but we'll see.
So when people didn't believe that it was because I didn't know about it, they are accused...
I think the answer is he knows. What does H3H3's ass smell like?
I'm going to be smelling Ethan Klein's asshole. It's going to be hard to know what smells worse, his butthole or me. So it'll be a really nice clash of aromas. Now, I'm sure all of you know by now that I'm a preeminent expert when it comes...
He can't make videos about Ethan Klein's lawsuits. right? Ethan Klein suing, copyright, violating the black hole for your reputation, abusing the copyright system. That'll ruin your thing for life, right? Because Tyler Oliveira, who was trolling someone, the far-right fascist Tyler Oliveira was trolling someone. He had to make a video of that right away. He had to make a video, 8 videos about the Legos. But when Ethan Klein, whose asshole he knows how it smells, is in a lawsuit for a year, he just can't make it. He doesn't understand. He missed it.
Accusing me of knowingly avoiding it or even silently championing for those lawsuits, which I find
you know what every streamer should have
entire time on YouTube.
Oops. Do you know what every streamer should have? Their own asshole chocolates. I just thought of that. Every streamer should have a line of their own asshole imprint chocolates for their customers to buy, just so that they can kiss your ass someday. Because why the hell not? Everybody should be able to participate in that. I might do that myself. Get it molded. Make sure that it gets waxed and cleaned, you know, all that good stuff before you go in. Make sure you scrub a dub before you get in and get molded. Make sure, like, even if you do hoe bath, I don't care. Just get clean. Especially for the person doing it. I don't know.
The 18 or 19 years.
Yeah, that's why you would think you would make a video about it. I mean, you collaborated with the guy and you promoted his asshole candle. You think you would make a video and say, hey, a big win for YouTube. I'm the centrist, right? You're the fence sitter. You don't take a side. All you do is report the facts.
YouTube, I think I've made it.
Right, buddy? You just report the facts. Ethan Klein loses a lawsuit, and this is good. Fuck Ethan Klein. I hope he loses more. That's all you'd have to say. If you were a real centrist, that's what you'd say. But you choose not to cover it.
Beyond crystal clear how much I dislike this litigious approach to online discourse. And really
you basically did I watched 9 minutes of your video yesterday about iDubbbz, and you read a statement from H3 and then you pretended that the CPS call was from Snarkers. There's no evidence, none whatsoever, that the CPS was from Snarkers. None. Absolutely none. So you're just repeating Ethan Klein's bullshit with no evidence. Meanwhile, he just lost a lawsuit, and then you're kind of saying that iDubbbz kind of deserved it because, you know, Canada's laws are weak or whatever the like. You didn't condemn him.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
You didn't say he's a loser and you hate his guts now because he's abusing copyright. You both sides did.
This excessive use of the legal system for...
I don't think there can be any mistaking about how I feel about Ethan Klein right now, like, as a spectator of all of this stuff. Like, I'm thankfully not involved in any of this nonsense. I just report on it because it's slop news and it's a break from real news, and it crosses my timeline enough times that I'm like, fine, the universe is telling me to report on this, which is really, really frustrating because it happens more often than not. But I think that this one is a little bit different. Like, this situation, regardless of your size and your involvement in this content creation, this is not slop. The Denim's Ethan Klein lawsuit was not slop at all because of how impactful it is, and how, like, Denim's essentially, you know, preserved our right to, like, use content, essentially. She preserved our right to do that. Everybody deserves, like, should go over and, if you can, give Denim's, like, a sub or whatever as a thank you for, like, doing this and putting up with this and fighting for this, because she could have conceded, right? She could have cut her losses and done something cheaper and just conceded to Ethan, and thankfully she didn't. Thank goodness she didn't.
Strong arming or silencing.
So, like, if anything, Morse Critical should offer her an apology for not covering it, and also give her a thank you.
Like, I have made, I don't know how many videos covering cases even outside of, like, the internet scope of, like, you know, sometimes the legal toilet paper flying back and forth, but, like, just in general, like, the willy-nilly lawsuits that fly around from, like, corporations attempting to bully people too. Like, I don't know why anyone would think for a second that I would be avoiding talking about that or agreeing with it. Why would I? I never have in the past, so why would I start now? You just don't like me, which is totally fine. I get it. Not everyone likes the old Florida peach, but you're just viewing it in bad faith and making...
I have no idea what that reference is. What that is in reference to. Maybe where he lives. I don't know.
That assumption,
bro. You pretended like iDubbbz brought up that comment from Destiny out of whole cloth as a personal betrayal out of nowhere, when the entire story is the other way around, where Ethan Klein dragged them into fights that he was having with pro-Palestine creators, and then attacked Adisa and said how he was gonna fuck Adisa at a Motel 6 and all sorts of insulting shit, and went after her and called her a whore and everything else. and a bitch and everything else. You didn't bring up any of that context. You said, we all pointed out that Ethan Klein is suing a whole bunch of people, but he's not even commenting on the fact that Destiny said he's a pedophile who molests his own children. You didn't talk about his pedo troll account. You didn't like.
That's why he's going after
an account called Pedo Troll.
iDubbbz.
Where he had written a bunch of shit about molesting kids or drowning his children or anything like that. Do you think Moist Critical would have been silent about it?
Like me, which is totally fine. I get it. Not everyone likes the old Florida peach, but you're just viewing it in bad faith and making that assumption.
It's bad faith, guys. Bad faith. Remember the video I showed you where he said if you abuse the copyright system, you're persona non grata on YouTube? Remember how I just showed you that? Bad faith is my side, though.
And it's incorrect, because the truth is, and this shouldn't come as a shock to anyone, after learning more about those other lawsuits that Ethan is engaged in, like the fair use lawsuits and such, guess what? I don't agree with those either. Now, obviously, I don't know all the nitty-gritty around every single lawsuit. I've only just begun learning about all of these, but from—
Wait a minute. When Tyler Oliveira got DMCA takedowns, you were rushing to condemn another creator. You didn't know the nitty-gritty. You're not a lawyer. But now with Ethan doing actual lawsuits, by the way, Ethan could have DMCA'd them. Ethan could have DMCA'd their streams.
It's also not
their YouTube video.
hard. It's not hard to like, it takes like half an hour at most. Like, and it not even that long to catch up on what the case was, what was at stake, and like why it was important that Denims won. Like it doesn't take that much to realize that what Ethan was trying to do would have been so reprehensibly damaging to the reaction community that the reaction community might dissolve because everybody would just be suing everybody else potentially. And like, you know, or like people, like you have to very, very carefully pick and choose if you get, so long as you get permission. And even then you're taking a risk whether or not you're going to get sued because of what, like the trick that Ethan tried to do, which was to try to create content for people to react to, say that your IP was open, that people could react to it, and then decide to sue anyways when somebody reacted to your content that you said it was appropriate and acceptable for them to react to. Just because it was the wrong person who reacted and that they reacted in the wrong way, in a way that he didn't like, which could come after and bite his ass. Like even if a person's favorable, if somebody doesn't like Ethan and Ethan reacts to that content in a favorable way, that doesn't mean that the person won't come back and sue him. But Ethan's too stupid to realize this, and he went for it anyway because he is just so self-involved that he like couldn't help himself, it feels like.
Videos,
I don't know. That's my perception of it.
Stop them from making money. Except he didn't do that. He took them to court in order to cost them money in litigation, to bully them. He didn't care about his copyright protections and keeping ownership of his property. He was using the lawsuits to force them to have to hire attorneys. Also, I'm on Twitter.
Yeah.
DM me. Let's have a convo if you're going to put clips in your video.
Now, clearly, I don't know all the nuance and intricacies of fair use law. Ethan would certainly know that better than I, and many others would. So maybe he has some strong cases here. And in one of the instances with one—
Not only is he defending Ethan, he's saying that Ethan is an expert.
One of these streamers, it did seem like they were just uninterrupted playing the video without even an attempt to transform it. So
now, I want you to understand, like, maybe you had
Oopsies,
this
sorry
opinion,
guys.
like, a couple months ago, right? It's wrong, but maybe you could have this opinion, right? The judge ruled in Denham's favor that she transformed it. A judge, a federal judge, looked at the case and ruled that Denham's transformed it. And this dumb rat is out there saying that there's some sort of question.
maybe that could be like a easy fair use win for Ethan, but I just don't think that's a win overall. Like,
by the way, that's not a fair use win.
I'm guessing, by the way, I figured out, I'm guessing that this is the evidence that Mike has that Moist is a Destiny Ethan fan because he's waffling on this entire situation. Essentially, Moist Critical is.
Protection win. That would be a fair use loss. Does he think fair use just means I like the use? Fair use requires is a right of anybody to make a transformative, critical work of another person's work. That would be the fair use. Defeat would be Ethan winning. That would be a L for fair use. That would mean fair use is more limited. That reactions are more legally dangerous to do. That lawsuits are more likely to prevail if you do reaction content. That would be a fair use defeat.
Yeah, which you think that like Moist Critical would be happy that Denham's won. Moist Critical should be thanking Denims. Quite frankly, we should all be thanking Denims that she put up with this shit from bullshit Ethan Klein, because like it could have ruined the React content community. because Ethan Klein is so selfish that he would pursue this without thought of the potential ramifications outside of the immediate potential satisfaction that he could have garnered from this had he won the case. He doesn't care about anybody but himself, it feels like. Like, when I think about who Ethan Klein is and what Ethan Klein's behaviors represent to me, that's the type of person that I believe Ethan Klein is Ethan Klein comes off as somebody who does not care about anybody but himself. Like, even though he has a wife and kids, I don't think that he really cares about them either, because this ruling would have impacted them and their potential ability to engage in content as well. It wouldn't have just impacted him, or like Denims or the people that he disliked, but that's probably all of it, like his like distorted thought process is about, is just hurting the people that he dislikes now because he's so obsessed with it. Like, it's just a pathetic way to like essentially keep himself involved in these people's lives, because he's so freaking attached to them that he doesn't care how he's involved in their lives. Like, so long as he is in any sort of form or faction, he's going to keep on going after them, even if he makes them miserable, because he just can't handle rejection. He just can't, it seems like it seems like he just can't handle rejection, because any normal person at this point would have moved on with their freaking life, like literally.
And it would be an increase of copyright proper protections and ownership. Now, if
like, here's the thing that would have like solved the CPS bullshit real fucking fast. If Ethan had moved on with his life, like he wouldn't be like obsessively assuming that it was Denims. He would know that it wasn't Denims who called CPS on him. Because why would Denims call CPS on Ethan Klein? I don't think that Denims wants to invest any thought into Ethan Klein. Like, this is obviously just my speculation, but she seems like the kind of well-rounded person who probably doesn't want to invest any thought into Ethan Klein, because she's probably just wants to be done with him at this point. She's probably sick of him. So my guess is that she did not like call CPS on him. Like, the only I'm sure that if he would go away, they would stop reporting on him. Like, if he just went off and started living a happy life and gave them nothing to report on, then there would be no reason to ever talk about him, and his life would be better for it. But he chooses to constantly like do all this weird shit that keeps him in like the circle of their interest, at least to some degree, regardless of whether he's forcing his way in there or he's done something to make himself so prominent in the news that he gets talked about. All of which he can control if he wanted to, but he decides not to, and decides to blame shift all the time, it seems, and just behaves in a ridiculously immature manner all the time.
By the way, Ethan Klein winning would be ridiculous, because it would severely hamper the First Amendment, because the way that we communicate in the digital age is through video, and oftentimes we're not reacting live to each other in a phone call. You make a video saying something, I react to it, we're engaged in discourse. It'd be the same thing if you wrote a tweet and I replied to the tweet. You would be saying that if by replying to your tweet or quote tweeting your tweet, I'm violating your copyright. I'm using your tweet. Oh no, fair use. It's very stupid. His point makes no sense, which is why, and this is very important, that's why he lost on the pleading stage before trial. The judge said that there is no, in a light, taking the facts and the law, in a light most favorable to Ethan, which is an extremely high bar. He couldn't imagine a world where a rational fact finder would find in favor of Ethan. That as a matter of law, Ethan loses.
If the targets were different, if it wasn't streamers that a lot of people don't like, the response would be very different to these lawsuits. Right now, a lot of people celebrate.
A lot of people don't like, oh, is that right? You mean Denims and myself and Hassan? Oh, that's what a lot of people don't like? Who's we? Who's a lot of people? Far-right people? Right-wingers? Elon Musk?
Streamers, in particular for fair use, they are a fraction of the size of Ethan. So it's, to me, a hard case to make that he was genuinely like losing eyeballs because of them streaming it on their Twitch channel. And yeah, that is.
By the way, who gives a shit? That's not how it works, Charlie. It doesn't matter if he was losing eyeballs. I need you to understand that. It only matters if the videos were not transformed. That is the operative question. It isn't, oh, did he lose out? It only lose out if it's not transformed. If it is, if it's a substitute for Ethan, which means non-transformed. By transforming, it doesn't matter how hostile you are. That's your right. Not fair use, by the way. Timeline of uninterrupted playback versus commentary pauses. All the blue is when she paused and gave commentary.
Yeah, like this is like a barcode. Like you could like, it would take so much work to even piece his entire stream together that it makes it not worth it, and arduous work to like try to transform it back is a standard that I measure it by. Like when I think about how long it would take to re-edit this to become back to Ethan Klein's video, it would probably take a while. And even then it would likely be impossible because there's probably segments where she didn't pause but spoke over Ethan Klein, like I sometimes speak over Mike from PA, like right now. And does that count as transformative? Because now you can no longer hear Mike from PA the way that you normally would uninterrupted, and our commentary is competing with each other. So would that also be counted as transformative? Would she be able to include that as transformative work? That's a question that I have, because like, I don't know, like what's the answer to this other than Denims needed to win? And like she rightfully and fairly did, because her work was legitimately so transformative.
But let's be real, it's not hurting you, it's just you don't like them and they don't like you. So this was a way of being able to get a big jab in there. And
wait a minute. You said that somebody DMCAing someone was a way of, what was that? What was the quote? What did he say? No YouTuber should ever do this.
On YouTube, there's an unwritten rule that when violated, it ruins your image forever.
Is Ethan's image ruined forever? You're coming at this a lot different, man. How come when it's someone bullying Tyler Oliveira through a DMCA notice, that ruins their reputation forever? But when Ethan Klein takes someone into court without using DMCA, by the way, that's oh, well, he's just doing it because he doesn't like them. Why doesn't that ruin his reputation forever?
Since a lot of the internet doesn't like them, they get to rally behind you as well, as opposed to start asking the question, why even bother? You already won, again, against that kind of behavior. The internet, from what I can tell, this is kind of post-mortem now since I'm super late to it, but from what I can tell, no one was really on the side of the streamers that were just blatantly streaming it without any kind of transformation or anything like that. So you already won. What's the point in continuing this further, paying big bucks to the lawyer just so you could also
to waste her time and money because she's poorer than Ethan, because Ethan
It's just a bullying tactic. Mike from PA is exactly right. It is literally just a bullying tactic. Ethan Klein, the reason why I think he's a bully is because he's doing moves like this. He's just using his money to throw his weight around and be like, look, I'm bigger and stronger than you. But the Denims in a, gladiator versus, not gladiator versus Goliath. Whatever the Goliath story is, Denims won, thankfully, which is great.
Won the lottery on YouTube, with his incredibly uncreative slop content.
I tried to get into Ethan Klein stuff, but he is yet to make me laugh once, and now it just feels like he's tainted his own image so much that I just don't think that I would ever be able to laugh at his jokes. He has such a long road to go down in order to be a transformed person that would, arguably be somebody that I would want to spend time with, even vicariously, through watching his streams, because that's what you're doing when you're here with streamers. When you're here with me, you're spending time with me, you're spending time with the streamer, even if you're not in the same room with them, even if you're not having an interactive conversation with them. And sometimes you do have an interactive conversation with the streamer, right? So there is some level of time spent with each other. We're just in separate areas doing it, essentially, but it's still spending time with each other. So there's no reason why right now, because of the way that Ethan's behaved, that I would ever want to spend time with him, because he comes off like a genocidal freak to me. He comes off like a creep to me. He comes off like an asshole to me. Ethan Klein behaves like an asshole, in my opinion.
That to terrorize her.
Financially hurt them to further, get them. It
yes,
seems
that should be. We should all hate his guts, because that's wrong, right? You're the big free speech guy. You should be saying Ethan Klein's a piece of shit, right? Now you're sitting here all kerfuzzled.
It's less about fighting a just cause for fair use and more about here's some more ammunition. The big one that I spent the most time looking into is the Denims case, because it's the most recent and is being touted as a tentative loss for Ethan, which I don't know what a tentative loss really means, because it's...
You guys remember when I had a meltdown one day about a big streamer who refuses to use Google for 5 minutes before making their dumb videos? I have an incredibly small team on YouTube, and they are much better than whatever he's got. Legitimately, this is bad. I think Charlie's more of a useful idiot than a full-on right-winger. No, he's a right-winger He's a stealth right-winger. He's the wide end of the funnel, right? Like his purpose is to be, oh, I'm not really political. I'm just talking about what's the big story of the day, man. And then when you actually go and look at who he associates himself with and who he promotes, it's all right-wingers. So that's and then whenever the left has some sort of scandal or embarrassment, he's boosting it to the ceiling.
I don't know. He's hung out with Hassan before. It's been a while. At least I think that they've hung out. I'm not 100% sure. I'm sorry. I don't pay that much attention to the drama. I don't pay that much attention to the social lives. I don't know. I'm just interested in the news and shit most of the time. But this is important news, so I'm paying attention. But I don't know if he's right wing, but if he has consistently recently, maybe he is. I don't know.
Right, or the Zionists have some sort of scandal or failure. He's quiet about it. So you could tell by the unequal levels of his attention. If he was a true centrist, he would be paying attention to the scandals of the right as well as the left at equal measure.
Rolling power blackout. Did we lose you?
Loss. It's still an ongoing lawsuit here. But
a tentative ruling means this is my ruling. You will have one more hearing to lodge any objections or provide any additional points, and then it will be the ending. That's
Weird.
what tentative means. It doesn't mean oh, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure about it. It's here's what it is. Last call. Instead of thinking about it being I'm not really sure, think of it more like a bartender saying, ringing the last call bell. I don't know if you've ever gone outside, Charlie, but at a bar, at the end of the night, they do what's called last call. Sometimes they ring a bell. Sometimes they'll turn on lights. Sometimes they'll yell, hey, last call for alcohol. And then you go and you order one more time. That's what the judge is doing. He's saying, last call, Ethan, you're about to be cut off. That's what tentative means.
Coming from a place of revenge. Now, I don't know the intricacies of everyone that's being sued and their relationship to Ethan and the snark community. I don't know. But from everything I've seen in these lawsuits, I just don't agree with going this extremely litigious path. There are very few lawsuits in this space that I think make sense. And like I said yesterday, the one that does is him going after the snarking community that allegedly did send a fraudulent CPS check to his...
Allegedly.
They don't know that, though. That's the thing. It's they don't know that. What proof do you have? What evidence do you have? Except for people covering it, which you put out into the universe for people to cover.
From who? Allegedly from who? Ethan Klein, who has absolutely no credibility and has lied about a number of people, including Denims. And this is a very important. I know, maybe I'm not going to get a lot of Charlie fans in here. Last year, he had to apologize to Denims.
I want to address something from Denham's correction demand in her letter. The letter claims I falsely stated that Denims herself filed the preceding CPS report, or that Denims caused others to do so. The letter also states, on March 11th, I acknowledged Denims had denounced herself or anyone in her community making contact with CPS. Let me be clear. I have never claimed that Denims called CPS. I have never implied that Denims
I'm pretty sure that he did, actually.
Interpreted as stating this, I want to correct the record and make it clear that I do not.
Or at least I, quote unquote, interpreted it that way.
CPS, obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid.
If I were to react like this, a no-face person, would this also count as transformative? Because I haven't paused the video.
To our audience to contact CPS.
I haven't paused the video, but I'm still talking over it. I'm still. I'm pausing now also. Does your face have to be visible? Do you have to have some sort of character to alter the video? I wonder what the classifications are, what the official classifications are, what the limitations are, what counts and what doesn't, because it's not very clear.
Obviously, right? Never said that.
So, you keep bringing up CPS, but here is Ethan Klein saying Denims had nothing to do with it. Why are you bringing up CPS shit when Ethan had to go on his stream and withdraw and said she had nothing to... Now, he had said she did CPS. I mean, you're even saying it now, right? You're saying it right now, CPS, right after talking about Denims, even though Ethan Klein specifically withdrew that claim. So what is your point, man?
Getting that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Random anonymous
Did I say that?
Wait,
he's literally suing him right now.
Who called CPS?
So I don't know.
So, okay, so Charlie's out there. Again, this was what, last year? And he's still saying the same shit about CPS. Ethan Klein withdrew his accusations that Denims had anything to do with it.
Okay, we might cut this a little short because this isn't what I thought it was. This is just anti-Ethan for the most part. I want to say, even though I don't like Ethan that much as a person, I don't find him very appealing to spend time with him, whatever. I don't want to spend a copious amounts of time just being anti-Ethan. I think that's bad for your soul.
Remains. And then it was returned to the reputable dealer of human remains. They know who ordered it. This is not a complicated investigation. Who ordered the skulls? Yet you're out here spreading these lies, Moist Critical, with no investigation. It's almost as if you're sweeping for Ethan.
I mean, to be fair, when ordering, you could get a prepaid credit card and enter in whatever name you want to. into like who the sender is and things of that nature, like because you don't have to register a prepaid credit card with your like name and shit like that, right? So like there are ways to like make it seem like it was somebody it wasn't. So although it might be good to try and track that down, it might also not be 100% because anybody could be like, I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Somebody must have done it fraudulently under my name. Well, how do they do that? Well, they could have just gotten a prepaid credit card and entered my name as the person that was sending it, right? Like the owner of the, like for return shipping purposes and all this other stuff. Like somebody just trying to be a jackass. Like you don't actually know. You don't know for sure if Ethan Klein actually, like, if there's any way, excuse me, not Ethan Klein, but like if there's any way of actually tracking down who it was that actually did send send the skulls. I think it's unlikely that that happened, but the fact that it's a possibility makes it like somebody has potential reasonable plausible deniability. Just be like, no, it wasn't me, man. Like I have no idea what you're talking about if you're ever questioned about it. Simple as.
Which apparently is taboo to even mention now for some reason. I got
because there's no evidence Snark had anything to do with that at all. He's being sued by his housekeeper for firing her for taking time off for being sick and needing surgery. Ethan Klein, if you don't know this, John, is being sued by his housekeeper because she came back, she requested time off to get surgery, and he fired her ass. And so she sued him for unlawful termination under FMLA, which is the Federal Medical Leave Act. So she might have known the conditions in his house were not so clean and good for the children. Or it could have been the doctor who treated their child for being suspected of cresting giardia.
I mean, it's potential that he's become too dependent on, like, the maid to come by and clean. Like, who knows?
Yeah, whatever the disease is called.
Sometimes you have to clean more than once a day, right? Like, you should have a living nanny at that point if you need that much assistance and you can afford it.
There's so many.
Like, you live a very privileged life, Ethan Klein. Like, why are you not taking advantage of it?
Many mandatory reporters that could have reported that shit that have nothing to do with Snark. And here you are spreading that misinformation.
Fucking dogpiled for bringing that up, but from everything
I guess he'd rather save his money for lawsuits.
That did happen, bro. That was a year ago.
That's the way it seems like he's behaving to me.
Who did it? It's a year ago that he withdrew the claim that Denims did it. This motherfucker is a 20 million subscriber YouTube channel, and he's spreading misinformation blatantly that I know off the top of my mother head. How the you have such a big audience when you are this irresponsible in your messaging? Again, remember, he said someone filing a DMCA claim on YouTube was beyond the pale. That's beyond the pale. Using the YouTube DMCA system is beyond the pale. Everyone should hate you. But not filing multiple frivolous lawsuits in federal court. That he has to be he has to sit on the fence over.
Hallucinate that or anything. So like that's a pretty big deal. That's a pretty traumatizing thing. That is psychopath behavior. So if the snarking community is responsible for that, then yeah, it makes sense to go that path because that is extremely unhinged. And that is something that should be pursued legally to stop that from ever happening again. But yeah, I honestly am very surprised how many...
Why isn't he... Again, there's no evidence that CPS was called by Snark. There's no evidence that Snark ordered the skulls. Ethan threw that out there to farm sympathy from dumb...
People were so quick to jump to the...
Okay, I think I pinned this earlier, but I'm going to link it again just in case you want to keep watching it, and we're going to move on to the iDubbbz versus Ethan lawsuit because that's the most recent, and this doesn't feel like right now in this portion of it there's anything other than just Ethan bad and Moist critical bad. All right, we'll do this one first. iDubbbz Ian Joma, excuse me, sorry, announces he's being sued by H3H3 Ethan Klein, unfortunately. There we go. So let me make sure you can actually hear it. Good. Okay, so this is iDubbbz, a Canadian streamer or a US Canadian streamer. I'm not sure him or his partner is a Canadian. I'm not quite sure which one. So sorry. I don't stalk you guys. I don't know that much information about you. You seem like cool people, so I chill in your chat sometimes. I don't talk, but I'm a lurker. I don't know. I don't talk in big streamers' chats ever. I don't quite see the point of it. It feels kind of weird talking in like partnered people's chats. I don't know. Maybe someday if I have the clout of being partner, I'll chat in people's chats more frequently. Oh, we'll see. Anyway. Oopsies. Sorry, guys. Here we go.
It is official. I am being sued by Ethan Klein in the courts of Calgary, Alberta.
Oh, I wonder what would happen with separation, because like Alberta is essentially based on a lot of like Canadian laws. I wonder if they would change to be more American. Like they probably want to join America, God knows why. No offense, America, but you guys gotta have some serious like freaking issues right now. You're like falling slowly every day, every step. You march slowly further and further into fascism. Anyway.
Defamation. I do plan on fighting against this, but for now it is in the hands of the courts and our attorneys. I will say that it worries me what it means for the commentary community, and especially the Canadian commentary community.
Yeah. Because this is gonna affect Canada. And I don't think that Ethan Klein has a leg to stand on from what I understand of the case so far. Fucking hate Ethan Klein. Ugh. Excuse me. I don't actually hate Ethan Klein. I just think that he's such a selfish a-hole. Like, he's so selfish. Not only does he try to impact all of the United States because he has such a hate boner for his ex-boyfriend, that he tries to go after Canadian law too because he has such a hate boner for his ex-friend who, like, he just can't get over. He just can't get over because his friend wasn't, like, sympathetic to his non-plight. Like, his non-plight that is not affecting him directly in any real way because he's an American and lives in America and he's only, like, traveled to Israel sometimes. And, you know, if you like people of Israel, chances are you'd like some Palestinian people, and you probably have in your entire life and just had no freaking clue. So, you know, to say that all Palestinians are bad and they deserve genocide is kind of crazy to me. Like, I know Ethan Klein hasn't said those words, but his behavior makes me believe that he thinks that that's true just because of everything that's going on. Like, it's so hard to shake this feeling that he's just like, he's lost it. He's completely lost his mind, it feels like. I don't know. It's just super weird. He's so vengeful and hateful and stalkerish that he, like, has to, he's literally stalking his ex-friend's friend because, like, of, like, what's going on. I'm pretty sure that, that these two were also, like, friends. Ethan Klein and iDubbbz were also friends, like, with, at one point. And it's like, just move on with your life, man. Just move on with your life. You will be so much happier if you just move on with your life and get a life.
This is about...
It's, getting a little...
At least for now...
psychotic. It feels psychotic.
I'm sorry that the stream is so short. I wish I could give you a lot more grease, but I will resume the regularly scheduled content on Thursday. Again, I'm sorry it's so short, but we will be back, and I appreciate you being here for this important announcement. Have a good day, everyone.
That must be frustrating. I mean, that's the entire point, is to, like, get under people's skin. That's basically it. But here is... What? He's reacting to this lawsuit? Moist Critical is reacting to this lawsuit. You're reacting to this lawsuit, but you still haven't reacted to the Denims lawsuit? How many lawsuits does Ethan Klein need to file before you'll be like, maybe this guy has a bit of an addiction and a problem, potentially? Because he's filing so many lawsuits. He must feel like such a powerless person on his own. Like, that he needs to use, like, somebody else's strong arm to, like, decide in his favor so that he can be the ultimate freaking winner because he's such a fucking loser all the time. That he's so desperate that, like, if he loses like a person. It's like losing some sort of like bet or argument that they probably didn't even know that they were signing up for when they decided to become friends with Ethan Klein. Like, once you're connected forever. And even if you don't want to be, I'm going to make sure that we're connected. It's super freaking creepy, in my opinion. Like, it's super creepy that he behaves this way. It is obsessive beyond like reasonable, like healthy levels of like normality. It's gone into like he's like a villain almost. He wants to play the villain or something for some freaking reason. Like, it just blows my mind. Like, you could literally be doing anything in the world right now, Ethan Klein. Why the hell are you doing this? It makes you like the biggest loser. You could be like horseback riding in the sands, like in the Arabian sands. You could be learning another language. You could be learning how to play the guitar. You could have like a rock band or something. Like, you're infinitely wealthy, and yet you decide to waste your time and your life on garbage like this. You could be just retire and live your life with your family, going on endless vacations, exploring the entire world, enriching your children's lives beyond anybody's like imagination, because that's the dream of so many people. And yet here you are suing content creators because you're upset that they highlighted something else that somebody else said about you. And you want to pretend like that makes you a valiant and strong person, when really it just kind of makes you come off like a loser. Because it wasn't iDubbbz that said the thing that has gotten him in trouble. It was another content creator that Ethan Klein is not going after. And I don't think that it's because Ethan Klein is scared of Destiny, who ironically is got caught like having CSAM or something like that on his computer. I believe is the was proven in court potentially. Look it up yourselves. Don't trust my memory, but like accusing what happened was Destiny accused Ethan Klein of being a pedophile and molesting his own children. He made a post about it. And Ethan Klein's excuse for not suing Destiny is because he was just joking and he took it down quickly, which is such a weird and lame excuse. It doesn't make any sense to any like reasonable or logical person that's like thinking about this entire like shit ass situation. Because this is just such a ridiculous thing to have to talk about. But because Canadian, copyright laws and things like that are at the helm here, it feels like it's important to talk about because it's going to affect what I'm capable of doing potentially. So I have to pay attention to it. So does like the Surf's Times. So does Northern Lions. So does so many other content creators within Canada who do React content that like, we're forced to pay attention to it now. And it just kind of makes Ethan this emotional like vampire almost, because he is forcing his way into so many people's lives. Even if he didn't realize that's exactly what he would be doing, that he would be having so many people look at him with the ire that he deserves because he's bringing this litigious bullshit to court all of the time, causing so many problems for so many people, putting so many people on the razor's edge of not sure whether or not they're going to be able to continue their career or not as it is, or somehow figure out a way to make their content so transformative when they're viewing it, it's almost disruptive to watch. Like, what is the limit here? Why are you challenging this? Things are pretty good as they are. Like, we shouldn't have to get lucky. Not that we did with the Denims case, but to a certain extent, we did get lucky, because there could be some harebrained asshole out there who just maybe doesn't like Denims and has a bias that they're not expressing, that decides to rule against her and comes up with the most ridiculous reason ever. And sure, maybe it can get challenged and appealed, but chances are that's not likely to happen, because Denims does not have endless funds. She had enough funds, and she shouldn't have to deal with having endless funds because she has to combat this ex-friend who turned out to be a complete and utter psychopath towards her and everybody else that he has managed to, he's managed to alienate from his own circle, because it's Ethan Klein's own behavior, from my understanding, that has gotten everybody else to depart from him. And I'm not even freaking involved, But the fact that I now have to pay attention, forced to essentially pay attention because of my content is React content, I'm like officially fucking done too. Like I was done a little while ago, and now it's just like reaffirming that Ethan Klein has not matured as a person enough to be willing to like give him the grace of a person that has grown as a person, that should deserve some level of grace and understanding as they integrate themselves back into like a community or whatever. Crazy sauce, not a chance in hell. Absolutely not. Like, no. I don't think that I think that he's burned that bridge of trust when he was like, yeah, I'm opening up our IP, people can react to our content, and then decided to sue somebody for reacting to his content. It makes his content toxic. And I'm personally going to try to avoid ever directly interacting with his content because I personally don't want to get sued, but I can react by proxy if other people have it in their content. I'll just make sure to pause as much as I possibly can, even if I'm just humming and hawing, just to make sure that I'm making it transformative so that he doesn't come after me. And if he does, I'll make sure that I win also. We've got Denims who set a precedent, and she did a fantastic job. Like, she set a precedent in the US, and Ian maybe iDubbbz, excuse me, not Ian, maybe setting a precedent in this case in Canada. So they're very interesting cases to have to follow. I'm upset that I have to follow them. It is very, very frustrating. I would much rather be reporting on what I consider to be more important things. However, this has become a major news story. It should be at least up here because it affects so many content creators. I would not be surprised if you don't see on like Maple Takes, even on Maple Takes covering this as well, especially now that it's reached more as critical. Hopefully it gets more attention than what it's getting right now. I think that it's important to pay attention to it. I think that it's very, very unfortunate that this is happening, though. I don't think that it's justified. In my opinion, I can't imagine Ethan having even any ground to stand on based upon what his lawsuit is. He's claiming that it's slander, but it was something that somebody else had said, and he was just showing it. So I don't really know if that counts as slander rather than just showing like art, right? Ian was just showing art, essentially, like a form of art, because you clipped it and you turned it into a photo. So he was just showing a photo that had words in it, essentially, which could be considered like just expression. Arguably, I guess. I don't know. I'm just guessing here. Don't follow my legal advice. It's going to be terrible. I mean, he shouldn't even have to stand on that, like, either. Like, it's just a picture of words, essentially. Anyways, let's get back to it. Moist Critical, cover the denim story. It's not too late. You can still cover it. You can still cover the litany of lawsuits that Ethan Klein has engaged in recently, because it is a lot. It's like overwhelming. It's like his hobby or something. It's super weird. Why would you want to be friends with somebody like that?
Versus iDubbbz defamation lawsuit, and spent the last 3 or so hours learning about it and getting into the nitty gritty, figuring out all the bits and pieces and getting all the morsels of information I could find to really put the nipple clamps on it and figure out what all the hoopla is.
It's so much simpler than that. Like, you didn't need to do that much investigation. It took me like just a short amount of time to get caught up from what I saw through my algorithm. As far as I'm aware, nobody has reported that Ian himself said any of this stuff. In fact, it's being reported that Ian denied, like the accusations being made, that he expressed that he didn't believe them to be true and thought that they were atrocious and all these other disparaging things towards them. He was just showing what was said, essentially. And I think it wasn't necessarily to make an accusation, at least in my opinion. It wasn't to make an accusation. It was just to be like, look who Ethan Klein is friends with. Because Ethan Klein and Destiny, I believe, are still friends, or at least they were at some point. And Ethan Klein isn't now going after Destiny for some reason, despite the fact that Ethan, like, it was said by Destiny towards Ethan Klein. That's my understanding.
And it is a real...
And honestly, I would not be paying attention to any of this if it wasn't for Canadian copyright laws to be that are at risk. I just want to be clear about this. I would not be talking about this if it was not important.
Thing, the pugilistic legal paperwork has been filed against iDubbbz, so now they're gonna duke it out, not with knuckle sandwiches, but with extremely expensive litigation. Offer it before I even get into the spaghetti and meatballs of the actual story here. There is just something that pets my peeves. There is something that grinds my gears, greases my cheeks so much I can't resist yapping about it briefly. When I was in the trenches digging around for information about what all of this is about, I kept seeing people say that I refuse to cover these kind of things for a variety of different reasons. I'm ignoring it, this and that. I don't know how many more times I need to say this. I am just really not online that much these days. The only streams I watch are like the Summer Games Fest and like events like that, but I don't watch streams. I don't watch a lot of YouTube, and I don't go on Twitter, like, at all. I still have Twitter because I send and reply to DMs through there sometimes for like events, like Tyler One's League of Legends tournament. I heard from him on Twitter DM, so I have it for reasons like that. But
Is
I don't.
This the video
like,
we just watched,
Twitter
or we
and
were
see a bunch of things
watching
anymore. Look at the last tweet I made. So
okay.
I don't see a lot of these things that are going on anymore. But for some reason, everyone jumps to, oh, he must be ignoring it. He's got to be ignoring it. We can really...
Doesn't he have, like, people, like, a person that can stay tapped in that like, gives him, like, ideas of things to talk about and catch up on? Not like he couldn't afford to hire somebody. Come on. I mean, like, not to tell you how to do your job or anything, but you kind of become an important figure in the commentary sphere, which means that these, like, lawsuits affect you, like, greatly, because that's the majority of your content is just reacting to stuff. Let's see, are we on Moist Critical's page right now? Yeah, let's go to, how far are we in? 141. Okay, let's see, what is your content? Videos. It's disclosure day, any good? Useless. Okay. Is this actually the worst basketball play? Look, react content right here. You're reacting to basketball. More react content, potentially. React content. React content. More react content. All of it. Like, look, endless amounts of reaction content. This should be important to you. Why have you not covered it, Moist Critical? I mean, it is a reasonable question, in my personal opinion, to ask that. Like, why you haven't covered it? You put out, like, quite a few videos since the iDubbbz video went out. How many did you put out? This was 2 days ago. You put out, like, 3 more since then. You get, like, millions of views on your videos within, like, a day. Some videos obviously do better than others, but, like, by and large, you get millions of views per video, like, sometimes multiple times per day. You're not hurting for money. You can have somebody help you. That's my point. You're not hurting for money. You could have somebody help you. Okay, let's get back to this. Where were we? 141?
I just heard about the...
Oops, we skipped ahead a little bit.
...of these things that are going on anymore. But for some reason, everyone jumps to, oh, he must be ignoring it. He's got to be ignoring it. We can really tell a lot about this guy from the things he refuses to cover. I just don't see them. The things I do hear about come from my friends sending them to me, or when I stream chat telling me about them, putting them on my radar. But if neither of those two avenues show it to me or tell me about it, I just never hear about it. And I'm not even a fucking streamer anymore, not full time. I'm like a semi-retired streamer. I stream sometimes. And sometimes I'll stream like 3-4 days in a row. But basically what I do now is I just play like old school games, like a lot of retro games or a lot of Steam cum dumpster games, like actual trash. So like I'm not even really a streamer, so I don't even see a lot of that either.
I mean, if it makes you happy, like, fine.
A certain thing.
If it makes you happy, fine. But people viewed you as a person who was like on the beat of like the most popular like social topics of the day, and expected you to cover like at least one, if not two of them, right? And it's garnered you like a lot of like influence, essentially. Your opinion is valued at this point. It has a value. There's a value attached to your opinion because you've garnered influence, which is what you wanted to do. You're an influencer. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. You wanted to be an influencer. Are you saying that you're retiring from influencing? Are you saying that you have retired from becoming an influencer? That you no longer want your opinion to be listened to and valued, at least to some degree?
for a nefarious reason. I just literally don't ever hear about it, so I never learn about it. Now, there is some stories that I do hear about and get really invested in, like Bricks and Minifigs versus Reckless Ben. I've been very glued to that one, had my finger on the pulse of, but that was something that was put on my radar by friends and stream chat. So genuinely, I am just not online that much, so I don't see a lot of it. So with that out of the way, I did spend like the last 3 hours learning about this defamation lawsuit between H3 and iDubbbz, because that did sound pretty concerning. Because there's always been like an unwritten rule on the internet, not just YouTube, where if there's beef online, it stays online. And you handle it online without, going over that threshold, the event horizon of trying to...
Yeah, but Ethan has done that so many times now. He's gone over this imaginary threshold that the bar that you yourself have set so many times now. And according to others, and from what I've seen, like, you've yet to speak out against Ethan's behavior, against what you claim is despicable behavior. Despicable.
Litigation to silence
behavior,
your opponent or something like that. That had always been etched in the stone tablets, the fucking 10 commandments of online discourse. And now all of a sudden, I'm hearing about H3 suing iDubbbz for defamation. So obviously I wanted to hear more about that. And after diving in, hitting that cannonball into the pool, I learned he has a lot of active lawsuits. I think it's 5, maybe 6 against other streamers and YouTubers.
Jesus, what the hell?
So it's a bit of a rampage he's been on. I knew about one before all this, which was against the Snark community. That I did hear about, and that one made a lot of sense to me, actually. The Snark community, from what I recall, was doing some diabolical, harassing, stalking stuff, sending...
You have no proof of this. You have no proof of this. I'm not saying that they weren't. I'm just saying that you don't really have any proof of this. Like, for all we know, it could be members of his own, watch group. I don't want to say community, because I don't consider stalkers and freak shows a part of somebody's community. They're more like leeches, people who latch on. You have the community, and then you have the leeches of your community, and those are the stalkers and the weirdos. Whether they love you or hate you, it doesn't really matter. They're the freaks of your community, the dredges of your community, the complete and utter weirdos who need to get a life but haven't managed to figure it out, so they're channeling all their weird shit onto you, unfortunately. So yeah, I wouldn't say it was a part members of his community, but maybe leeches of his community behave that way towards him. That for me feels people are like that are just constantly waiting for an opportunity, and it doesn't matter how long it takes them. They're just so invested in this other person for some reason that they will just wait until they have an opportunity to harm them in some way, because they're obsessed with them. The same way that Ethan is trying to behave with Hassan Biker. It's weird. It's weird. Moist, I hope that you realize this, that just how fucked up Ethan Klein is behaving. It's atrocious.
CPS, I remember that, and Human Skulls. Those things I recalled from the Snark community. So
he's potentially damaging your job too. He's putting your job at risk. He's putting Canadians' jobs at risk. Literally. The thing that made you as rich as you are, he's putting that at risk. Why are you not more concerned about this? Why is that not worth your time and on your radar? Now that you're aware, you've been made aware of the lawsuits, that he has at least 5 or 6 other lawsuits. Denham's was likely in there, unless he only now knows about active lawsuits. I guess, I don't know if Denham's and Ethan's is officially closed, or if she just got the initial ruling that basically said she won, or if it's been officially classified. I don't know if it's been 7 days yet, but she won either way. Don't you care about that? Or are you giving Ethan Klein a pass here?
It made sense that he would pursue litigation there, because that is highly illegal fucking psychopath behavior. So that one I remember, and that one made sense.
It may not be illegal. It may not be illegal, but it is inappropriate, right? Legally it may be acceptable. Morally, it is reprehensible. Those two things don't always align, even though in more situations they should. Stuff like this should be taken seriously, 100%. But it could be a stalker who's just a stalker and a psychopath. And that's not a member of anybody's community. That's just a leech of the community, because they don't care about the person that they're stalking. They just care about what they can emotionally get from their own behavior directed at that person, that gives them a sense of feeling of power over that person, right? That's all that they crave.
Talking about these other ones, granted, I haven't dove too deep into all those because this is clearly a lot. I was mainly focused on the defamation one, but man, Ethan Klein has become like the Nintendo of YouTubers. He is extraordinarily litigious. Anyway, enough blabbering. What started this defamation lawsuit was this iDubbbz stream.
Okay, this is my watermark for the stream. I don't want any of my...
Yeah, it says, quick daily reminder that Ethan from H3H3 is likely a pedophile who molested his own children. And that was sent on the 26/01/26. That was sent by Destiny, I think in his Discord or something. And everybody's obviously clipping everything in Destiny and Hassan's Discord and Ethan's Discord and all that garbage. Because, obviously, they have so many fans each that, like, and people I think do it also because they like fueling the fire of the conflict, which is also super weird behavior. Those are not fans. People who like try to instigate like fights and shit like that and intentionally share like content from somebody that they know that the other person is trying to probably like avoid or doesn't want to interact with and things of that nature. That's not chill either. That's not like community member either. That's also like an emotional vampire type bullshit behavior right there. Like they're just looking for the thrill of seeing somebody else like upset about like some bullshit, and it's just like, dude, find a better hobby. Like like work with clay. It's super easy. Go make clay animation or something. I don't know. Fucking get a hobby. So many people just need like hobby. Streaming is a hobby. Start streaming yourself if you're so like jealous. Do the work yourself to get like bigger if you're like so jealous of like somebody that you have to like behave that way. I don't know. Get a life. Fuck.
Content being stolen. Got another Kalshi ad? I'm sorry, Fazium. We're all getting Kalshi ads these days. It's okay. So I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here. But I'm putting it on screen because I think it should be addressed because it's a big, bold accusation that's very fucked up.
It is very fucked up. And it's despicable that he would think it's a good idea to post that there while knowingly aware that it's not true. So the message isn't Ian's. This comes from Destiny. And he found this screenshot and he kept it on screen for a very long time. And he said he didn't agree with it, but thinks it needs to be addressed because it's so fucked up. It is a terrible stream. Just giving it to you real blunt, real raw. It is no good. And I'm no stranger to getting shit talked by iDubbbz. He has said...
That doesn't mean that Ethan gets to sue. That doesn't mean that Ethan is justifiably suing. Just because it was an awful stream doesn't mean that like iDubbbz did anything that crossed like any copyright laws or slander laws or anything like that in Canada.
Some very nasty,
like you would never be able to repost anybody's review of any product ever. Like, yeah, like you wouldn't be able to do that if this was ruled in Ethan Klein's favor.
Very untrue things about me on his broadcast as well.
Oh no.
But what is being reported in regards to this stream isn't exactly telling the whole story. Now, when I first heard of this lawsuit, I was reading a bunch about it, but I wanted more information, like, directly associated with it to make sure I wasn't getting, like, fraudulent or misleading shit fed to me. So I reached out to someone whom I know is on the H3 team, and Ethan did hear about that, so he did talk directly about me on his show and challenge me on a few things, and I did eventually get to talk directly with Ethan, and I shared my full perspective on things and the problems I had around it and my concerns, and got his perspective on things to see if there was any misunderstandings and such. Ultimately, I don't think we fully saw eye to eye on this, which, you know, that's going to happen. I fully understand that this is a very emotionally charged subject for him after everything him and his family went through with Snarkers in particular. I know that the CPS and the Human Skulls incident are like a legitimately traumatizing thing, like the fraudulent CPS call. Like, I get how inexcusable and abhorrent that is. I really do. But I just truly don't believe that this lawsuit is in any way, shape, or form helpful to anyone outside of the lawyers. They're fucking smiling ear to ear. They're salivating right now, literally.
Yeah, like with the Denham's lawsuit, the only people that won were the lawyers and Ethan in his own mind. Like, he basically just bought himself Denham's like frustration and stress and all this other stuff. Like he's essentially saying that he is willing to use his money to intimidate, threaten, harm, and like, you know, put people in in precarious positions to potentially be homeless because he is assuming that they did something wrong to him. And it's just like, you have absolutely no proof. You're just being like litigious for the sake of it because you're a child. You can't control his own emotions, it seems like that's it. Like, you have no proof. Like, something bad happened, you can have your suspicions, but unless you have like hard proof, then that's all that they are. And acting on that is a very dangerous thing because you can harm people that don't deserve it. I don't think that anybody that Ethan's gone after so far has really deserved it. I mean, I'm not 100% clear on like everything that happened, but from what I've heard, I don't think that anybody really deserved it, especially since Ethan opened up his content for people to react to, right? And then to go back and sue. It kind of just makes his content toxic, in my personal opinion, because like, you're at risk of being sued despite the fact that he said that, you know, he's opening the IP for people to react to.
Drooling with a bib on.
I haven't seen anything like so far that have said that his shown him saying that I'm retracting that statement. I don't want anybody to react to my IP or my content that I create or anything like that. So I don't know. Like, he has, as far as I'm aware, he hasn't sued anybody for like copying his Instagram story, but maybe that's next, right? Maybe that's what's on the docket next for him, is to try to like go after somebody because they copied his Instagram story and therefore it is content theft. Like, right? Like, even if he has sharing on, he would still probably try to go after a specific person if they shared anything related to his story and call it content theft. If it's an original photo from him, I would not be surprised if that doesn't come up next.
But it's harmful to, I think, literally everyone involved, and does have potential ramifications for others way outside of it. I have never and will never be a fan of extreme litigation, and I have always been vocally advocating against creators going that nuclear path. And I always will. Of course, there are cases where it is understandable. Like I said, going after the snarkers that sent a fraudulent CPS thing through and the skulls and stuff, that one I do understand. But this one, I could never support that. And I just can't see the real just cause behind it. And I think it is a terrible example for other creators in the space to follow, where maybe they believe that even though this is about like a Canadian defamation lawsuit, well, maybe they can try their luck in the States. You know, it's not like defamatory lawsuits are exclusive to Canada. There's better protections here, no doubt. But still,
it does that.
If they take from this that maybe the way to fight battles online is to go the litigious route, well, then it's just a huge mess across the board. I think it is just a very bad precedent. Even if, you know, the lawsuit doesn't end in a victory for him, this way of engaging with discourse, I think, has always been frowned upon, but for some reason is starting to get some more support behind it, and I just fully disagree with it. I think that this is genuinely just a, like, big threat across the board to just the entire space. Like, if discourse becomes, you know, fearful of like litigation flying back and forth, it's going to stifle a lot of voices and stifle some very like legitimate criticism down the line. It's just not something I want to see become commonplace. Now, I did also have...
I mean, but like, your friend, alleged friend, excuse me, Ethan Klein, is doing exactly that, and I don't think that he's putting much thought into it. Maybe if, since you have that connection, if you do, you like you said that you were talking to him, maybe tell him this information rather than just making a video about it. You can do both, you know. You can be like, hey, Ethan, this is a very dangerous road you're going down. Have you thought about this? And ask his opinion directly about how he feels about the potential ramifications of what he is doing on a wider level. Like, maybe that might like wake him up and realize that, oh shit, I'm hurting a lot of people that like have absolutely nothing to do with this. Or are you going to just stay friends with somebody who's so malicious that he would literally try to change an entire country's like copyright laws and infringement laws and like slander laws and etc., and how people can react to content and how people can share content and etc. in an entire country because he's upset that he's no longer friends with somebody else.
A brief conversation with iDubbbz about this as well, letting him know that this really is a horrible thing that he did to try and make his point. And he agreed. He said that it was a legitimately awful thing that he did to make that point, and that it was a genuine, sincere apology that he was issuing and how regretful he was from it. So I did have a conversation with both sides of this to make sure I had like a full, clear picture of where everything was and what this was all about.
I don't know how it works in Canada, if the complaint is public or what. But if you look
That's
at
another thing that he does. He uses complaints to dox people. Like that's one of the reasons why he's going after the Reddit snark accounts, is because he wants to dox them, because when you file papers against people, like, it can become public and you could share their private information, or what was private information. Because Ethan Klein has been through a lot of shit online, and instead of like learning from that and having empathy and understanding just how inappropriate it is to like pass that on to other people, he weaponizes it himself. Like, that's the type of person that Ethan Klein is. He likes to dox people, and he likes to use litigation as a method of doxing people.
Emphasizes throughout that he does think it's a serious accusation that needs to be investigated, and that he doesn't think it's a joke, right? Now, I know people are like, well, why don't you sue Destiny for saying it? Well, Destiny made it immediately. First of all, this is a comment from Destiny, like, made in passing. Ian put it on his screen for 2 hours during his main broadcast. Destiny made it clear that he was not being serious, right?
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that Destiny knew,
writing it. Like,
even if he deleted it right away, that it would immediately get clipped. Like, somebody is going to be monitoring for his shit. Like, there's enough people monitoring for his comments all the freaking time, like obsessive weirdos, that somebody would have clipped it if he did not clip it and share it himself secretly, right? So, you know, and very few people will have known about, like, this whole, like, oh, he said he was joking or whatever, the excuses that Destiny gave, bullshit about it, and that he took it down super quick. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's being shared by one of the popular liberal streamers out there. So.
Nobody was like, yo, Destiny made this claim that Ethan molested his children. Oh, shit. No, people knew that when Destiny said it was like, he was just being a dickhead, or, I mean, he was being a giant fucking piece of shit, right? But he immediately afterwards made it clear that he didn't actually think that. But
yeah, but like, how many people are going to invest their time into finding that out? Like, very few. Like, very few people are going to be made aware of this fact that he said he didn't actually mean it. Whoopsies. Like, it doesn't matter. The comments aren't connected, and this is out there now, and it's like getting a Streisand effect.
Ian took that. And just because you're showing what someone else said doesn't make it not defamation, because you're showing essentially this accusation bare of context and...
we don't need to watch that.
Explain that. I actually made the noble sacrifice of going back and watching the entire iDub stream segment with this in it when he was talking about it. Boy, howdy. I'm not a hero. It was brave, but I don't need your flowers. That was agonizing. It was heinous. Even. It was brutal. This whole segment where he was talking about that, I think, was really, really rough. But I don't recall at any point throughout it him actually trying to argue that it's a legitimate thing or trying to convince his audience that it's real. So I know one of the big things is that it came from iDubbbz, who has actually met Ethan and his family. So there's like this air of credibility around him saying something like this. But that's just not true. He's not even trying to say anything about it is credible, even outright says that it's not, that he doesn't agree with it. So he's not trying to present it as a real argument based on, you know, any of his experiences knowing Ethan and his family.
Also, I will say that I think Ethan Klein is terrified of this guy. So it's just kind of like legit. It is, to me, it's super funny that he has so much smoke for everyone that he thinks he can bully, but the person that he's fucking terrified, he just keeps very overtly running from. And it's like, yeah.
Now, while Ethan is 100% correct that iDubbbz says that this is a big allegation that Ethan should be addressing, he's not doing it earnestly, or at least I don't think he was. It's actually really kind of hard to tell. The whole segment was fucking awful, and the point he was trying to make was really dog shittily done. But what he's trying to say is that clip right there at the end, where Destiny said this extremely outrageous, outlandish, disgusting thing about Ethan, and yet Ethan doesn't have smoke for him, but he does for the other people that he's gone after through lawsuits.
Yeah, like, why, like, the only reason why anybody has this to repost is because Destiny said it. Not because iDubbbz said it. iDubbbz didn't even say it. Like, iDubbbz didn't repeat it, I don't think. I don't think iDubbbz read it out. I think that he just put it on the screen. It was like, this is what, like, you know, is being said about Ethan Klein by his friend Destiny. Or maybe they weren't friends at that point. Like, I don't know. I'm not paying that much close attention to the, like, inner workings of the drama.
I'm pretty sure that's the point he was trying to make by putting that on screen. Like, look, Destiny has said something absolutely despicable, yet you don't have that same energy for him as you do for the others. unless I've blanked out and like erased moments from my memory from this segment, I don't recall him saying that this is like a serious thing he believes in and is presenting it as such. Like about Ethan is this, and this is a real allegation that really has a lot of water to it. Now, this doesn't change the fact that what iDubbbz did here is completely awful. To try and make this point using that kind of comment with something as monstrously evil as that is just so fucking low. It is. But I don't believe it's how Ethan is necessarily explaining it to everyone, where iDubbbz is really, believing in this. iDubbbz came over to my house, he met my family, now he's going out there saying these things. It is extremely scummy because he did meet his kids and everything, and now he's putting a comment out there like that. That is very scummy.
I don't know. I don't think that it has any real relevance to anything except for the fact that iDubbbz was, like, spreading it. But that doesn't mean that, like, it was slander.
But he's not.
He was just
using
sharing
it to try and make this claim that Ethan is those things. He's trying to use that to show that Destiny has said something so fucking terrible, yet you are not approaching him with the same energy you have everybody else. That
was my suspicion as to why iDubbbz shared it as well. It's because it's just like you have all this heat for all these other people, and yet the original person for some reason gets a pass, despite the fact the only reason why anybody else can share it is because of the original person. Like, the original person is continuing to inflict a wound on you, essentially relentlessly for as long as you're around, because that's going to be spread around and shit like that, without the clarification, without the information, because the further away you get from it, the further, like, people could get away from the explanation as to why it was said and that Destiny didn't mean it and all this other shit. Like, people aren't going to search whether or not that's true. Like, they're just going to, like, assume that it is and then move on with their freaking day. But, like, the only reason why it's plausible for anybody to have shared that is because Destiny created it in the first place. He knew exactly what he was doing when he did it, and he didn't care about the ramifications. Like, he didn't care. Like, he knew exactly what he was doing when he was doing it. He's not an ignorant person. Like, he's been down that road before, I'm sure. Like, he's well aware that his stuff, like, all of his stuff gets copied, I'm sure. I would be, like, I would not believe him feigning ignorance on that.
Is the point he was trying to make, I think, throughout that segment, at least from everything that I saw when watching it. Granted, it was very hard to sit through, but I'm pretty sure that's what he was trying to get at with that there. But I think that was a terrible way of going about it. Now, Ethan also addresses why he's not suing Destiny as well, and he's saying because Destiny cleared up that he wasn't being serious right away. I don't understand that. I'm not gonna lie. That's not making sense to me. Can't wrap my noodle around it. It's not computing. I think it is a very disgusting statement. 100%. He's not wrong for feeling like this is a terrible thing that's being said about him. That is a line you don't cross, talking about people's children in a manner like this. It's gross. It is gross. So then why is this defamation lawsuit reserved exclusively for iDubbbz with a nice big bow on it, but not also extended to Destiny, the genesis of that comment? Does that not just prove the point that I believe iDubbbz was trying to make in the first place, which is Destiny, for some reason, can say these atrocious, abhorrent things about Ethan, and for some reason, Ethan doesn't have the same anger towards Destiny as he does someone like iDubbbz. Now, I guess with iDubbbz, you could then say, well, iDubbbz actually did meet his children and stuff, so it's an extra level of fucked up, which is fair. I do completely agree. It does add another fucked up rancid layer to this lasagna here, where he did actually know Ethan and his family, and would use a
but that doesn't
like
make
to try and make his statement
his
about
behavior like worse than Destiny's. Like, Destiny is the original offender. Destiny is the ultimate offender here. Like, he is the offender. Every time it's shared or anything seen by anybody else, like, it's Destiny who created this. Destiny will always be connected to it. It'll always be Destiny first. It should be, but it's not for Ethan.
But I still just don't understand why Ethan is willing to just be like, yeah, but Destiny, cleared up that he wasn't being serious. He was just goofing around. He was just being a dickhead. What? If the reason truly is that Canada's laws around defamation are significantly more lax, and thus you have a case in Canada, but not the US, then to me that tells me that it's not really a defamation case worth pursuing. And if you're not going after Destiny for these comments, but you will for iDubbbz trying to make a different point about it, again, I want to make it clear. I think the way iDubbbz went about doing this point is fucking atrocious. I don't know how much more clear I can make, but he wasn't trying to argue the legitimacy of the claim or anything like that. It was to show that you're very soft on Destiny, but not others, and use that outrageously gross comment as an example of it. But if you're going after iDubbbz solely because you know you can get a defamation case win because of Canada's laws not being as protective as the US's, that's why you don't go after Destiny, then that to me says that you were just trying to take advantage of those laws, the lax nature of those laws in Canada, to get revenge on someone that has wronged you.
I said from the beginning that if people want to go after my children, then the rules of engagement have changed forever, and that's what I said then. And when when Ian podcast this,
aren't going after the people who have gone after your children, because Destiny has gone after your children, and you've yet to go after Destiny.
A cease and desist.
Ian also actually legitimately apologized for sharing this and stuff like that. But did Destiny just said it was a joke?
Yes, because there's certain
and that's
things
enough
that
for you from Destiny, but not from Ian.
And They flaunted it. They didn't take it seriously. And
I totally understand that. If someone is going to cross that line, going after like your children or your family, I get being upset about that. Absolutely. But you're saying that the rules of engagement have changed for everyone but Destiny? Because he is the one that made the comment, and you're like totally just okay with being like, but he cleared up that he wasn't serious. He cleared up he was just being a dickhead. It's just not making sense. And if iDubbbz...
I don't know, I personally wouldn't classify anybody calling me a pedophile just a quote-unquote dickhead. I'd say they're a piece of shit. I'd say that they are garbage. I'd say that they are liars. I'd say that they're just trying to ruin my life. I'd call them awful, awful fucking things, not just a dickhead. They would be, like, irrevocably removed from my life as much as I could possibly remove them and never interact with them ever again, and make sure that, like, as many people as possible, like, you know, like, that was I knew was not connected to that person, because they would just literally be trying to ruin my life all the time, because not everybody's gonna see the correction that like Destiny made, and that's the entire point. Like, that's the thing, that's what makes the correction from Destiny irrelevant, is because he decided to create this in the first place and put it out there without care. Like, he did not care at all, and it was malicious intent. Like, in my personal opinion, I think that Destiny's opinion, what, like, purpose behind what he did, was with malicious intent, like 100%.
Throughout that stream segment was going on and on about how, like, actually serious this is and how much he really believes in it, trying to convince his audience that it's true, trying to, like, lead some kind of, like, investigation against you, like another CPS.
I don't know what's going on with the video.
Is it like another fraudulent visit from CPS? Then I would totally understand pursuing, like, litigation against that to stop it. Now, but from what I saw in that stream, there was nothing of the sort, and he did outright say that he doesn't believe it, and that he was only saying that it should be addressed as a way of pointing to you not wanting to engage with Destiny because you're afraid of Destiny. At least that's how it seemed from all of that garbage I sat through there. I'm pretty sure that's what he was getting at. Now, he does mention a cease and desist here, which they did send a cease and desist to iDubbbz, and it does seem like iDubbbz was fucking filled with jubilation upon receiving it. I've seen a couple of clips where he was, like, really nonchalant about it, almost seemed kind of happy about it. Maybe he thought it'd be like a big boom of exposure or something. I really don't know who would celebrate something like that, but yeah, it seemed like he wasn't taking it seriously, and he did eventually come out and say, like, he really regrets doing this segment and, like, how bad it was, and that he did make, like, an apology for doing it, thinking he went too far, but it did take a while. And it's worth mentioning that his community, iDubbbz, like, his stream chat and, like, the people watching iDubbbz, were not supportive of his actions with showing that comment and trying to make that point using something so heinous. It's not like his audience was eating it up and really celebrating what he did here. His own audience was turning against him for doing that, from what I saw. Now, again, I've only learned about all this after the fact, so maybe some of, like, the positive stuff was scrubbed or deleted, but a lot of what I can find was people in his audience really didn't agree with him doing this.
I don't see how you can say that I'm not justified when somebody's who's your former friend who's been to your house and met your children is broadcasting this as a silly, it's just silly. Ethan needs to address this little minor claim that he molested his own children and he's a pedophile.
Why is he being dismissive of this? It's a minor claim. A minor claim? If somebody accuses me of molesting my own fucking children, I'd beat them half to death. Are you freaking kidding me? A minor claim? No, it's not. That's a huge accusation. That's a horrible accusation to make, especially when you know that it is fake. Are you kidding me? It is, like, an awful thing to have to, like, know somebody is doing those things, like, to their children. It's not like some small frickin' thing, man. It's a big deal. Like, it should be taken seriously, and it feels like Ethan is downplaying it because it was Destiny who said it.
Is that funny? I don't know. Is that a joke? Is that free speech? I don't think so. Then the other thing I hear is, like, this is a grave threat against free speech. No, it's not. Defamation laws exist in every major Western country, because you can't just say people molested their children. That's not free speech. That's not protected.
Ian never said that, though. Destiny said that.
Speech.
And good thing iDubbbz didn't. That would be the comment that was left by someone else. So if that is the big problem, that this was said in the first place, then wouldn't that energy be channeled at the person who actually said it? He's trying
I don't know why I keep saying
though...
Ian. It's iDubbbz. I don't know what. Where the fuck did Ian come from? Good Christ.
Ian is championing it, that he is trying to use this knowingly fraudulent information to push an agenda that Ethan is a monster, that does the unthinkable to his children. But when watching it, again, that's just not what he was saying, and he did outright say he doesn't believe it in the first place. He then goes into, like, how is that a joke? Well, you just said that the person who left the comment Destiny was just joking, basically. He was just being a piece of shit. But he wasn't being serious, that was a goof. That doesn't make sense, man. So it was a joke when he wrote the comment, but it's not a joke when iDubbbz is trying to use...
Who the hell would take that as a joke? Like, in what universe, in what world, because it's not ours, that looked like a joke to me. I don't find that funny in any regards. What kind of person would? Like, who would see that and laugh?
Use it to shittily make a point. And it wasn't even making a joke about the comment itself, just more so that you weren't getting upset at Destiny for making it in the first place.
You can't accuse someone of committing a heinous crime. That's not, if they didn't, that's not free speech. That's not protected speech. It's literally not protected speech. It's actually...
iDubbbz didn't do that, though. Destiny did.
Explicitly carved out in the law.
Okay.
Was the guy... defamatory lawsuits can be exploited by those with a lot of money. He was the guy that always fought on the right side of these kind of battles. And now in this case, I really think he's lost his way in that regard. What he is describing here is not even what iDubbbz did. He's talking about, you can't make these comments, that's not free speech. Destiny made the comment, man. Literally. And yet you're not going after him. You've already excused him. Wrote it off as a, he wasn't being serious, a dickhead. And are instead going after iDubbbz, who was very shittily using it to make a very different point, and even outright said he doesn't believe it, by the way. So it really feels less about the actual defaming and more about just being able to continue to, like, really drive the nail into iDubbbz, which is extremely unnecessary. His own community didn't agree with him when he did this. He lost members of his community for this because he was so in the wrong for it. Everyone was on your side when all of this was unfolding. So really, what else are you even trying to accomplish? He came out of that much worse, and he outright apologized for it, admitted how wrong he was for it, and everything like that eventually, which is a significantly bigger L than, like, a legal one in the eyes of the internet, to be, like, that wrong and that much on, like, the wrong side of, like, the drama. By every possible interpretation, you won here. You proved the claims were fraudulent, they were false, they're not real, and people were on your side in this whole situation here, and against how iDubbbz had gone about trying to make this point. All you had to do was just leave it at that. But by making this lawsuit, you've now made a new issue out of it that is a concern and can affect other people entirely unrelated to it. And I'm honestly very surprised why Ethan can't see that. After all of the lawsuits he's been through, something like this should be very apparent how it can be used exploitatively against others, even outside of a case of, like, this extreme degree. Like, Ethan of 10 years ago, I think, would absolutely see that. But right now, I just think after everything that he's been through, he's just completely clouded by it and can't see that anymore. But now let's dive into, like, the...
Yeah, he's lost his freaking mind. Ethan Klein, it feels like Ethan Klein has, like, disconnected from, like, reality at this point. He just, like, maybe he just doesn't know what else to do with himself. He doesn't realize that he has other options of how he can, like, conduct himself anymore. Or maybe he's just so, like, broken that he doesn't realize, like, how unhealthy he's behaving, and he's just so indulgent in his negative emotions that he's become addicted to it.
Concern about how this can affect, free speech or discourse online, because Ethan is talking about, like, how he doesn't understand how it could, because this is such an extreme thing that was said that's so gross. And he's right. This is a very gross thing that was said. And if iDubbbz was pressing it as a very legitimate thing and trying to make it seem like it's true to everyone, that kind of thing, then it would make a lot more sense to go this kind of route. Because that is something like the snark community was doing with, like, some really unhinged behavior. So, like, that would make sense to me. But that's not what happened here. And the reason why this is concerning is because, let's say Ethan does win this lawsuit here, that then opens the door for other people to come in with less extreme shit. Like, yes, in this case, it is very over the top and gross. But defamatory statements aren't just this extreme level. Defamatory statements are very wide reaching. And this being something you can point to, like, okay, so it worked for Ethan, it can probably work for me against this guy who said this thing that actually damaged my brand. In Ethan's case, I think it'd be very hard to even prove damages in the first place. I don't know if that's something that's required by, like, Canadian law. I have no fucking clue at all. I know that...
I'm pretty sure that it is. You do have to show, like, damages. You can't just sue for money.
Don't have the same level of free speech protections or anything like that, so maybe that's not even a requirement or whatever. But I think it would be a Herculean task to prove that H3 had suffered, like, a reputational hit or a loss of revenue or a brand tanking because of iDubbbz's stream here. Because what has often been flexed by a lot of people is how H3 has thousands upon thousands of live viewers all the time, and iDubbbz would have, like, 100. So H3 being like 100x the size of iDubbbz, it would be very hard for anyone to point to and say, what iDubbbz did here really damaged the H3 brand, and here's the proof. We lost so many members on YouTube or something. Like, that's clearly not going to happen. But someone else absolutely could. Like, something that a lot of people talk about online, like commentary YouTubers, I suppose, will stay in that realm, is scammers. So why couldn't a scammer then utilize this same play? Okay, we can actually prove damages because they talked about, a customer's terrible experience with us, and that was defamatory, and look at how much business it cost us, and it ruined our reputation. And I think you could possibly point to Ethan's lawsuit here, should he win, as evidence, like, look, he got a defamatory ruling in his favor after suing iDubbbz for something someone else said, so we are going to be suing this YouTuber for what this customer said that they talked about in their content that ruined our brand or took away some...
Yeah, essentially you could never share reviews, you could never share people's negative experiences, like on, like, maybe Instagram or places like that anymore, because maybe, like, it's not just these aspects of things or these arenas where, like, Twitch and, like, Kick and, like, YouTube that it would be affected. It would be affect all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, like, all of those places, Redbook, like, wherever, if it's operating within Canada, then you would be liable for what you share, essentially. You could never share somebody else's negative opinion, even potentially positive opinion if the place doesn't like that person, right?
Because in a lot of commentary videos, the sources come from others, whether it's individuals or something else. So if you can sue for a reason like this and win, it does open up to exploitation from some bad actors. So yeah, while it is kind of extreme in what has happened here between iDubbbz and H3, I think you could very easily look at it and say, okay, if he can sue for what someone else said and was on his stream, why can't I sue for what someone else said that was in their content that I believe defamed me? And I just think that it does open the door to some problems. And I've seen the responses kind of split. In the commentary community, I thought it'd be unanimously, discouraged for pretty obvious reasons. It has historically always been spit upon, but because it's now against someone people don't like, iDubbbz, they're okay with it and even laughing about it, which I just don't really get. I don't know how the lesson hasn't been learned that when something gets used against someone you don't like, it doesn't mean it's only ever going to be used against people you don't like. Once that can of worms is open, it becomes the Wild West, and it can be a problem for everybody. Like making an exception like, yeah, ooh, not good. I've always been really against YouTubers filing, litigation against other content creators, but since it's iDubbbz, I'll be okay with it. Which I think is some pretty silly shit. I think the internet, in its first go around with this topic, pinned the tail on the donkey. I think they were correct with the take on this topic, that being extremely litigious and going after other content creators and such with defamatory lawsuits and such is just not very good. It's the same tactics that have been used from some extremely shady companies in the past against people online, and it's just a tactic that used to unanimously leave a sour taste in the mouth of just normal people online. But now in this case, because it's against someone they don't like, they're willing to be all right with it and turn the other cheek to it. And I don't think that's right. Again, if iDubbbz truly was spreading maliciously fraudulent information of this disgusting stuff that was made in this comment and saying like, this is real, this is true, this is awful, look at what's happening, look what he's done, that kind of thing, I would really understand it more then, because then that is very different than just normal internet beef. That is psychopath evil shit. But from what I've seen in that stream, that's not what was happening. So I really don't understand this perspective from commentary channels to treat this like it's just some kind of hoot and holler and goofy thing, let's celebrate it, point and laugh, when I think it's pretty easy to see how this could potentially be used as ammunition.
Because it could affect the person.
Less than savory lawsuits going forward, specifically in Canada. It would obviously be like for
this Canadian. Could unlikely to affect Ethan Klein, but it could still affect Ethan Klein negatively, right? Like if he reacts to a Canadian content streamer, would the streamer be able to sue Ethan Klein?
YouTubers, but even still,
using his own logic,
it's probably best not to just have more ammunition for some bad actors to be able to exploit legally. I just don't understand why, because it's happening to iDubbbz, everyone's willing to just forget about the last fucking 15 years of everyone knowing that this kind of thing isn't really good. So yeah, I've been yapping about this for a minute now, but I do cover these YouTuber streamer lawsuits that occasionally pop up, the ones that I'm aware of at least, and this one was very surprising to see. Now, like I said, I did have a conversation with both iDubbbz and Ethan, and at the end of the conversation with Ethan, he wanted to prepare a statement because I wasn't shy about letting him know that the exact way I've talked to him in our conversation would be how I'm going to talk about it publicly. And since I've made it clear I'm not in the business of just leaking private text messages, he wanted to prepare something that I would share. And I've done this in the past, sharing statements from the people that I cover in stories, so I'll do the same here as well. He said, when CPS was called on his family a year ago, the rules of engagement had completely changed. A snark community fabricated a lie that his children were crawling around in dog shit and eating it. An agent came to my...
What? Okay, this is a flat-out lie. Okay, I'm going to read this first. When CPS was called on my family a year ago, the rules of engagement had completely changed for me. A snark community fabricated a lie that my children were crawling around in dog shit and eating it. No, that wasn't fabricated. Ethan Klein expressed this himself. Ethan Klein, from his own mouth, expressed that his children had gotten giardia, which you contract from ingesting fecal matter, particularly animal fecal matter, because dogs are likely to have giardia. So I would not say that they fabricated a lie. I just wanted to get that information out there so you could decide for yourself based upon those additional details, that Ethan Klein was the one that initially said that, it wasn't just his kids who got sick. It was also potentially his wife as well as him who had gotten sick. So they were all ingesting each other's fecal matter or the dog's fecal matter somehow, and they'd all gotten sick from it somehow. So yeah, somebody was eating some shit somewhere at some point in time.
My home at 8 a.m. to look through my home and interview my children against their will. Investigation is now over, was determined to be unfounded. After this, he could no longer tolerate attacks on his children or attempts to break up his family. Ian was a friend of his for many years. He has been to his house, met his children. When he displayed a message on screen for over an hour stating that he's a pedophile that molests his children, carried a lot more weight than when Destiny said it. Destiny said it in a Discord chat in passing that was on screen for a few seconds. He'd never met or spoken with Destiny.
Yes, but Destiny knew that it would be screen capped and shared like relentlessly throughout the internet without his disconnected explanation. Like sometimes newspapers or news reporters will run a story knowing that it's false, like knowing that it's damaging potentially, and like knowing that they'll likely just be hit with a retraction request, and that even though they put out a retraction request, the chances of them getting everybody who heard the original story and the retraction request is incredibly low. So it's worth it to them to put it out there because they're still getting a surplus in terms of damages done, in terms of reparation to their victims. So, I don't think that Destiny is unaware of these tactics that get used on very rare occasions, thankfully, but it is something to pay attention to, right? Like, hit pieces are a thing for a reason.
And Destiny's never been to his house or met his children, has zero credibility on the issue, and made it clear that in passing chat message was never meant to be taken seriously. Ian, on the other hand, does know his family, has been to his home, and has met his children, and the fact that he exploited that closeness to forward such a heinous, unforgivable accusation forced him into action. To make matters worse, Ian has supported the call.
I don't think that that's relevant at all, honestly, that Ian has met his kids. I don't think that it's relevant at all. Ethan, any, I don't fucking know.
To CPS in his content deputy and openly associates with, spends time in and celebrates the snark community from which the original CPS call came from. He believes it was Ian's intention to cause harm to his family, as he knew CPS had already visited the home and still decided to rebroadcast the accusations for over an hour on stream.
There we go.
He's pledged to do everything he can to hold him and anyone else who attempts to harm his family accountable in whatever way that he can. Because of the context, he believes that he has a much more viable case against iDubbbz than Destiny, and that's why he's only suing iDubbbz. Destiny also lives in USA, where defamation laws are much harder to win, versus in Canada, where iDubbbz lives. These are all the reasons that he's suing iDubbbz and not Destiny. He's chosen the legal and most proper way afforded to him that live in countries that value free speech, a lawsuit for defamation. Defamation is not protected speech. He does not have an unalienable right to say that he's a pedophile molesting his children. Accountability in this case has to be more than just internet mudslinging and jousting. He has crossed the line, and he's past the point of caring what Charlie or anyone else thinks, and he will protect his family at all costs. Now, if it wasn't clear, we didn't exactly see eye to eye on this case here in regards to this whole lawsuit situation. I believe, as is even stated in his statement, that he's targeting iDubbbz solely because
if you wanted to protect your family, you would go after the initial instigator, right? The person that put this out there for anybody else to potentially share.
Free speech laws in Canada are more lax, and it is more viable that he would win there versus in the US, where Destiny is. He's even saying that it would be harder to win that case against Destiny. So to me, that says that if the way you win is through more lax free speech laws, then it's not really a real defamation case worth pursuing. It's you taking advantage of that lax nature of those laws to further punish the guy who you have a lot of ire towards for the previous instances of aligning with the snark community and stuff like that, as opposed to actually fighting for, this was defamatory in that. It feels very familiar for a tactic that is common with big companies to financially drain someone that they have a lot of issues with for a variety of reasons, a whole host of reasons. And in pursuing this route, it does open a whole host of problems for a lot of other people. And
yeah, this is just to financially and emotionally punish Ian, essentially, it feels like. Like that's the entire purpose of this. It comes off to me. It's just to do what to Ian, what he did to Denims and Frogan, and oh my god, what's her name? I'm so sorry, I forgot. Let's see if I can look it up quickly. Let's see. Casey Tron. There we go. And Casey Tron and whoever else he ended up suing. So, that's basically the entire purpose of all of it. He doesn't actually care about protecting his family. He just, wants to hurt somebody again, right? Because if he actually cared, he would have gone after Destiny. I think that's a fair accusation to make.
Or, set an example for others to try and follow suit.
I feel like any reasonable person would feel like if he really cared about these instances and really cared about these things, he would be going after the original instigator, which was Destiny.
Is something that I've always advocated against, and there's nothing in all of the streams and evidence I've seen that indicates that iDubbbz was trying to push this as a true thing, using his previous relationship with Ethan as a place of credibility to try and preach to his audience that this comment is accurate. This is a legitimate claim that actually needs to be investigated. There was nothing I ever saw that gave me that indication. It was only ever Destiny made this atrocious comment that Ethan is not being very upset about and having a very different energy towards him than the others. And it was a very, very, very poorly made point, using a very gross example for it, which is something iDubbbz openly admits. So anyway, I've been yapping about this for a long time now. That's really about it. So yeah.
Okay, let's see. What else is there? Do we want to do Sand Mafias? The Sand Mafia? Or do we want to do...
Whenever I watch an interrogation, I try to go into the case pretty blindly because I want to walk through it with...
Go away. There we go. Do we want to do Sand Mafias? Or do we want to do Diddy facing fresh sexual assault assault claims by former child actor at Hollywood events, and detainees on hunger strike alleged filthy water, moldy food at ICE detention center in California desert. I think that these ones are more important, so we'll do these, and then we'll finish up with the Sand Mafia afterwards. So we're doing a little bit of important news after all that slop. That was quite a bit of slop. Oh no. Oh, we got paywalled on that one, so we only have the Diddy facing sexual assault claims by former child actor at Hollywood event. Disgraced Sean Diddy Combs is facing fresh lawsuit from a male former child actor who claims he was sexually assaulted by the musician when he was a child. Diddy is facing a fresh lawsuit from a child actor who alleges he was sexually assaulted by the musician. Sean Diddy Combs is facing fresh sexual... Oh my god. From a former child actor. Is this AI? Holy crap. It's repeating like 3 times. Claims he was sexually assaulted by a disgraced musician when he was a child. In a new court filing, the man who filed the claim under a pseudonym, John Doe, claims he was a working child actor when he was invited to a network event at the Hollywood Hills in 2007. He claimed that disgraced musician Diddy 56 asked the young man to speak privately about possible career opportunities. During their private meeting, Diddy allegedly began rubbing on parts of his body before allegedly performing a sex act on the man, as well as pleasuring himself. TMZ reported that the documents stated that the man in question told Mr. Combs he felt uncomfortable. The man also claims that after the alleged sexual act, Diddy allegedly told the young man he would keep him in mind for possible opportunities before he exited the room, leaving the man alone. The claimants say he left the event not long after the alleged encounter. When approached by the Mirror, a spokesperson for Combs said, "The allegations from the so-called nameless child actor are false and ridiculous. He's just another hater in a long list of people trying to get in on the money gravy train, encouraged by personal injury lawyers. Mr. Combs has never sexually assaulted anyone." Okay, well, I'm pretty sure he's in fucking jail for it right now, is he not? And that includes any child. These allegations will be disproved like all the rest. I'm pretty sure that they weren't disproven. He lost some of his cases, I'm pretty sure. The new lawsuit in Los Angeles comes after Diddy was convicted in federal court of 2 counts of transporting for the purposes of prostitution, but the jury found him not guilty of the most serious offenses of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. In October last year, the musician was sentenced to 4 years behind bars, minus a year that he had already spent in prison. Upon release, he will be subjected to 5 years of supervised release. It's expected that Diddy will be released in February of 2028. He is currently behind bars at FCI Fort Dix, having been transferred from MDC Brooklyn in October. A representative for the rapper said at the time that Diddy is an active participant in the Residential Drug Abuse Program, RDAP, and takes the process seriously. Ahead of his sentencing last year, Diddy wrote a 4-page apology letter to the judge where he claimed, "I literally lost my mind. I'm sorry for that and always will be. I lost my way. My downfall was rooted in my selfishness." Yeah, no fucking kidding. That seems like culpability to me. "I've been humbled and broken to my core. I doubt that. The old me died in jail, and a new version of me was born. I doubt that also. Prison will change or kill you. I choose to live." In December last year, Diddy's legal team pleaded with an appeals court to release him from prison. They claimed in a filing with the Second U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in Manhattan that Combs was treated harshly at sentencing by a federal judge who let evidence surrounding charges he was acquitted of unjustly influence the punishment. At sentencing, the judge, Aaron Subramanian, said that when calculating the prison term, he considered Combs' treatment of two former girlfriends who testified that the Bad Boy Records founder beat them and coerced them into having sex with male sex workers while he watched and filmed the encounters, sometimes masturbating. Wow, sounds like a great freaking guy to me. Holy crap. Yeah, I'm sure he did not hurt the other person, and you're asking why he gave a blowjob rather than receiving or trying to receive himself or anything. It's probably because he was trying to ingratiate the person. I don't know what Predator's thoughts are. I'm just guessing here. Maybe he wanted to. I don't know. Either way, he molested a child, allegedly. Okay. The massive heist you've never heard of, the Sand Mafia. So we'll check this out. We'll see how interesting it is. We'll watch until we get bored.
On February 1st, 2010, the roadway connecting Singapore to southern Malaysia was jammed with cars and trucks. While it's usually a hotbed for traffic, this day was particularly bad. The cause? 37 trucks on the Malaysian side were left abandoned after their drivers inexplicably just walked away. Customs were only a few yards from the trucks, and upon investigation, they found these trucks were filled with contraband most people wouldn't think of as dangerous or linked to crime. No,
here's the current
Customs
video.
didn't find drugs or undocumented migrants or diamonds. They found sand. Yes, the stuff that gets all over your car floor after a day at the beach. The same sand that you used to build castles and trenches with and dig holes as a kid. You know, it's coarse and grainy and gets everywhere. But how did sand become a fundamental factor of power in Southeast Asia, and specifically in Singapore? The short answer is because it's a valuable commodity for construction. But in this video, we'll examine how one country's economic survival became so reliant on a multi-billion-dollar trade in imported sand, as well as the black market this need created, all run by corrupt sand mafias. It's a story about a nation's insatiable appetite for expansion and the consequences that came along with it. Before we get digging into the sand mafia, let's start at the beginning with Singapore. But before we start with Singapore, let me start by saying hello everybody and welcome to the story of the Singapore Sand Mafia. This is a crime ring that I guarantee most people in the Western world have never heard of or never even thought could happen. But anywhere in the world that something's valuable, getting your hands on it illegitimately will be a valuable business. So we're going to talk about why sand became so important, why there's a crime ring around it, and a lot of the stories involving that. So if international smuggling sounds fun to you, then stick around after the ad as we talk about the Sand Mafia. But you know it's another
Thank you, but no thank you.
Like I said before,
no more products.
This small, prosperous island.
We've done our time for absorbing ads today, because Lord knows how many ads we've already absorbed today. Probably a filthy amount. Should be, not that bad. Excuse me. Okay. Singapore.
Island country is composed of one main island and 63 satellite islands and inlets, making it one of the 20 smallest states in the world. Like most small Asian territories, Singapore has a history of being controlled by foreign powers. In the early 1800s, the British Empire established Singapore as a trading post, and in 1867, it was officially under direct British control. During World War II, Singapore was controlled by Japan for a short period before returning to Britain in 1945. Then, in 1963, the country was briefly part of Malaysia's new federation, but after 2 years, racial tensions and economic disputes between the two parties led to Singapore's independence as a sovereign country. Since its split from Malaysia in 1965, Singapore has become one of the world's wealthiest countries, known for its spotless streets, highly maintained parks, and unmatched living standards in Southeast Asia. The 1980s saw a massive economic boom in
Maybe I should try and save up for vacation to travel there one day, in 10 years. But then by the time I save up, it'll be too expensive for me to travel. Always budget travel. Budget travel is the way to go. We'll see. Maybe I'll look up for a goal instead of like a bike or something.
Singapore, specifically in the services industry. The country has also become renowned for its ability to process silicon for microchips and electronics, but it's chiefly prized for its regional position within Asia. Singapore has become the continent's premier business, financial, and shipping hub, a place that connects industrial leaders and business executives in the Pacific. In May of 2010, Global Witness, an international organization that investigates environmental and human rights abuses, released a report stating that Singapore's GDP per capita was $50,000, which made it among the richest nations in the world. This stat is notable because, in terms of landmass, Singapore is extremely poor. To put it in a context, Singapore is 3.5 times the size of Washington, D.C. That's right, only 3.5 DCs, but with nearly 8 times as many inhabitants. With a population of over 6 million people, the country today needs to expand its size to accommodate housing and industrial growth. You might assume that the need for more size within a tiny footprint would require building vertically, but in fact, Singapore today is largely flat. Throughout the 60s, the country leveled its hills for land reclamation, which is the process of creating new land from oceans, seas, or rivers and lake beds. One of the key resources needed in land reclamation is sand. After Singapore exhausted all of its soil and dirt from its own hills for expansion, the country eventually switched to importing sand from other countries. And with that information, you can probably see where this is going.
Yeah, essentially. How can this be like 42 more minutes long? Let's go.
In the 1960s, Singapore has increased its land area horizontally by an astonishing 24%, from 581.5
Hopefully this will be
worth
our time.
to 732.2 square kilometers. That's incredible when you think about it. Imagine any country adding a quarter of its size to its own. According to its government, Singapore will increase its land area by an additional 100 square kilometers by 2033. This means that, in a little less than a decade, the island will be a full 30% larger than its original size. And sand is the key to all of it.
Funny comparison.
Sand is the second most extracted material in the world behind water. And even if you don't live near a beach, you're likely surrounded by it.
I didn't know that.
Office
That's
buildings,
crazy
sidewalks,
sauce. I
bridges,
guess to
and
build,
shopping
like,
malls
yeah,
are
all
made
these
with
things.
concrete, which is made by sand and gravel mixed together with cement. Not only is sand essential for brick, asphalt, and concrete, but it's also used in products ranging from toothpaste to computer chips. That's right. Ever wonder what that minty feeling on your teeth is after you get done brushing your teeth? You're welcome. Suffice to say, sand is one of the most consumed resources on the planet, with some people calling its high demand the new gold rush, or at least, global news called it that, which is some people. Others call it the currency of development. It's an overlooked ingredient that makes modern life possible, but we don't recognize it because, unlike water, we don't buy it as individuals. Even though if you're in a building or on a road right now, you're benefiting from sand, unless you're building a sandbox for your kids, you probably don't think about getting it. But getting it goes a long way for all of us. And unfortunately, we're starting to run out. The process of erosion that creates sand takes thousands of years, and we're currently mining it at a rate faster than its renewal. China and India, both of which rely on their own national supply, are consuming the resource at
we gotta start recycling, like, what, cement now? Jesus.
Levels. Just to put China's economic growth and demand for sand, or sand demand, into perspective, from 2011 to 2013,
for about,
the country used, quote, more cement
2
than
minutes.
the United States
I'll be right
used
back.
in the entire 20th century. That is
I just got a munch for a second.
Staggering statistic. Think about
I gotta grab
from
a snack.
1900 to 1999, how much cement was used in the United States, and realize that China used more than that in 3 years. While sand mining is mostly associated with developing countries whose need for expansion outweighs environmental consequences, the United States is an exception. In 2020, one of America's last beach mines closed in Monterey, California, when scientists discovered that the mining company had, quote, taken so much sand off the shoreline that it caused significant erosion nearby. In fact, the physical wear was so damaging that a former World War II era officers club was demolished because it was about to crash into the sea from its deteriorating cliff. In Houston, Texas, efforts are being made to stop a sand mine on the banks of the San Jacinto River, as it's alleged to have caused sedimentation, a process which affects water quality and can contribute to flooding. When Hurricane Harvey struck the Houston area in 2017, sediment blocked and backed up drainage ditches as floodwaters pushed them downstream. Essentially, these sand mines exacerbated flooding along the San Jacinto River in ways that didn't occur in other areas of Houston. But despite the bans, illegal sand mining still occurs in the United States and elsewhere. You might be asking yourself, why not just use sand from somewhere like the Sahara Desert? Well, aside from logistical and ecological issues, desert sand grains are too round from wind erosion to be able to stick together for construction purposes. Angular grains, which are from sand found in rivers and oceans, interlock and hold concrete together. So, other than the fact that
there's not enough
really
sand in the
away
ocean,
and would be
we
really
can't like dry it
to
out.
harvest and move,
Like,
we can't use it once it gets here. As for Singapore's land reclamation projects, 3.6
we can't like have it like drag it from the ocean and like dry it out. Like, what's stopping us from doing that?
1.75 million cubic meters of sand are needed to reclaim 1 square kilometer of land from the sea. That's the equivalent of 3.5 Empire State Buildings filled with sand just for 1 square kilometer. I mean, you've been to the beach, you've dumped a handful of sand in the water, it didn't immediately become permanent land. Think of how many handfuls you'd need for it to become permanent land. Singapore uses both sea and river sand. Sea sand is dumped into the ocean as a filler, while river sand, which has a finer grain, is used for concrete. With so much expansion, it's no surprise that Singapore ran out of its own sand supply decades ago. This is what fueled the massive sand trade industry. In 2008, according to the country's own figures, which is a crucial detail we'll talk about later, Singapore imported more than 273 million.
All right, this has gotten me hooked so far. So far, it's pretty good. Let's give an update just for what we're getting so far. I think that's fair. We're almost 1/4 of the way in.
$1 billion worth of sand. And while that sounds like a lot, that's according to the country's own figures. These numbers only account for the legal trade. For a country renowned for its by-the-book policies, like harsh penalties for littering or chewing gum, highly efficient governance, and its rule of law, it came as a shock to the world to find out that, as Singapore entered the 2010s, numerous illegal sand excavations were actually traced to Singaporean companies. When it came out that these companies were responsible for illegal excavation, it led to a lot of questions. How much did officials truly know about these imports? Or did they collude with these companies themselves, knowing how lucrative this enterprise could be? But most importantly, where did Singapore's sand even come from? Well, the first place you ask to borrow a cup of sugar from is your neighbor, right? And Singapore's neighbor, Malaysia, was the first place to look for sand. Malaysia was the main supplier of Singapore's imported sand until 1997, when the then Prime Minister, Mahathir Mohamad, imposed a sand export ban from Malaysia to Singapore. Unfortunately, the ban was minimally effective and, for most of the 2000s, a complete illusion. To prove this, just take the official figures from the United Nations Comtrade database. Given that the trade was illegal, this database has the best approximation available. With both countries reporting to the United Nations in 2008, Singapore declared 3 million tons of...
there we go. All right, that's what I wanted to do. I want to show you this. Just a second. This is a little ice cream bar. A little ice cream Sammy. Yeah, focus. There we go. It's chocolate. Just in case you're curious as to what I'm doing. I'm having a snack, essentially. So if you see me eating on this, I'll show you inside. It's a lighter chocolate. It's good. 10 out of 10 would recommend.
Imported from Malaysia, while Malaysia declared 133 million tons of sand were exported to Singapore. So, you know, slight discrepancy. Malaysia said 133 million tons left, and Singapore said they only found 3. So I guess 130 million tons got lost driving over the border. And yes, this was 10 years after the export ban had been put into effect. So clearly, someone had something to hide. Corruption and a lack of oversight from the Malaysian government gave rise to what came to be known as the Sand Mafia. Illegal sand mining and smuggling networks across Southeast Asia. The term mafia is used in this context to reflect the fact that this is an organized crime ring abetted by corruption.
I feel like this is saying that human beings are going to run out of resources sooner rather than later for housing, and we're going to have to figure out alternatives. You think we'll be able to do it? I don't know. Will we be able to do it? That's a good question. Because what could we come up with? Like plastic? I mean, we can 3D print with cement now. Can we 3D print with plastic to that level?
Isolated petty smuggling does occur on various beaches.
Even if it takes like 6 months?
Particularly in Africa. In other parts of the world, sand mafia has even more definitions. For example, in India, media reports use sand mafia as a term to describe anyone, quote, threatening journalists, NGO workers, government officials, and community leaders who oppose illicit extraction of sand from a given location. So in India, you'll hear sand mafia used as a term to describe someone who is threatening those who are trying to slow down or stop the sand trade. In June of 2010, a Malaysian newspaper, The Star, investigated a Malaysian dredging company based on the Johor River. This is about 50 miles away from the Singapore Strait. The company claimed it was shipping extracted sand within Malaysia, which is how it got its transport license. The company's destination was from the Johor River to the major port at Tanjung Palai Pass, or simply PTP. The short...
I wonder why. I wonder if there's erosion under the docks or something like that. They're trying to like protect it maybe.
The shortest route, conveniently, was through Singaporean waters. The company's barges sailed down the Malaysian-Singapore border where they passed through customs, but they never made it to their final destination, PTP. Instead, they stopped at a Singaporean jetty where they unloaded their cargo using forged paperwork. The Star had estimated this route had been in use since 2007, and nearly 3 million cubic meters of river sand had netted the Sand Mafia a profit of about $77.8 million. I mean, the amount of sand they're moving is obviously large. It's not like you could smuggle it in under your jacket. But if you have fake cargo papers, you can just sail down to Singapore and then pass it off to another boat. That same year, 34 people were arrested for a sex for sand scandal, in which Malaysian officials and businessmen were accused of accepting bribes of cash and sexual favors from sex workers in exchange for dredging permits to authorize sand exports to Singapore. So seducing
That's all it took? My goodness.
Malaysian officials to get more sand into Singapore. What a time to be alive. Singapore's response was basically restating its policy on imported sand. All suppliers were required to show a license to dredge sand at specific locations in the source countries, show survey reports, and a bill of loading. In turn, the Singaporean government would verify that the supplier's documentation was accurate. But this system was and is based on the assumption that the paperwork is honest and legitimate, and more importantly, that the officials are reliable and trustworthy. Without those, these documents are merely pieces of paper. With corruption running rampant in Malaysia, this is often the case. I mean, Singapore is getting grilled for all of the illegal sand that's coming into their country that they're benefiting off of, and their response is the same as a bouncer's in front of a bar who says he just needs to see an ID, so you can just wave by like a piece of toast, and he's like, all right, get on in there. Despite Malaysia's black market supply for exporting sand, Singapore's demand for it meant more than one country needed to serve as a supplier. So enter a second exporter, Indonesia. Indonesia's archipelago consists of more than 17,000 islands. Those nearest to Singapore are only a few miles away. Many of these islands within Singapore's reach are practically uninhabited, which Singapore has taken advantage of. Its dredging has wiped some of them completely off the map, like Nipah Island, which is located on the border between Singapore and...
Somebody lived there, it looks like. What the hell? You're just going to destroy an entire island for sand so you can relocate it, but not relocate the people? You literally stole somebody's, like, home.
Indonesia. In 2003, a local NGO, or non-governmental organization, reported that Nipah had completely disappeared. Quote, with only 3 to 4 palm trees visible to mark the island's location. The government had to go back and fill Nipah to save it, as it's an important factor in determining Indonesia's maritime border with Singapore. Sand dredging in Indonesia for export started in 1979, when 3 companies were
didn't take long to run out. Holy shit.
Permitted to mine sand, and by 2001, more than 300 companies were operating in waters off Indonesia's Riau province. That same year, a report from Down to Earth detailed that the illegal sand mining was, quote, allegedly controlled by a cartel of 3 Singaporean-backed companies, supplementing the legal operations to supply sand to Singapore. People were so mad about this that later that year, a group of enraged locals took over a sand dredging ship in the Durian Strait. When a crew member opened fire...
And did what? For what purpose? What were you hoping to accomplish? I do not understand. Were you just like hoping to kidnap some sand? And do what with it? Hold it for ransom?
The villagers dispersed, but a 36-year-old man was killed in the process. Indonesia's numbers show that from 1997 to 2001, the country exported more than 150 million tons of sand to Singapore. But like all official reports, it doesn't take into account illegal exporting on the black market. If there's an amount of sand that can be legally dredged and sold that year, they'll just hit that number and then conveniently find more somewhere else. Nudge, nudge. It's more likely to be double what's officially documented. In 2007, the Indonesian parliament banned the export of sea sand, which, like Malaysia's ban, was ignored by even the Indonesian government. One of the loopholes smugglers used was relabeling the sea sand as coastal or land sand to reclassify their cargo. In the government's defense, imagine being that customs agent who inspects the cargo and sees sand that is labeled coastal sand, and then being like, no, this is clearly sea sand. I can tell by the way that it is. And if you're...
No, I mean, they could, like, bring it, like, test it by bringing it under a microscope. Like, given, like, we were explaining the differential, I don't think that it would be that difficult to just randomly sample some of the sand in the back of whatever container it was held in at multiple points and just test it, like, right quick under a microscope, and you can be like, yeah, this is, like, round and not, like, you know, the sand that you're claiming it is, or it is these fractured pieces that indicate what kind of sand it is. Because from the sounds of it, you would not find, you know, those types of sands interchanged in different places, which is why they probably were able to categorize them the way that they are.
Wondering if anyone is noticing all this sand going missing, they have, because the effects have been devastating. From 2005 to 2010, 24 more islands were believed to have disappeared as a result of sand extraction. Without regulations, these unguarded coasts are sitting ducks. There are plenty of beaches to choose from, remote enough that anyone can park loud dredging equipment, work throughout the evening unbothered, go back to Singapore in a few short hours, and, using forged paperwork, sell their sand. Seems like there's a pattern. After a ban is imposed in one country, another country ramps up sand dredging. Which brings us to Cambodia. Every month in Cambodia's Kakong province, nearly 900,000 tons of sand is dredged.
And
in
the
one
thing
calendar
is, like,
year, the total amount of sand from that province...
Not every country would have, like, laws in place for, or, like, an understanding of how important sand might be. Although I think that would be unlikely, but they might still not have laws in place because they might feel like they need the current financial benefit of selling that sand more than they need the sand currently. And it's a method of kicking the problem down the can, kind of like the can down the road, kind of in a way.
$250 million on the Singaporean market, according to Time magazine. However, according to a Cambodian government-sponsored website, only 40,000 to 60,000 tons of sand are extracted every month in Kakong. So, again, we have a pattern. Cambodia says that it's 40 to 60,000 tons, while when Time looked at it, it's about 900,000. That's every month. A damning report from Global Witness targeted Cambodia for its sand dredging practices and fraudulent accounting, stating that 2 Cambodian senators in particular, both of whom are close to Cambodia's prime minister, were key figures at the center of the country's sand smuggling. The report shed light on the devastating effects of the river dredging in the country, and how a small group of elites controlled the public and private sectors that sanctioned sand mining projects. After its publication, the report was denounced by both the Singaporean and Cambodian governments, but the damage to the local ecology is hard to ignore. When dredging sucks up sand, it increases something called turbidity, which measures water clarity by how suspended particles such as silt, clay, or microbes scatter light.
And, like, not all, like, species have adapted to survive in that type of clarity environment, so it might decrease successful fishing or successful hunting, and thus decrease the population in a natural way because they're not able to sustain themselves that would have been, like, in a balanced way that their original ecosystem would have allowed them to. That's my guess. I'm not 100% sure.
In other words,
hopefully
it's a
he explains.
measure water quality. High turbidity, even when only temporary, can suffocate coral reefs, disrupting fish spawning and destroying populations.
Oh yeah, because, like, you know, they photosynthesize too. I believe it was discovered scientifically that the coral reefs, like, they photosynthesize too because they're close enough to the ocean surface that they get sunlight, and beyond that, you probably won't see much coral growth very frequently, kind of a thing.
In Cambodia, the overdredged waterways lower the river.
So does algae, I believe. Algae also photosynthesized. Maybe sea kelp, I think, also does, if I recall correctly. I'm not 100% sure. Anyway,
stream floors and interfere with natural sedimentary processes. Basically,
no idea why you needed to add that information. I don't think it's relevant, but, like, just in case.
To keep exporting sand to Singapore, Cambodia had to kill its rivers and destroy its rich marine life. Today, Kampot, a region that houses seagrass beds that provide shelter to dugongs, green turtles, Irrawaddy dolphins, and hairy-nosed otters, which is one of the world's rarest mammals, is at risk of being completely wiped out due to dredging. When Paul Ferber, the director of Marine Conservation Cambodia, dove into the Srei Ombel River after ships had dredged the area, he was shocked to discover that in the 15 kilometers of river he traveled, quote, he saw exactly 1 fish and 2 shrimp. Even dredging at only 10 meters.
Yeah, that'd be brutal, right? Because when you dredge, you're disturbing, like, the natural ecosystem that has been created on the bottom floor, on that surface bottom floor. And once that's destroyed, it's going to take quite a while to rebuild it and to, like, for it to restructure itself. And you would have to wait a long time if you wanted there to be any potential successful rehabilitation of the area. And even then, it might never return to the way that it was before because a species might be so irrevocably damaged from the loss of sustainable life that, like, it irreversibly collapses and is never able to return. Because that is a potential that could happen. Isn't that freaky? It could happen to human beings too. So if billionaires and trillionaires want, like, the species to continue, if they have any desire for the species to continue beyond their own survival for a reasonably lengthy amount of time, they might want to start paying people, like, enough that they could afford to live these lives without trying to recoup those costs and just like make your income a little bit slower, because honestly, nobody needs to be a billionaire, and especially nobody needs to be a freaking trillionaire when those are the things that we're like having to worry about because of the lack of survival tools out there, which money is a survival tool essentially. And you're hoarding so much survival tool that there are literally people that probably have died, like, for you to make as much money as you have. It's disgusting. Like, I would not be surprised if there's a lot of secret payoffs hidden off of books. You know, Epstein was an anomaly, and they want to discredit him as much as possible, but I think he's credible enough that we could believe when he's written his books, kind of a thing. Unless there's, reasonable proof to the counter that he was lying about a certain situation, because it would be implausible because, 100 witnesses saw somebody at, a specific place on a specific date that counters what Epstein said. Anyways, I don't know how I got here talking about billionaires and stuff like that, and, the ecological harm of all of this stuff, and yada, yada, yada. Let's keep going.
Causes irreparable harm, killing off mangroves that provide a necessary ecosystem for fish to survive. And for local Cambodian fishermen who rely on these areas to provide for their families, they must find another way to survive. Local Cambodians were upset, as you can imagine. In February of 2010, they took matters into their own hands when the unanswered letters they sent to the Prime Minister proved pointless. After attempting to pressure their local provincial leaders, the angry residents had no choice. They destroyed the nearby dredging equipment after a collapsing riverbank threatened their village. ABC News reported that a Cambodian real estate tycoon and politician...
It's like, a whole bunch of people's lives, or this machinery, we're going to choose people's lives. And I think that that's reasonable self-defense, social self-defense.
Lee Yong-Fat was responsible for organizing dredging operations at 3 local estuaries. As of 2024, he serves as a senator, quote, with the ruling Cambodian People's Party and a member of the party's Central Committee. And once again, the cycle continues. When people in a country get upset because their country is selling a lot of sand to Singapore, because, that's their sand, another country shows up next on the chopping block. Just a few hundred kilometers northwest of Cambodia, another country faces similar problems, all just to satiate Singapore's hunger for sand. Vietnam. Vietnam's sand mining, for the most part, is completely unregulated. Despite the country's officials' public statements calling for an end to the prohibited practice, in 2013, quote, 3 local government officials were charged with taking bribes in exchange for ignoring illegal sand mining on the Tian River. In fact,
dude, who knew that sand was this powerful? This is so interesting. I'm like, how could there be 42 more minutes? And it's just like, it's got me hooked. This is very interesting. Well done. Very well done video. Fantastic.
In 2016 alone, authorities caught nearly 3,000 people who were dredging without permits or in protected areas, which includes the Mekong Delta, the keystone to the country's economic stability. Think about that. 3,000 people caught for the sand trade in 1 year in one country. When sand on the Mekong gets depleted, the low water levels threaten agriculture by reducing nutrient-dense sediment for soil. Fish habitats are also destroyed by sand mining, as well as local infrastructure due to erosion.
It's called the circle of life for a reason, right? Once you disrupt one, it could cause irrevocable harm, and then a collapse to that entire ecosystem. Kind of like what we're doing with bees. If we destroy bees, it might destroy all of our crops and stuff like that. That's where the Black Mirror, if you've ever watched Black Mirror, and if you haven't, you should watch Black Mirror. It's great for a couple of seasons, gets a little in, and then it gets back to being good again, for the most part. Watch Black Mirror. There's this Black Mirror episode that involves these electronic bees. That's where that concept has come from, the need to invent bees and replace bees, because without bees, our entire food system basically collapses. Bees are our best friends, essentially. They should be your best friend. Don't swat and kill bees. Don't use pesticides and stuff like that. Not only is it bad to use pesticides because it can hurt other local wildlife by proxy of them ingesting the sick but not dead animals, or even the potentially dead animals for some carnivorous creatures out there. Don't use them pesticides. We need the bees. We need ecological systems to stay intact as much as they possibly can, because it lengthens the length of time that we have a healthy ecosystem in, because we never know what lake or river it could be, that linchpin that could completely destroy and collapse our entire ecosystem. And we just ignorantly thought, oh, well, we were destroying a singular fly or something like that. and then we accidentally collapse an entire ecosystem by like destroying them because we find them to be a nuisance to our productivity and ability to earn finance and capital, right? Like the New World screw run fly is a great example of that.
Like most black market and criminal enterprises, many of these miners are regular people without better options to try to make a living, so they're willing to do whatever it takes. That desperation creates an environment ripe for tension. For example, in the spring of 2017, a countrywide crackdown caused a group of illegal sand miners to dump sand on a police boat in an attempt to sink it, which I do have to admit is kind of funny and creative. If you also,
definitely.
I think, directly from a Bugs Bunny cartoon. In addition to similar environmental impacts that affect Cambodia, Indonesia, and Malaysia, tensions between local Vietnamese fishers and sand miners have escalated. In June of 2017, a fight broke out between villagers and miners that put 2 people in the hospital. As we've seen, sand smuggling is a lawless business under the guise of useless bans and media propaganda. But how far are these sand mafias willing to go?
I just realized, I don't know why I'm surprised that sand smuggling is a thing. I'm sure that there is endless amounts of types of smuggling in an effort to avoid taxes or like fees and things of that nature and make a higher profit, because that's ultimately all that like billionaires and millionaires give a crap about. Hi, Spooks. How are you? Welcome in. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Hope everybody's having a good day. Go give Spook a follow. For anybody who is unaware of who I am, yeah, my name is Wax Philosophical. I like to wax the philosophical. Oh, thank you, TD. You were faster than me this time. My name is Wax Philosophical. I like to wax the philosophical. Raiding or running? No worries. I hope that you had a good stream. Thank you so much for the raid and trusting me with your peoples. Of course, my pleasure. Go give Spook a follow if you don't already. They are a wonderful streamer who does retro gaming and other types of gaming, LGBTQ plus friendly. So be friendly back because they are good peoples. Be sure to give them a follow. But yeah, my name is Wax Philosophical. I like to wax the philosophical. We talk about politics and play games here. I love doing community games. The next game that we're going to do is Mecha Paint. We'll take a quick break to look at that game. Mecha Paint. It looks so fun. Like, I think that it looks like super fun. Let's look it up quickly. Mecha Paint. Mecha Chameleon, excuse me, not Mecha Paint. Okay. Let's see. 18 minutes, my goodness. Yep, that's basically it. Yeah. Oh, wait, you can't see it. So sorry, guys. Here you go. I'm such an idiot. I'm like busy watching this and you guys can't see. I'm not saying anything. I'm just sitting here. Why didn't you say anything?
I'll start by just going black.
I guess you didn't know.
All black.
God, I'm an idiot.
Stupid. And then I'll color in the gold.
Here, let me just rewind it. Sorry, guys.
Sounds simple, right? But it's actually a lot more fun than you'd expect.
So you can actually see it. Here. I'll just speed it up.
I didn't know what to expect going into this game, but after this video, I think you'll see why I think this might be one of the best party games to drop this year. All right, so here it is. We just have to hide. Why do I run like that? If you get caught, you become a hunter. Well, I'm not gonna get caught, bro. What if I want to lock in and paint myself exactly like this? What is this, the color of green? Oh my god.
They changed it a little bit where you now paint and everybody can hunt if they want to. Like, they don't have to hide the entire time.
This is gonna be impossible. I'll start by just going black. Just all black, all black. This is so stupid. And then
oh my god, you have to be an artist.
Make this smaller. Oh my god. It's so dope. Oh my god. Okay. What do you guys think? Did I like cook, bro? Like, I kind of added myself to this shit seamlessly. Oh no, I'm cooked. Whoa, he's going pro. Jesus. I think I'm fucking cooked, y'all. Dude, whatever you do, don't look at this. He actually didn't. Am I a genius? Look at XX Paint Lover, dude. I'm going crazy back there. I actually don't look too bad from like really far away. I really don't look too. Oh my God, I'm whistling up a storm, bro. McLovin. Oh, McLovin, please. Oh no, dude. Oh, McLovin, please. McLovin, you gotta respect the effort. McLovin, don't do this. He's nodding. He respects me. Oh, he respects me. That doesn't mean I'm gonna stay here. I gotta go, McLovin. He doesn't know I went under the cap. He doesn't know I hit under the table. He's looking for me, dude.
That's funny.
Well, this is a lot simpler. I don't know how smart this.
All right, that's basically what the game is. We're not going to watch this entire thing, but yeah, I'm hoping to do that at community night. But now we're going to get back to this like documentary about Sand Mafia that we were watching that ended up being so much more interesting than I expected it to. And the starting premise is essentially certain areas of the world import sand or used sand originally and then started having to import the sand in order to expand Singapore did in order to expand their landmass to accommodate new people being born into their country or arriving in their country so that they had enough housing for everybody and enough places for people to live and things of that nature. And it takes endless amounts of sand to do it because when you drop sand in the water, it doesn't just like settle in place. It disperses slowly throughout and so you have to have an enormous amount of sand in order to expand, and there's like an insatiable need for expanding right now in Singapore. And so it's talking about the import process and how there has been a mafia developed because there's only so much that like your neighbor can supply in sand before they run out, and they have to like save everything that they have for themselves. But like people will be bribed to allow people to even like get into the chunk of sand that like they can like mafia style traffic across the border into Singapore. And Singapore is just happy to have the sand. They'll take it whichever way they can. But yeah, this is talking about that right now. We're gonna get back into it right now. Come on, there we go.
Fortunately, for opposing parties who stand up to mining operations, they risk violence, bloodshed, and even murder. That doesn't.
Yeah. So the local community, because their village was about to collapse into a river, that ecological system was destroyed through river dredging. Because there's two different types of sand. There's river sand, and then there is ocean sand. And river sand, I believe it can't be used for cement because it doesn't have the grainy texture of ocean sand, the way that ocean sand is formed. River sand is more round, and so it doesn't have that grip that it needed for cement. So like river sand is used for something else, but both sands are needed in that country for expansion because it's used for other things like glass and etc. But yeah,
appear to be going away anytime
soon.
soon.
The locals will like have revolted at times.
As the value of sand skyrockets, these mafias take increasingly drastic measures to ensure the success of their smuggling. And nowhere are these groups more violent or deadly than those operating in Africa and India. In 2016, a BBC correspondent researching beach erosion in Jamaica was shocked to learn from locals that nearby mafias of armed men would fight each other for smuggling dominance, much like street gangs or the Italian mob. The winning gang would haul away bags of sand in the middle of the night, where they sold them to construction crews of beachfront development sites. In 2017, 2 Kenyan truck drivers were burned beyond recognition when a gang of locals attacked them as they were loading their vehicles at a nearby river. In Kenya's Makwani County, sand miners and locals battled for several years with, quote, bows and arrows, machete-like pangas, and Molotov cocktails. In China, dozens of rival sand gang members were imprisoned after a massive knife battle took place in front of a police station. Is that not just such a crazy phrase? Rival sand gang members got into a knife battle? In Indonesia, 2 farmers led protest against illegal sand dredging operations, and in response, the mine operators threatened to kill the farmers if they kept protesting. The farmers reported the threats to the police and asked for protection, but soon met a grisly end. One of the farmers was attacked by several men, run over by a motorcycle, and left for dead. The other farmer was beaten and stabbed to death. His body left out in the street with his hands tied behind his back. In India, hundreds have been injured and dozens killed by sand mafia.
What an awful way to go. Jesus Christ.
Victims include an 81-year-old teacher and a 22-year-old activist who, quote, were separately hacked to death a journalist who was burned to
my
death, and at least
God.
3 police officers who were run over by sand trucks. In 2018, Sandeep Sharma,
3
a reporter
police
with a local
officers
television
were run over by sand trucks or truck? Was that trucks or trucks? Sand trucks. Multiple trucks run over
by
multiple
sand
police
trucks.
officers.
In 2018, Sandeep Sharma, a reporter with a local television station in India, was run over by a sand
Jesus, who knew this was so violent? This is crazy.
truck after he filmed a police
Money, man. Money, like, just is so evil sometimes. Holy
officer
crow.
accepting a bribe to keep quiet on a sand mining operation in a crocodile sanctuary.
Okay. What are we watching?
He
right
survived, but when Sharma asked for
Oh,
protection
shit.
from the authorities, he was denied and forced to hand over the original recording to the police. Another
Huh.
victim, this time a special branch
I guess coming forward puts you at risk of, like, being assassinated. That's my guess.
constable named Tamale, was murdered for collecting intelligence at an illegal sand mining site. In 2012, French documentarian Sophie Bontemps and her crew were arrested for filming a sand mining operation in the dunes of Morocco. Sophie was interrogated and her equipment was confiscated by authorities. Later that evening, a military colonel and 2 other officials arranged a mock trial in a hotel where the crew members were forced to erase their footage. It was clear to the director that everyone, from local workers to national officials, were not only involved in sand trafficking, but profiting from it. In her film, Morocco, Raiding on the Sand, in which the erased footage was restored from off-site backups the filmmakers had made, local protesters were beaten and threatened. In June of 2019, Jose Luis Alvarez Flores, a Mexican environmental activist who protested illegal sand mining in a local river, was shot dead. When he was discovered, a note was also found that threatened Flores' family and other activists. The illegal
Who freaking knew that this was so dangerous? Like, who knew that sand could be so dangerous? The thing that you go and spend time at the beach? Like, who knew? Like, but what happens when, like, are they going to start importing from places like Vancouver and LA and all the coasts and stuff like that when they run out on their own, like, neighboring coastlines?
The sand trade has become extremely profitable in a short time, not just for those
and it's just going to go
trade,
up from
but for
there with
politicians
the
protecting
sparsity of
operations.
sand
As a matter
that
of
is
fact, I'm
around.
sure it's even more so beneficial for them. And like any high-demand industry prohibited by the government, the result is a robust black market that moves geopolitics as much as it does money. After all, land is often one of the most influential and important assets to a global power. So what happens when one of the players can simply make more land? For a moment, let's consider a larger, more powerful nation. China. Builders in the country call sand soft gold, the trade of which skyrocketed in the 1980s during Shanghai's construction boom. China dredged its sand from the Yangtze River because it was the ideal for mixing into cement. By 2000, sand extraction had gotten so extreme that long stretches of the riverbank collapsed. Same year, authorities banned sand mining on the Yangtze altogether, but the trade continued illegally. During the day, these ships looked innocent enough, but at night, they would, quote, lower pipes to the riverbed to suck up thousands of tons of sand in a single session. In 2019, police seized over 300 sand dredging ships and enough sand to fill over 1,000 Olympic-sized swimming pools. A few years earlier, in the mid-2010s, when China was in full operation of its island enhancement program, the leaders...
Wait, just a second. I just want to look at this one more time.
In the mid-2010s, when China was in full...
So this is 2004. And this is 2022. And I don't know if this is expanded sand land or what's going on here, but they must be expanding something. Enhancement program.
Operation of its island enhancement program, the leaders of the other Southeast Asian nations came together to raise international concern over the country's Great Wall of Sand in a vital area, the Spratly Islands.
I wonder if they worry about erosion as well, because, like, that's an issue too. Eventually, over time, things will become eroded and change in that nature as well.
Located in the southern area of the South China Sea, the Spratly Islands are claimed by several nations: China, Taiwan, the Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei, and Vietnam. The islands consist of over 100 islets and reefs spread over 240,000 kilometers of ocean. Most vitally, the value this region has for maritime trade is enormous, specifically for Australia, as over 50% of Australian trade passes through the South China Sea with, quote, $5 trillion in trade overall flowing through the region. These shipping sea lanes are not only important for trade in the region.
That's crazy amount of trade. Holy crow. 5 trillion? Oh my god. I wonder how many boats that is on a daily basis. That's gotta be a lot. Jesus.
But for food security as well. Around 10% of the world's fishing catch or harvest takes place in the South China Sea. China was originally left with smaller pieces of the Spratly Islands because it came late to the island occupation game. But through the sand trade, the country has been building and expanding these tiny pieces of land. The island building is, quote, an attractive option to add substance, literally, to China's physical presence among the disputed islands of the South China Sea. But it isn't just China. Singapore, which I'll remind you is the world's largest importer of sand, has seen similar geopolitical ramifications come from the sand trade. Since most of Singapore's reclaimed land sits on parts of the ocean that once belonged to the Singapore Straits, separating it from Indonesia, the expansion demands new maritime boundaries every time new land is reclaimed. The consequences go beyond new lines drawn on a map or loss of livelihoods due to the disappearance of fishing grounds. The erasure of these islands changes the entire seabed's natural defense against floods and tidal waves. Residents who once lived in the coastal communities on Ubi Besar Island and
how safe was this area? Because it's eroded before for a reason.
Thousand Islands, Jakarta, were forced to move after the island submerged underwater. As for Singapore's next-door neighbor, Malaysia, every time Singapore's soil creeps into their waters, the country demands a reapportionment of territory and sea trade lanes between the two nations. But unlike the Spratly Islands dispute, which is regulated under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, Malaysia's is not. Singapore can legally reclaim sovereignty around existing islands, reefs, and archipelagos. So Malaysia's demands to the newly exported territory holds no water, or holds no sand, I guess. This sets a highly dangerous precedent. Without regulations, a country's physical state can be eroded or expanded, shifting the paradigm of territorial expansion. Instead of war or colonialism, land reclamation allows what is essentially the legal growth of a country's territory through terraforming. Singapore isn't appropriating land by conquering nations in order to become larger, it's creating it from the water by shrinking the land somewhere else. I mean, think about the ramifications of this. If you want more to say in a local trade route, well, just expand your island out into the trade route enough that you have to make a new straight through, and that means other nations have to pay you a tax. Just push the land out far enough that you cover up a waterway. Now you have to be paid to make a door through. It might seem odd that such a small country is playing this monumental of a role in a global arms race for land, but when you consider its history, it kind of makes sense.
I mean, land is also money. Land is the biggest money maker out there, right? It's one of the most important things that you can own because it can help secure your safety and longevity. It's essential, essentially, right? You can make money off of land. You can help yourself survive that way. You can go grow vegetables and stuff like that and save money that way. There's lots of different things that you can do with land or property or some level of ownership of property, etc. That's why rent should count as towards your credit score and shit like that. That's what makes it class warfare is that rent. You can write off your mortgage, your rent from your mortgage, your taxes. You can write off your mortgage, from your taxes, but you can't write off your rent from your taxes. That seems unfair. You are literally required on a monthly basis to be able to pay your rent in order to be able to afford a place to live. But for some reason that doesn't count, that every month you're able to do that towards your credit score in any sort of way and show that you substantially have been able to maintain a certain payment that may be more ultimately than a loan cost for a house down payment and stuff like that. It's kind of weird. I don't know.
In 1819, Sir Stamford Raffles, a British official who colonized Singapore, wrote that its potential as a hub for the East India Company was a, quote, fulcrum upon which empire shall thrive, and thus would begin Singapore's narrative. The island would primarily function as a place for global trade and shipping. To this day, the country proudly markets itself to visitors as the world's gateway to Asia. Before British contact, Singapore was mostly marshland. Its indigenous population made their livelihood by fishing the swamp for mudskippers. But in 1822, during Singapore's colonization, the country transformed from a fishing village to a port, which upended the natives' way of life and altered the environments by dredging mud from the marshes to lay the foundation for a harbor. Someone else might have been doing it, but it was Singapore's first land reclamation project. History has a way of repeating itself, but the notable difference is that the cost of Singapore's transformation today is the removal of its neighbor's land. The environmental degradation due to smuggling and its resulting sand war has strained ties between Singapore and the surrounding nations. But the most tragic component of the whole operation might be how Singapore's construction operates, through exploited foreign labor. The workers who are hired for the country's land reclamation projects are often Cambodians, Burmese, and Indonesians. Quote, the very same people whose communities live on or around disappearing islands and depleting marine life. These laborers are targets of predatory hiring practices, short-term jobs, low wages, and highly dangerous work. The tragic irony, of course, is that for every new Singaporean high-rise, these workers' homeland gets closer to extinction. The sand trade is systematic in the way that it financially benefits the importing countries, and the scale at which it operates is staggering. All evidence points to a future in which the illegal sand trade is here to stay, if for no other reason than the fact that the people who could stop it find it too important. Estimates of the sand war range, quote, from $200 billion to $350 billion per year.
What?
Which is more
That's
than illegal
freaking
logging,
crazy.
gold mining, and fishing combined. It's easy money for the sand mafia, as legal and illegal sand look exactly the same. This graph in 2017 shows that illegal sand
That's the only
extraction and
differential.
trade
Like
had the third
you can tell whether it's river sand or ocean sand, but you can't tell whether or not it's legal or not.
highest value of transnational crime based on dollars. It sits right behind counterfeiting and drug trafficking. Sand mining is dangerous and physically exhausting work. Most of these areas have already been exploited by previous mining operations, so divers have to plunge deeper into the riverbeds to extract the goods. On these riverbeds, sand is scooped into buckets, which are pulled up by boatmen. And as a result,
Jesus, that's the process? That's the harvesting process? That sounds atrocious. My goodness. Yeah, and eventually you would need, you probably get so deep into the riverbed that you would need diving equipment in order to be able to do your
especially
job.
high. The danger of the job demands that sand miners often earn more than their average counterparts in their country, making it a valid career path despite the illegality. With a very low barrier to entry, some officials at the local level, for example, quote, turn a blind eye to small-scale mining, seeing it as a way of allowing poor villagers to build affordable housing. Due to the nature of their work, sand mining operators are usually armed. Rival sand mafias present their own threats, as well as those to the miners' livelihoods, which can come from local farmers and even journalists who might expose their work. More often than not, as the scale of small-time sand dredging increases, so does the likelihood for a sand mafia to emerge. It's the natural evolution of organized crime. We saw something similar happen in the world of illegal fishing off the coast of West Africa, when wildlife poaching drew criminal rings that eventually grew into illegal logging operations. If we use that framework for sand mining in Southeast Asia, the blueprint is already laid out. Weaker governments, easy entry to regional markets, and corrupt international corporations working together to create lucrative business opportunities. All of this is compounded by the reality that the demand for sand is unyielding. Singapore has remained particularly impervious to any legal action or punishment compared to the countries that sell its sand. In doing research for this video, it felt like most articles and media reports focused on the environmental and socio-economic effects of sand dredging in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Cambodia, but Singapore's response deserves scrutiny as well. In 2010, when Singapore's government was asked by Global Witness what its role was in the sand imports, the government said, quote, the import of sand to Singapore is done on a commercial basis. The Singapore government is not a party to any agreement or contract for the import of sand, essentially claiming plausible deniability by saying, hey, we've got nothing to do with it, and if it is happening, I haven't heard about it. However, this statement contradicts the discussions the government had in Parliament. When the need to stockpile construction materials was brought up so the country's domestic markets would hold stable should a shock occur to the supply chain or disrupted trade routes due to potential geopolitical tensions, one official said that the government would help contractors by, quote, co-sharing up to 75% of the price increases in sand and granite. This offer to share a portion of the cost with contractors directly disputes the Singaporean government's original statement of saying it doesn't purchase any sand itself. It's the government going from saying they're not buying any sand, it's all private businesses, to, well, we know sand's coming in, so we'll help you pay for it. Another contradiction was found by Global Witness when a government website showed tenders that were issued by the Housing and Development Board for the acquisition of sand for various development projects. In other words, more evidence of the government knowing of sand coming in, despite saying otherwise. But the biggest contradiction to Singapore's claim that they have no involvement in the import of sand was discovered in a contract from JTC, the country's government agency under the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Global Witness says this contract was explicitly for the purchase of sand by JTC from an importing company. Global Witness even found that some of the sand dredging licenses from Cambodia had the stamp of a Singaporean official. Singapore then, it would seem, considers its government boards to be separate entities from the government. Or at least that might be how they justify their position.
Hey Zachary, welcome in. How are you? Are you streaming today? I haven't seen you on yet. We're looking up sand mafia shit. And it's more interesting than you would think it is, but I'm not gonna go through explaining it again. Drakengard? What's that about? Pretty good. Nah, I'm gonna get on tomorrow, probably night sometime. Okay. Sounds good. I'll keep an eye out for you then. Give Zach a follow. He plays lots of retro games, but he got a new computer and so he's playing newer games too. He's a chill time to hang out with. You can just go there and hang, and it's super cool.
Employing multiple layers of contractors, Singapore is able to hide its own responsibility and role in the corruption of other Southeast Asian countries. Basically, I'm not doing the crime, I just have a guy that does the crime.
Drakengard is a RPG on the PS2. You fly a dragon sometimes. That tracks with the name. That makes sense. That's cool. Is it a cool looking dragon?
Crime for me, but it's not me doing it, so I don't know about it. Allegedly, I guess. Can Singapore sue me? Probably. Yeah, allegedly. It's a systematic loophole that keeps Singapore from legal recourse and liability. And despite the country's claims that appropriate policies are in place to ensure ethical sand mining, there's very little regulation in the regional and international legal context. In fact, an intergovernmental organization called ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, promotes non-intervention in business relations among ASEAN states. In other words, the bodies that would regulate these kind of things are just gonna let the nations figure it out.
What the hell? That's not good.
I'm sure they'll both come to a reasonable conclusion. Very little is known regarding policies that outline the terms and conditions these states agree to when operating sand mining projects. The public must trust the word from Singapore's officials who, when asked, just maintain that sand mining from the country's neighbors is done sustainably. In 2021, when the Minister of National Development was asked if environmental studies about Singapore...
How far did you get on alien isolation? Not very. Actually, we got pretty far. We got about an hour in and then I died. And I was just like, okay. And then I tried again and I only got like 15 minutes in. I was like, okay. We're switching to news now. We might do a little bit more alien isolation before I finish up for the day, after we finish watching this, but we'll see how I feel.
Sustainable mining practices
we just got
could
like
be made public.
7 minutes
they
left of
responded
this
at
anyway,
the studies,
so it's okay.
which guide the planning of land reclamation to mitigate environmental impact,
I think
were
this is the
confidential
last
due
thing
to,
that
quote,
we've got on the docket. Whoops, sorry.
Security considerations. That's right. When they were asked to show their
Yeah,
work,
this is the last thing on the docket.
they say is the reason they are able to sustainably mine for sand. They said, we can't show you that work because security concerns or something. Hey, is that the piece of paper that explains how this mining stuff is ethical and definitely not a bad thing? Oh, yes, it is. Can I see it? No. What the minister failed to mention was exactly what these standards were and what constitutes the overriding security considerations, as environmental standards are not publicly released. Singapore's biggest hypocrisy, however, is that it calls itself a, quote, leader in the region for sustainable development, despite the negative impacts the country's demand for sand has caused to its neighbors. Which, yes, I'm sure they are sustaining Singapore.
Yeah. I mean, that's the argument, right? They didn't say everywhere else. They just said there, right? Only control within their own borders. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Kind of
Nothing else. Singapore's thirst for sand is now to the point where it looks beyond Southeast Asia. In addition to sand sources in the Philippines, Myanmar, and Bangladesh, it's reported to have set its sights on Australia and Papua New Guinea. Written accounts detail a, quote, Singaporean company was working to get approval to mine a 50-kilometer stretch of beach on the north coast of Madong. This stretch of coastline is a protected
50 kilometers? 50 kilometers is an insane length.
Sea turtles. Unless major government regulation is implemented, Papua New Guinea is destined to a similar fate to Indonesia and Cambodia. As legal, above-board sand mining operations look to expand globally, is it even possible to stop these sand mafias that follow? Only time will tell. But we're betting that the answer will be a resounding no. I mean, anytime someone wants to get something the legal way, someone is going to find a way to get it the illegal way. In recent years, Singapore has adjusted its sand importing strategies as a result of public criticism and scrutiny. The government announced plans to reduce dependence on imported sand and adopt a new reclamation method called impoldering. This involves, quote, building a dike around the area of the sea to be reclaimed, and then draining water from the area to create a patch of land that lies below sea level. Singapore also announced it would look into sand substitutes, such as recycled materials for construction. Ideas like floating cities.
I don't know how safe the first option would be. If there was ever a tsunami, everybody in that, fake sand, I don't think there is such a thing as fake sand. But, like, if there ever was anybody in that area and there was, like, a tsunami or any sort of, like, uprising of the ocean in any sort of way, like, all the people in that area would likely drown, which is not good, potentially. Like, depending upon how deep you go in or how deep you have to go in before making that, like, sectioned off area. At the very least, like, at the worst, they would drown. At the very, like, least, their property would be, like, experience extreme water damage.
Which are being tested in Japan, are also something Singapore is considering and building technologies for, but its development plans are still focused on land growth. Perhaps if legalities won't stop the sand trade, advancements in technology will. 3 years ago, according to the Scientific American, quote, Researchers from
What about plastics? Can't we like shred up plastics like sand?
several universities demonstrated an optical system that can fingerprint sand grains, allowing them to be traced back to their site of origin. This new technology would be used to help distinguish imported sand's origins from legal or illegal operations. This would at least make the illegal sand trade harder, as there would be a way to check it at customs. Other technologies include making desert sand usable for construction projects by putting an additive in it to make it stronger. While these announcements and technological advancements point towards a more sustainable future for Singapore sand demands, in 2024, Indonesia lifted its ban on sand exports and allowed sea sand dredging. The reason they dropped the rules after all this time? Money. Indonesian policymakers went back in the sand trade. Other countries looking to boost their GDP are likely to follow and lift their bans as well. As long as sand remains a foundational piece of Singapore's development, the
There's a sand trade? Cool. Yeah,
for smuggling
the video
also
should
remains.
be linked.
The illegal sand trade and its accompanying
or
sand
pinned,
mafia
but if it's
have already
not-
proven difficult to control. Profit margins, corruption,
You
and
came in
uneven
on the
governance
tail end of
contribute
this.
to its thriving
It's a
existence.
cool video
This
to
black
watch.
market is driven by Singapore's need for sand and the rise of a multi-billion-dollar smuggling network. Adding in a lack of environmental oversight, Singapore is
should be it.
responsible for the shifting sands of coastlines, geopolitical tensions between its neighboring regions, a healthy criminal underground, and a trail of sunken islands in its wake. But it doesn't just end with Singapore. Not only is sand used for construction, but it is, quote, a key ingredient in the microprocessors and memory chips used in nearly all computer technology. Sand is the most
Silica.
wanted raw material on the planet, and Singapore's addiction is just a microcosm of a global issue. And while the United States has had a history of sand mining, there are more federal and state agencies that help regulate it compared to Southeast Asia,
I wonder how
India,
dangerous
and
that
Africa.
is.
The Sandman, a mythical character used in many children's stories who brings sleep-inducing sand and dreams, is now a nightmare. It's a reality that bears no allegiance to any nation. It's as borderless and liquid as money, shifting to the highest bidder. As we've seen with Malaysia, Indonesia, India, and Vietnam, there is no more land, only more sand. And that is the story of Singapore's and a lot of the world's sand mafias. Again, so much money being traded, so many lives being lost, and countries literally being reformed over something that most of us probably don't give a second glance to: sand. As with any other resource in the world, if someone wants something, then someone else is willing to sell it, legal or otherwise. But all in all, I believe this to be a fascinating, if lesser known, international smuggling trade that hopefully you found interesting as well. And if you did, I think that's really cool, and we just want to say thank you for watching. One of the most interesting aspects of this story to me were those initial journalists who broke this story in the first place. Like, it's one thing to sit here behind a camera and talk about what other people have figured out, but to be one of the first people who started to figure this out and then be like Sophie, the French documentarian who was captured and had all their footage deleted, but managed to recover it and then put the story out. Those people are heroes, and work like that certainly deserves
That's
to be
crazy
remembered.
sauce.
No matter how dark the world can be, there's always lights like that that are worth shining through. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this topic. I certainly did. And everyone who made this video possible will be credited in the description. Be sure to show them some appreciation. They did a fantastic job on this one. New
Thank
videos
you.
here Monday.
That was a great video.
Videos, as always, going up on the OG channel
All
in
right.
Noon, and then videos going up like once or twice a week at this rate over on When to Glitch. Check those out if you're interested. New content on the way, as always. And I believe that...
Just give me a second. Go here for right now. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Okay. We're gonna switch back to Alien Isolation. Thanks so much to everybody who's hanging out or did decide to hang out. If you're like, well, the news is over, I want to switch out of here, no problem. Feel free to give a follow for the future, because I talk about politics and news frequently, pretty much every day. Sometimes we take a break just to give everybody a rest from it, though. Because everybody needs to unwind every now and again. So we will do like new stuff, and then sometimes we'll just do gaming for the day. And like I try to do community gaming with playing by playing Peak or like one of the other like Outlast Trials or any of those kinds of games. I like to do a variety of options of games so that if you don't like Peak, maybe you'll like Outlast Trials, or if you don't like that one, you'll like something else, and we'll see what we can do in that regard. But right now, we're gonna get into Alien Isolation. I'm gonna go back into Alien Isolation. Alright, here again. Hello. Just give me 1 second to pull it up. Come on, Steam. Library. Let's play Alien Isolation. There we go. It should just load in once it's ready. There we go. Sweet. Perfect. Alright, let's play. How do you think this is gonna go? How many times will we die? I think we'll die real quick the first time, then we'll get real far. We'll save. So Zaid, there's a sequel coming out? Yes, there is. Do we want to watch the sequel first before we move on to this? Here. Whoopsies. Wrong one. There we go. Okay, let's see. YouTube. Alien Isolation sequel. Alien Isolation 2? Let's see. Official reveal trailer. Okay. Can you guys see it? Yes, and you can hear it. I'm gonna make my camera disappear for this, so you can just see it unadulterated without me being there. It's 1 minute and 40 seconds. There we go. Whew, that's loud. Sorry about that, guys. Blow my own ears out. I'm gonna play it once without pausing, and then once again with pausing. Ooh, subtitles. That's something. Okay.
Do you understand? Yes. I understand.
Cool. Just a second. It looked like there might have been another one. Let's see if there's another trailer. Oopsies. Not what I meant to do. Oops. That's definitely not what I meant to do. Cool. Yeah, it looked cool. It looked like there was another trailer though, so I want to go back and check it out. Whoopsies. Sorry, just a sec, guys. Having some technical issues. Go on. There we go. Closer to the end. And then it looked like there was... We played 30 minutes of Alien Isolation. We won't watch all of this, but we'll watch some of this. Alien Isolation 2, and it's still terrifying. Okay. We'll watch a little bit of this and see what's going on there.
So I played 20 minutes of Alien Isolation 2 today with a story that features a new playable character, a setting in a place that I don't think I've ever seen in an Alien story before, and an alien xenomorph that is as terrifying as I remember.
Okay, sounds good. I think one of my favorite things about Alien and the Alien franchise is that they will always, at very least, pay homage to the original Alien design that we were all introduced to and fell in love with the concept of. Although none of us would actually want to meet a xenomorph in real life. I know that I'm not that stupid. But it is such a great Alien concept design that it is held up for so freaking long. Yeah, like, I'm so glad that they kept the OG Alien design. It is terrifying. It is fantastic. It is such great design. Honestly, I'll have to look it up, like, to see if, like, did Alien win any awards? If not, that would be an ultimate freaking shame.
So Amanda Ripley, who was the character in the...
Sorry, guys. Did Aliens win any award? Any awards? Let's see. Alien 1979 awards. Like, this movie is from 1979 and it's still so fantastic. Like, it should never be remade, at least not for a very, very long time. Winner of the Saturn Award in 2011, DVD. Nominee, Best Actress for Sigourney Weaver. She didn't win? Only a Saturn Award? What the hell? Best Supporting Actress, Veronica Cartwright. Winner. Okay, at least they won some. Best Director, Ridley Scott. Fantastic. Winner again. How did Sigourney Weaver not win? Jesus. Nominee, Saturn. Best Makeup. Only nominee? What the hell? Only nominee for Best Special Effects? That's crazy. BAFTA Awards. Okay, we're not going to read through all of it. They did win a couple of BAFTAs, it looks like. British Society of Cinematography, just a nominee. Golden Globes, USA. Just a nominee. Best Original Score. That's it? That's all that they were nominated for? Satellite Awards, the Grammys, Best Album, Las Vegas Film Critics Society, National Film. They got a lot of opportunities at the very least. Like, I'm not reading through all of this to see what they won. I'm just looking for any, like, substantial film. Golden Schmoes? Yeah, like, that was Sigourney's first movie and killed it. That was her first movie. Jesus Christ, she did an amazing job. My all-time like favorite movies are the Alien franchise. Like, I don't care. I like every single one that I've been able to see so far, and I hope to be able to see more. Losing Sigourney Weaver will suck. I don't know. Maybe she'll outlive me. Who knows? Okay, let's get back to the gameplay.
First Alien Isolation game. She is referenced initially in Alien Isolation 2, but you don't play as her anymore, which I find really interesting because we're kind of left wondering what happened to her. Here she is narrating the intro, the apparent intro to Alien Isolation 2, but then we're not playing as her anymore. We're playing as a new character who's named Blake. She's with two other people, and they're investigating a derelict ship, which is, you know, classic Alien story bait, of course.
Yes.
Reminds me a little bit of, like, the xenomorphs remind me a little bit of, like, how the creatures in Dead Space, like, sort of, like, are created, because, like, although there's, like, obviously a set number, like, there can't be an infinite number of, like, creatures in a video game. That's crazy. Even, like, there's got to be limits here as well. It's convenient to have the same enemy the entire time, too. Like, I can't overlook that. But it's just, like, it's such a great enemy that nobody freaking cares. But, like, yeah, I'm curious to see where they go with this. But it looks like that, I just realized that they're very, very similar in nature. That infecting and, like, there's, like, kind of, like, face huggers and stuff like that. I wonder if the universes are in the same universe.
I understand.
What I really like about the setup to this, besides the fact that Amanda may or may not be out there, I kind of feel like we'll see her later, but for now, she's a fun mystery. But the mystery that I like even better than that is that the ship that you find, your coworkers, I guess they are, talk about how they don't recognize it at all. They don't even want to enter it, which, as we know from the Alien movies, is pretty smart to not behave too hastily. To them, they've never seen this type of ship before. I think they are.
Yeah, I think that was something that was so effective of the first Alien Isolation movie, is that, like, this was a creature that nobody on Earth is aware of. They don't know that this creature exists. This is the first encounter for everybody that encounters this creature, unless they survive their first encounter with it. And who knows how many encounters they'll survive with this kind of creature. Like, look at us playing this game. How many times have I died trying to make progress forward? Like, too freaking many. So it is such a fantastic game for that reason too. Like, because, like, this alien is brand new to every single person that encounters it, unless they got lucky, essentially. And so, like, we'll have to try one day where we do a full day of trying to do a full no death run whatsoever, where we restart at the exact beginning and have to go through that entire arduous process all over again. But for now, we're going to keep playing the game
hinting to me as the player that this ship should be familiar. Frankly, it's been over a decade. It's not all that familiar to me, but I find myself pulled into that mystery of who are these new people? Why are they there in the first place? Because when they find the ship, this is them going off mission, essentially. You know, is this related to Amanda? How quickly will we see her again?
I wonder why they went off mission too. Like, did they hear the ship or something like that? Like, did Amanda get a call out for assistance and they thought it was coming from the ship, but it was coming from Amanda? Like, what exactly was going on? Did Amanda end up somehow able to reboard the ship, or like was there another ship? I can't remember at the end of the game. Was there another ship that came in and like we saw she woke up and like there was a ship that potentially rescued her? Is that this ship? And she's on the ship and they're transferring to the Nostromo again? Like I hope that it's a new ship. I'm assuming that it is a new ship. Just a second. Yeah, I'm assuming that it's got to be a new ship.
If we find her, again, I think we'll probably find her. I don't think they just brought her back for the narration at the beginning, but it's all very interesting to me. I didn't learn a ton about who Blake is yet as the main character. I kind of have a theory that maybe Blake dies quickly and we switch to Amanda. That's totally based on nothing. I just feel like that'd be kind of a clever intro for the game. We'll see if I get that right or not. I'm also really intrigued by the setting for this, at least in the setup. I don't know where it's going to go. The first game was pretty long. Some people actually thought it was over long. Where it starts is really interesting. You actually end up in the woods, as we saw in the trailer a little bit. I just really like that because it, other than like some weird vines that wrap around the trees, it kind of just looks like trees on Earth. I'm not saying it is on Earth. I'm quite sure it isn't, but it was just very weird for an Alien game to start me in the woods, walking through these like misty, like moonlit trees, and immediately you don't know if you're safe or not in that environment.
Yeah, I wonder if you know at this point whether or not you can breathe in this environment or not. I would assume so.
A really
because I think it might be canon now that like their suits can determine the oxygen, like the atmosphere or something. They're so advanced or something like that. I mean, I guess they would have to be. But if you have unidentified particles, does that mean that you avoid breathing in the oxygen, even though it is an oxygen-rich environment also, and you could survive in it? I wouldn't take my mask off. Fuck that. My helmet, excuse me.
Different place to see an Alien game set. I hope, because eventually that my demo threw me into a ship that was more familiar and was built on that retro futuristic tech that we know and tie to the series so much. I hope we get to spend more time in the woods or even just, any other places that feel fresh. To me, that's a good way to get us back, but also to introduce us to something new.
Okay,
because it's been 12 years.
Back.
They are playing off the old game, but they've got to think of new ways to get us invested in this, new ways to scare us. And I just think to get us out of these like pale white ships, as cool as they are, as much as I love them, as iconic as they've been for 50 years now, I just think it would be really clever of them to bring us to some places that not Alien Earth, not Alien any of the sequels, like bring us to someplace new.
Oopsie, sorry guys.
And right away, the intro to what I played today felt new. Of course, I shouldn't stop talking about Alien Isolation 2 without also talking about the alien, the xenomorph. The alien in this game is as scary as I remember. And I say that very pointedly because, one, yes, the alien was very scary in the first game. I loved how it would go off script. You could never quite predict where it was going to be next. It would climb in the vents. It would climb above you, beneath you. It would react to every little screw up you had. I love that. And all that is back. But my demo was short enough that I'm still waiting to see if it's going beyond that. I'm hoping to talk to the team soon. I want to find out how the aliens like AI pathing has been advanced.
I wonder if the demo is out now and we could potentially play the demo. I'll have to look. It won't be tonight though because I have to download it too.
They brought this back, and tech is going to allow it to be scarier. And I definitely was creeped out today. I died 3 times sneaking around to this thing. I didn't know my way around. And in the end, it was funny. I actually was overthinking so much that the solution that was kind of right in front of me, I was like circumventing it because I was so scared, and I figured like I just had to get everything just right or else I was going to die. And in fact, a couple times I did die, not realizing that the solution to my problems was like plainer than I was giving it credit for. I'm sure any devs behind me watching me were probably laughing because they saw me essentially do half of the puzzle that I needed to get the heck out of there. And then I just kept walking into my death a couple times. But yes, the alien is back. The alien is unscripted again. I'm hoping that scripting is more advanced. I can't wait to play more. And that's what I saw of Alien Isolation 2 at Summer Game Fest 2026. For more on this scary upcoming horror game, head to GameSpot.com.
Okay. That's gonna be that. Let's go and play the game now. Alright, let's go. It's playing a little video because we took too long on the loading screen. It plays a little intro video. Okay. Alien Isolation. Continue game. We died, so we're starting back, but we know how to escape now for the most part. Hopefully. I don't know. We gotta be a little bit more sneaky. I have to be a little bit more patient. We'll see how it goes, though. Sweet, we got 5 bullets. Which way? This way. Let's go.
Yep. Taylor's over. Cristobal Medical Facility and
yep. Hi, Taylor. Bye, Taylor. Sorry you're hurting. Let's go.
Ripley? Is that Ripley?
Yeah, but I'm leaving. You need help. I get it. I got shit to do. Hey, let me in. Oh wait, we don't want him. We don't want his attention. There's gotta be somewhere else we can go. This way. Oh shit. Hi. Yes, please.
I need a doctor.
Open
Hello?
up the elevator. Why did you close those doors? Open up. What's that other sound? Could we have done this on our own? You guys can see the game correctly, right? Yes. Okay, good. Yay! Okay. Alright. I think we just go forward. We have to crawl through a vent, potentially. Okay. Sweet. Vent is over here. We don't have to go through the door, we have to go through a vent. I saw a glowy thing. Thank you. Are there any other glowy things? Yes. But nothing all that useful. Okay, alright. Climb in. In we go. Up. Yeah, but what if something's already in the vent? That means that I'm locked inside with the thing in the vent. How would you know, if you can't hear me, that I need to get out of the frickin' thing, and you locked it behind us, essentially trapping us in here with a deadly, like, animal? Because it's not a human, therefore, it's an animal.
Hours are 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, which way do we go? Which way did we come from? Let's look around here just in case there's any supplies.
You're not catching us at our best.
Alright. What?
I'm Coolman.
Ripley, I need to find a
doctor.
Oh! I'm a doctor.
What the heck?
My friend needs help. Medical supplies.
Me too. There are no supplies on this level.
Okay.
But there are plenty downstairs in the hospital dispensary.
How do we get there?
Do I look like I'm in any fit state? I need your help and you need mine. You find the passcode for the service elevator and then I'll come down to the hospital with you, okay?
Passcode?
Yeah. I can direct you from here. Morley or Lingard would have had the new passcode.
1702. I wonder if we can skip that part. Okay, well, let me go. Hello? Oh, I have to press a button. I wonder if I could skip that part too. God damn it. We'll check next time. I'm sure I will not survive this.
Let's work together, huh?
Even though I'm pretty sure we're safe for at least a little while.
The area you're in was for our more unstable patients. Those who had trouble adapting to deep space.
Just tell me where to go.
Tragic cases.
No.
Don't worry, they're all long gone.
This part is dangerous, though. I feel like they
No,
always
no,
come
wrong
in
way.
here.
I tried to use the dispensary today and found
Fine, I'll go the long frickin' way.
expected to carry out my duties if you and Lingard cut my access privilege. I have patients.
I'm scared, Chad. I'm scared.
Without that medication, particularly when things on the station are
That's
so
right.
precarious.
Along that corridor.
I will not see patient care suffer. Consider this a formal warning.
Okay.
For the record, I do not have a problem.
What? I never said you had a problem. Why are you yelling at me? I don't know you. I've never met you before. Sound kind of rude. Okay, let's go.
You're there. That's Morley's office.
No
The
bullets.
passcode should be in there
Just
somewhere.
some random compound. Okay. Fine. That's all we get. 1702. Oh, we can't skip this part. Because we have to set off the alarms. Damn it! 1702. Yes.
Look, we'll need the physical keycard too. Morley
Okay.
always kept it on him. Find him.
Okay. Okay. The alarm's gonna go off.
Medical facility quarantine breach detected. Warning.
Relax.
Medical facility quarantine breach detected.
Can't go in
You
here.
focus on finding that
Nope.
keycard.
We know exactly what it is. He knows too. I'm pretty sure. Okay, let's see. Oh goodness, get under here. Thank you. We don't have time. We have to restore power first also. Okay, we should be safe. Sometimes they come and just kill us right away. Let's see how lucky we are today. Alright, we're safe. Sweet. We can go down this way. This is our objective. I think we have to be careful entering one of these things. Is this the key card?
You are standing on a hill. Your
Oh.
home is in the valley below. You are far away, but you can see it clearly.
That's it. Church ethanol maxed out. We have.
How do you feel?
We should be careful being here. Because the guy could come and just get us and eat us. So, gotta work fast. Can we make some more? Yeah, we got more stuff, more space. Okay, let's see. Do we have enough for to maxed out? Okay, collect scraps. Alright, awesome. Boop, boop, boop. Well, somebody's this way now. Damn it. Okay, let's go. Where do we need to go? Here? 1702. 1702. Please don't kill us. 1, 7, 0, 2. Let us through. Let us through. Collect the map. Collect the map. Okay, where is he? He's behind us? Okay. Crap. And then when there's multiple of them... Okay. Which way do we need to go? Do we need to check out all of these? I guess it can't hurt. We have all we need. Is there anything else in here? No, there's nothing else in here. Why is there a skull in here? What the hell? That is unnecessary. Okay, we're still safe. Oh goodness. Forward to here? Not down there? Okay. Which way? Through here? Yes. I remember this. Okay, here's where we start to get, like, risky and die again. Okay, we need... Do we have a list of them? Like, when we go like this? Does it show which way we need to go? Okay. Chat, remember these numbers. A29, A26, A29, and C21. Those were Morley's rooms, so that's the room. Those are the rooms that we have to check and not get eaten by the the alien. When we do it. Anything up above? Map. Sweet. Yes. We like those. Maps are good. Thank you. Thank you for the stuff. Why is it so loud in here? Uh-oh. Oh yeah, sometimes it's just like, remember, don't forget, you're getting too cozy. Okay. Got it. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. Oh, let's go this way. Yep. Anything through here? I don't think so. There might be something... potentially? Nope, nothing through here. Okay. Onward. Onward we go. Down in here? Anything in here? Oh, there was something. Did it look like we have too much of it already? Okay, like scraps. Let's see. Can we build anything? I don't think so. Oh, we can build a noisemaker. Can we build another noisemaker? We have this. What else is there? Oh gosh. Okay, let's just collect the scraps and duck down for a second. And switch to this. Yeah, I could press if we have that up. I don't want it to hit us. I feel like it's trying to come in here. Yep. Okay. I'm just gonna let it come in here. Yeah, there it is. Oh, no. Please don't find us. Please don't find us. Thank you. Please go away. I knew it was coming. I could sense it. We have very little health. Let's use one of these. Hopefully that was quiet. Okay. Refrigerator. How far away is it now? It's coming back? Okay. I don't think it can hear us talking. I can still kind of hear its footsteps. I don't know. Do you think it's safe to go? I don't want to die. Oh, nope. Here it comes. It's coming back. I knew it. It's fucking camping us, chat. Look at it. Go away. Go away. We don't want you here. Go on. Shoo. Shoo. Thank you. That's right. Go. No, keep going. Go on. We've had enough of you. Goodbye. Are you leaving? Is that... Are you... No? Are you coming back? You're coming back from a different way. You're trying to sneak attack us? Is that what's happening? No, I don't want you here either. I want you to go away. Yes, further away. Not closer. Further away. Yeah, thank you. That's what I thought. No, go away. Shoo shoo. Go away for a little while, please. We don't need you here. Okay, yeah. Forward, forward we go. Do we have to check all these rooms? I don't think so. I think it's leading us to one of the rooms that we need to check. What is this? A rainbow goat? Pride goat? Nice. I like that. How fun. Okay. Please don't kill us. Okay, we can check down. No, we'll check through every room as we go down and then come back. And we don't need to use the toilet. We don't need to grab ethanol or anything like that either. So there's nothing in here. And this is broken. Okay. Oh yeah, check. Okay, under the bed. 95? Far away? Is that 35 or 95? I think that's 95. Right. Let's go. Let's see. Check in here. I don't see anything. Anything on the table? Collect air tag. What scraps? Use. Okay, that's gonna call attention to us, so we're gonna hide somewhere. Somewhere we're gonna hide. We're gonna hide in here for a second. Hide! Just in case he comes by. Because I get a sense that, yep, he's gonna have heard that, or seen that, or something, and gotten alerted to it. I'm gonna come check out this room. Because they have spatial awareness, because they're not idiots. Yeah, there we go. Just a second. Big brains on these aliens? Yeah, they got 2. Okay. Yep, told ya. Okay, we gotta be quiet. Oh no. Yeah, go away. Not that big of a brain. They didn't think to check the lockers or anything like that. But they might have no concept of what lockers are because they don't really have possessions. They just have murderous intent, essentially, right? Like, oh, is he coming back? I would like for you to go away now. Yes, please, go away. No, keep going. No, don't come back. Oh, shit. He might have heard us. Here he is again. What a fucker. No, he's just walking past the room now. Double check. Double back. Make sure he didn't miss us. So he might come into the room still again. You can hear him walking around still. This game is best experienced with headphones. Did he disappear? Is that 95? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Okay, be safe? We good? Yes? Okay, awesome. Let's get this map. Okay, where do we need to go next? Use the map. Get the map. Okay, in here? Not there. Here. Okay. Oh shit, we're hiding again. Guarantee you're necessary. Yep. Here he comes. I feel like we're gonna have to hide every single room we go in, making progress incredibly slow, unless we want to reset. So I'm trying to wait until we get to another save point, and that'll be it for the evening. But I don't know how long that'll take. Oh no. Oh no. $23. That's not that far. Where'd he go? How did he fall off the map at 23 meters away? Or 23 clicks away, whatever their measurement is. 23 of their own body lengths away? Let's try it. Oh god, we're risking it. Okay, yep. Collect scraps. No, we don't need scraps. Pound, cool. Can't come through the screen. Use it? Use it? It's not working. We're hiding. Oh shit! What the fuck? What did I just hear? Why did the door open? Oh, because we got near it. Oh my god, I freaked myself out for no reason. Goodness, how ridiculous. Okay, let's get out of here. Okay, come on, let's go. Okay. Back we go. We need to, we can jump in one of the vents and hopefully they won't follow. Blueprint. Sweet. Thank you. Oh god. I feel like this is appropriate right now. Hide. Just give it a second. Let's see. Am I right? No, it's going away. Oh, going away? Coming back? You going away? You going away? Staying away? Staying away. Okay, let's get out of here. Why does she have to be so loud when she does that? Okay, we've already been in here, I feel like. Okay, now we're hiding. We're hiding. Yep, 41. Okay, yep. I think he's coming in here now. Because I think that the AI, or like whatever the programming that they have running this, is going to make it as difficult as possible. You going away? You gonna go the other way? No? You're coming back this way now? Or are you going away? Which one? You can't decide? Okay, you've gone away again. Okay, we're getting out of here. We're going to the next one. Because I'm pretty sure we're required to do. Oh shit. We're going in here. We're trying to find a place to fucking hide real quick. Oh shit. Get in here. Get in hidey spot. Hidey spot. Thank you. We're 72 away. What do you think? Is it safe to leave? Oh, 91. Oh, we're getting closer. You're not on the radar for some reason. Oh, there you are. I see. Are you listening to us right now? Is that what's happening? Trying to pinpoint where we are? If I do this, will you go away? I feel like I can kind of hear you. 54. No, I want you to go all the way away. There we go. Okay, get out of here. Nothing we need in here. Where did we run from? Is that a save? Is that a save? No, that's not a save. Shit. Okay. We've been in here, right? Yes. We can collect the map. Why is everything in here so loud? My goodness. Okay. We can go in this one. Oh, Jesus. Well, that's not good. Keycard. Finally, we got it. Okay, yes. Bonding agent. We don't need it. I get it. Let's search his body too, because dead people don't need things. So, you know, if you're ever in an emergency, and you're like, don't feel remorse for taking things that I don't need anymore, like shoes and things of that nature. Well, obviously not off their body, so you have no choice, but... Okay. Hide! Just set off an alarm. I'm just gonna call them. I'm gonna call them to the area that the alarm is. Yep. Is it going past us? Or is it close by? Now that we've gotten this, what do we need to do? Where do we need to go? Over here again? Oh my god, we have to go all the way frickin' back? Is there a shortcut? Not really. Doesn't look like. Can't get through that door yet. Okay. I don't know what these square things are. Legend. Rewire system. Oh, okay. So you can turn on the fog and shit like that. Okay, what else is there? Locked. Yeah, it's locked. We have to go a long way back. Okay, let's keep going. 23 clicks. Ooh. $37. Oh. No way. No way it found us. Oh my god, I just want to get to that save. Nope, still here. Oh no, no! No! No freaking way! No way! No how! No way! No way, you sneaky bastard. We can't hide in lockers anymore. We have to hide somewhere else. Like under the bed or something. Because it learns our hiding places if we hide there frequently enough. And then it comes after us. You're only 18 clicks away. You're listening for us, aren't you? Go away. Go away. Okay, there we go. 90, 89. You're coming back. Are you coming back again or are you going away? Go away. No, other way. No, go away. No, go away. Okay, it's... Again? Oh, it's just doing the walk by. That's its routine. Of course it's going in the direction that we need to go. Oh, damn it. What the hell? Stop stalking us. That's not fair. Keep going. Go on. Yeah, keep going. Almost. You're so close. No, what the hell? It keeps coming back. Go away. Yes, thank you. Okay, it's going the way that we need to go, which is very, very frustrating. Long scrap. Okay, do that. We searched you already. You're just flatlining because I'm assuming that these guys ate you. Or at least impregnated you. Okay, let's go. Where do we need to go now? Oh shit. No, we're just moving forward. We're moving forward. We're risking it for the biscuit. Oh shit! Oh god! What the hell? There's gotta be a place to hide. There's gotta be a place to hide. Hide, hide, hide. Under, under, under. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, chat. That was terrifying. It just snuck up on us like so quickly. They're so fast, these fuckers. I swear. Okay, it's gonna come in here. At least we're not hiding in a locker again, but hopefully it does not see us in this hiding spot. Oh, maybe it's gonna go away. It's like we're in a different hiding spot. Well, it's trying to calculate where this thing is beeping from. Yep. No! Go away! Shoo! Shoo! Go away! We don't want you here. Just like, I might have to go to the bathroom again. Oh my gosh. I need to get to a safe spot. That's the problem. Is I need to get to a safe spot, and I can't get to a safe spot yet. Okay. How do I do this? How do I do this? Okay, I guess we just keep playing until we get to a safe spot so I can go to the bathroom. It's still in here with us. Yep. How convenient that the doors are automatic for this thing. Good gracious. Okay. It's starting to go away, but I have a feeling that it's gonna come back in here. It's gonna go away, and then it's gonna come back, and it's gonna come back in again. Yeah. Yes. Keeps changing its mind. It's gonna come back in probably just a second. Oh, yep. It's like, where is that beeping coming from? I hear it. I just can't place it. And the thing stops. Because remember, it can use this to locate us too. By realizing that the closer it gets, the louder the beeps get, kind of a thing. Okay, there's something here. Is it coming back? We have to hop into a vent? We have to go behind us. Oh my god. We have to go to... What? No, we don't? Okay. Where do we gotta go? This way. Okay. And then where? Wait a minute. Something is telling me something is itching. Yep. There's a reason there was a hiding spot here. Okay, it just disappeared, but it's close by. I don't know what it means when it does that. Oh, here it comes. Oh my god, I just realized that the nest is going to be the hardest spot, but you have to clear it, like, no saves. Okay, are you gone? Is it safe to get out? I'm just going to give it 2 more seconds. Let's see. Oh shit. Oh shit, we gotta hide. We gotta hide. So, under a bed. Under a bed. Under a bed. Get under the bed. Get under the bed. Oh shit. Oh god. Where is he? I don't want to use the thingy because it's gonna beep and then he's gonna know where we are. If you can hear his feet, don't use the machine. He's right close by us. I can hear him. I just don't know where. Yeah, there he is. Where's his feet? There he is. Did you catch him? Right in the corner? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Shit. Fuck. He's super close by. I think he's in the vents. Let's see. There's 2 of them? No, there's just 1 of them. Let's figure out the machine yet. Further away? Are you getting further away? Or are you coming back? You're coming back, aren't you? Yeah. Okay. Further away. Oh, no. Super close now. Are you gonna leave? Or come back? Oh. Okay, it's finally gone. Let's go. Let's go. We have to go behind us? What the fuck? Oh no. Oh no, we're dead. We're dead. We're so dead. We're dead. We're dead. Shit. Oh no. Oh no. He's gonna see us. We're dead. We're so dead. We're so close to a save. We're so close to a save for the end of the night. Please don't kill us. Please don't kill us. No! Come on. Yes. Done. Okay, we're done. We're done. We'll keep going forward until we die. Then I'm gonna be a little bit more careless. Okay, let's climb in. Okay, turn on the flashlight, because we need it for a short bit as we traverse through here. Okay, nope, not that way, nope, not that way. Okay, this was a dead end. I'm pretty sure he doesn't climb on the vents with us here. Okay, here we go. Where is he? 82. Okay, but where do we need to go? Through here? Is this it? I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. We should be safe in here, I think.
Damn
there he
you,
is.
Coleman! You knew that thing was here!
Now that's unfair. I thought it might be there. There's a difference. Now, the passcode.
1702, okay? Now let's get down to the dispensary.
Of course, of course. A promise is a promise. I'm sorry for putting you through this. I'm going to step into the other room to punch the code in and prime the elevator. Then we can use the key card to take the elevator down.
Uh-oh. Bye, dude. Okay, so we get into here, and then we get the scene.
There. I'll collect my things and we can leave.
Why don't we tell him to wait? Hey, there's somebody else there. Don't go. It's right there. Yeah. He's gonna die. Yeah, he died. He did. Take the elevator to lower hospital. How the hell did we get there? Okay, we're gonna be a little bit more careless. If we reach another save point. No! Okay, let me use the elevator. Let me use the elevator. Dead. Yep. Toast. Toast would actually be pretty good right now. Grilled cheese sandwich? Mmm. Tasty, tasty. Maybe that's what I'll do for my next cheat day. Grilled cheese sandwiches. With tomatoes? Nom nom nom. Maybe fried onions too? Okay, find a trauma kit. Alright. We're not gonna save because we're just doing bonus play right now. Until we die. Oh, oops. So we're basically cheating a little bit. Okay, we can't get into here yet. Okay, nope, can't get into there either. I think we're safe for a little bit. Locked? Well, where the fuck are we supposed to go? Everything is locked? Did I miss the middle part? No. Oh, yes, I did. Yes, we got our stun gun. Sweet. Finally. I wonder why they stuck it in there. Maybe to try to prevent the door from closing or something. Or maybe to keep it from opening? I don't know why. Yes, revolver ammo. I need a revolver ammo. Thank you. Is there anything that we can make? Yes, we can distribute items to certain parts. If we don't have everything. Like this one, this one, this one. We can make space for. Nope, we don't have enough for this one. Nope, nope, okay. Scrap? No, okay. We're all filled up. I don't think we press anything yet. Let's collect this, and then as soon as we start interacting with this, the danger restarts, I believe. Urgent marshal investigation, environmental controls. Okay, what we need is shared, no audio, no utility. Yes, activate cooling system, select. Warning, hydrogen cylinder unit U6 not found. Cold room inaccessible due to extreme temperature. Okay, did we do it? Did we do the thing? I think so. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's hide underneath here. Get down. Because I'm pretty sure that one of them is coming. Yep. This is the only spot that we have to hide. Okay, we got a stun gun. I wonder if it'll let us in that room. He's gonna come back. I feel like if we move out from under here, he's gonna come back. Yep. Are you going further away or are you coming closer? Which one? You're going further away. Okay, good. But go all the way away. Oh, you're so close. Keep going. Just a little further. He's gonna come back. I feel it. Oh, just give it a minute. Yep, there you go. Here he is. 50. Oh, now he's going away again. In a different direction. Okay, we're safe. Okay, I don't know which side we're supposed to go on. I don't think that this has been activated yet. Nope, it's still turned off. Let's see if we can go this way. No, we can't. We need a blowtorch, I think, or something for that one. Let's see if we can go this way. We can't? What the hell? There's something is wrong here. I am missing something. We're just gonna do this though quickly. Because I feel like no, we're still safe. Let's see, let's give it a few seconds. Well, yep. I wonder if it starts moving when we start hiding. No problem, lady. Okay. You're coming closer. We gotta stop hiding in these as well, because eventually they're gonna start looking for us here too. We gotta mix it up a little bit more. I'm not coming out until you go away. Thank you. Which way are we supposed to go? None of this makes any sense here. I don't think that we go back up in the elevator. Do we? What does it say on the map? It's this section. I don't think that we're supposed to go back up. We might have to go back down. We'll see. We'll see what the map says. Get to San Cristobal Medical Facility. This way? No. This way? This way. San Cristobal Medical Facility. Okay. So it's got to be downstairs. I don't think it announces where we are on the map. Or maybe it does? Well, let's just wait until it loads in and we'll check. I'm just checking for something quickly. Sorry, guys. Because we're going to finish off the evening with a song. With some music. We're not quite done yet. We still have Until We Die. I'm just looking for something quickly. Hopefully it comes up immediately. Yay, it does. Okay, sweet. We'll watch that to finish off the evening once I do die. Okay, resume game. Okay, find a trauma kit. Okay, but we were in that section. There's nothing there. We already did all this stuff. We went through this room. Did we turn enough stuff on? Am I missing something? Okay, that's locked. We're missing that. But we can't get that from anywhere. Yet, at least. That I'm aware of. Okay, we can close this one. We need to be able to get into the rooms for somehow. Like, there's gotta be some way in which we can enter the rooms. Does it not have anything to do with this? Yeah. Okay, whatever. Nothing there, nothing there. Utility, activate cooling system. I can't do anything with it. Okay. So I did all of this. Is there now a way for me to get into the other room or something? Hopefully. I can bashy with this thing. Closed. Nothing over here. Oh good, it's finally open. Thank goodness. Okay, and we need to be careful because it's gonna come in here. It's gonna come in here real quick. We need to hide. We need to hide under the bed. Or try to hide under the bed. At least a little bit. Because it's gonna come in here and then try and spot us. There's nowhere else for us to hide, really. Okay, let's go. Let's grab this thing. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Ba-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Let's get behind the bed so that we're kind of hidden, hopefully. Off the body. Get as close as we can. Please, please don't come in here. Please don't. Don't come in here. Go away. Go the other way. Yes, go that way. Perfect. Go away. Away from us. Away. Away. Shoo. Foul creature. Shoo. Please go away. No, don't come back. Go away. Go away. You disgust me, and I don't like you. You're a mean, murderous creature, and I don't want to be friends with you. Thank you for listening to my concerns and getting the hell out of here. No, don't come closer. Get further away. No, not closer. Further. Oh my god, we're gonna die. Oh no! Let's see. Nope. Oh, yeah, it's going away. Maybe you're going away. No, you're coming back now. You're coming back again. Go away. Go away from us. Yes, that's right. Go away. No, don't come back. Go away. Yes, keep going. Keep going. Away, not towards. No, shoo. Go away. You're being a pain in the ass. You're not listening. Why won't it listen to me? Game. I thought you could hear us yelling at you. No? You're just gonna play creepy music and shit and like lurk around? Thanks. Are you coming in here finally? Or are you going away? Nope, you're super close still. Okay, where are you? We can't see you. Are you above us somewhere? No, you can't get us from above. You can only get us from the front. Ugh, okay. You're like literally right above us right now. Now you're going away. Okay, thank goodness. Are you actually going away, or are you just being a jackass and like farting around? Waiting for us to make a move. Let's see. Oh, yeah, just waiting for us to make a move, I think. Oh, okay. I can't tell where it is. Super close, right above us. It's finally kind of going away? No. Yes? 44, 45, 46, 7. Keep going. Keep going. Don't come closer. Go further. Yeah, there you go. Keep going. No, keep going away. The problem is I don't know when he's like on this floor or when he's in the vents. Because he can pass right above us in the vents. 32. 31. Let's see what we can do. We'll risk it. I feel like he's just stammering in the vents and it's just meant to freak us out. Okay, we found a med kit. We needed this thing. I'm pretty sure as soon as we put this in, we need to hide. Yep. Okay. Let's hide. We'll hide first. Because that's going to call some attention once everything starts whirring up. Yep. Thought so. Are you gonna come? Yep. I thought so. Sit. Done? Oh, no. It's like basically right in front of us. But he's going away, kind of. You ever played that alien game called Prey? No, not yet. Is it good? Have you played it yet, Zach? Okay, maybe we can use this now. Access terminal. Maybe now we can do the thingy. Okay, utility. Activate cooling system. Yes, please. Okay, I selected it, so I'm assuming that it's working now. 71. Safe to go to the other room. Uh-oh. I played it in a rush on Game Pass, so I'm gonna do do another run. It's good. Okay, I'll have to check it out. I'll try to remember to look it up on Steam. That's where it is, right? Okay, we're gonna run. I'm gonna run into this section now. And here I think we have to hide. Because he's gonna come and get us otherwise. Potentially. Hopefully not. Hopefully we're faster. Air purification for access, of course. Steam or GOG? What's GOG?
Senior medical officer.
Google
should be able to find out where they're keeping everything
gameplay?
in the office.
Good luck, Ripley. Hurry if you can.
Well, we should be able to see the alien in here. He might come into here. Okay, he disappeared. Okay, we need vent access. Oh gosh. No! No. No frickin' way. He's going in the other room, right? Not this one. GOG is good old games. It's like the younger brother of Steam. Oh, cool. But more retro based. That's cool. I like that idea. There's lots of retro games that I'd like to be able to play on my PC that haven't been transferred over, unfortunately, because the IP owners don't care enough about it to like understand that people would like to play their games, like even if it's been like updated to current standards. Okay, where are you? Okay, now you're in the vents. The vents that we need to go to, kind of. Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in. Okay, up we go. No, we're safe. We're fine. We're safe. We're fine. Hopefully. I don't know. Maybe we'll get, like, eaten. Phone's gonna die. Have a good night, Wax. You too, Zach. Thank you for stopping by. I didn't expect us to be able to go on for so long. It's gonna suck losing this progress. Maybe we save again. Okay, where do we need to go? Forward. Okay, sweet. Have a good night. Thank you for coming by. I appreciate it. Oh, search this person's body. Okay. Sorry you had to die like that. That looks brutal. Oh, back out this way? Oh, goodness. Down the long hallway? Alright, let's go. Is there somewhere we need to hide in here? I feel like yes. There's a reason why we need to hide. Let's go and hide. Whenever there's an opportunity for hiding. Okay, 78. I gotta pee so badly. Where the hell is a save station? Is there a save station? What is the legend? Ladder. Are we even in the right section at all? It looked like it. Right? Yes. We're going the right way. Okay. Anything coming? Okay, just give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna look something up. Okay. That's cool. Almost 8 hours. Not bad. We stream until 8 hours or be safe, whichever one comes first. Let's see. Still safe? Okay, still safe. Let's get out of here. A new map. Speech. I'm gonna hide under here for a second. Just to diversify a little bit. Alright, let's keep going. Behind us? That doesn't make any sense. What is this? A flare? Sweet. We need to go behind us. No. Oh, what? This is where we need to be? Oops, my mistake. Oh yeah, this is when the alien comes in from the vent above us, I think. Or something. We have to hide underneath the dispensary is empty. Air, death certificate, utility. Lingard.
This is Lingard, Senior Medical Officer at Sevastopol Station. I want to state for the record. I have been placed under duress with regards to my patient 0. And Ransom, Season's head of operations, he made certain threats for my career and my certification. I want that on record. God help me. That woman needed help. I didn't know what type of parasite she had encountered, but it had planted something inside her.
That's not good.
I am so sorry. I had no way of knowing what would happen.
Well, that's not good. Okay, let's get down, because I'm pretty sure there's a reason why there's stuff to collect under here. Yep. Thought so. Okay, let's go. Let's get out of here. Oh no. Are you coming back? Are you going away? Are you coming back or are you going away? You're coming back. I feel like you're coming back. You're gonna be a pain in the butt. No, you're going away? Hey, I'm coming out. Let's see where you go. Oh my god. God damn it. This fucking game. Okay, we're going forward. Oh shit! Whoopsies! It's probably running away from or maybe like towards that noise, maybe, potentially? You figured it'd be smart enough to know what a fire is, but I guess not. Any way we can save? Anything? No? Okay, let's keep going. We're probably gonna die here, I feel like. No, not yet. We're still safe? Ow. Okay, we're definitely hiding. No, you're going away? You're going all the way away? Or just a little ways away? Oh, just a little ways away. We're playing this game again. Perpetual torture, preventing me from going to the bathroom. 45, 46. Go all the way away, please. No, don't come closer. Go further away. Do you even know what you're doing right now? Where are you going? What are you looking for? He doesn't, like, that's the thing, is like, he's so wasteful. He doesn't exactly eat any of the people that... Oh, shit. That was much closer than 30. Jesus. He doesn't actually eat any of the people. Don't you dare! Don't you dare! That's right. You back the hell away from us. There's no way. That'd be ridiculous. He's probably gonna come back again. Yep. Because he always walks in the direction that we're supposed to be headed in whenever he's gonna head out of our actual screen. Go on. Go away. It's never the opposite direction. Yep, there we go. Go on. Almost all the way. Go away. No, you're coming back? Again? Are you going in a circle through the vents? And we have to wait until you're in the vents to get away? Let's try it. I'm willing to risk it. I'm tired of being here. Oh, right here, hey? We don't have the upgraded thingy to access it. Let's try back here. What's around here? Anything useful? No? Okay. Where do we need to go? says it wants us right there, but that's not where we need to go. We need to go somewhere else to find an upgraded thingy in the bobber, which I'm pretty sure is around here. And the minute that we do, we die. Yay, save point. Okay, we're saving for the night. And I'm gonna head off after I play this video for you guys. Oop. Yes, yeah. Alright, let's go back to Holly Talks quickly. There we go. And I'm just gonna play this music video for you because I thought it was cool and I thought it was a great music video. Ashniko.
When I'm with you, I have amnesia, got me without a mind. My stupid brain thinks that I need you, misleads me all the time. It's like I need a babysitter, someone to come and get me, cause I forget the crazy shit, the littlest things impress me. Mediocre in the bed, my bestie would never let me. I did it again. I slip up, I text you, I forget that you were so. Here and see what we've got going on. Alright. Thank you so much for everybody who's hung out so far. You could be anywhere right now and you're deciding to be here with me. That's pretty freaking cool. Thank you so much. Let's raid into... Oh, Matt's on.
Let's raid into... actually, I don't think there's anybody we are gonna raid into. I don't have anybody. Let's see who's playing Alien Isolation and just raid them. Isolation? Let's see if we can find somebody to raid. Somebody chill to raid. Alien who? Safe space? Okay, let's check this out quickly. I don't know this person, so I'm just, Alien who? I shall give it a hello. My name is Anama. Who? Yep. Yep. Okay. Let's see. Let's raid them. Copy their name. Copy. Okay. Backslash. Paste. Let's see if they'll accept our raid. Will they? Yes, they will. Haha. Yay. Only 2 people. 4 people. Sweet. Yay. Let's go. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. My name is Wax Philip Topical. We're going to be raiding somebody that I have never heard of before. So hopefully they're cool. They said that they put safe space in their tag, so I'm assuming that they're a chill person. Let's all go and give them a hello and double their viewership and stuff like that. But thank you so much, everybody. I will be back Monday. I'll see you Monday, and we'll do more news and stuff like that. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. I am signing off for the evening, and I will see you guys later. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. There we go. Bye. See you later. Bye.